August 16th, 2017, and this is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority. Present today are Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, General Counsel Riano, Deputy Commissioner Held, and myself, Secretary Donahue. The next meetings of the authority are August 30th, September 13th, and September 27th. Those are all Wednesdays. We're going to call matters in the order they're signed in. First in Buffalo, then Albany, then New York City. Before we get started, I think the chairman has an announcement, but I just want to point out we have a very busy calendar today. If you've submitted something, the members have read it. You don't need to repeat that. And please try to keep your comments as short as possible. When your item is called, please speak into the microphone because that's all being recorded. And please also announce your name as you get up there. Chairman, do you have something to say?
Yes. Probably 2 months ago, we voted on advisory number 3-2017, which dealt with bill and hold for wholesalers, allowing them to bill and then hold for retail purchases. And we set out some very specific rules within that advisory. That advisory goes into effect on October 1st. Letters should have gone out to retailers indicating what those changes are. Those letters should have come from the wholesalers. Those letters should lay out exactly what they're going to be charged for the hold and the amount of time that they are allowed to hold at the wholesaler's warehouse or a third-party warehouse. We are going to be checking compliance with that. We're going to be checking as soon as possible with the letters, and come October 1st, we'll be checking to make sure that the rate being charged is commensurate with the market rate. That's it.
Okay, the first item is actually in New York City. It is a request by the Counsel's Office. It's item 1782F, Vapor Lounge and Bar Corp. It's a request for an emergency summary order of suspension.
Good morning, members. The Counsel's Office is requesting that the members issue an emergency summary order of suspension as to a licensed premises called Vapor Lounge. The reason that Counsel's Office is making this request is due to a recent incident which occurred on August 8, 2017, where there was a large melee and various crimes occurred. There were patrons who were robbed, stabbed, and also a police officer was assaulted. This premise has been a hot spot for police activity since it opened in December of 2015. The licensed premise is located on West 176th Street and Broadway in Manhattan. It takes up almost a square block in a mixed residential area. There's photographs attached in Exhibit 14 where the members can see all the nearby apartment buildings that are there. In the last year alone, one patron was shot in the arm about 2 blocks away. As I said, the police officer who was assaulted on August 8th. 3 patrons have been slashed, 1 in the neck. 1 patron has been stabbed. And 2 people have been assaulted with bottles, all in separate incidents. In particular, with regard to August 8th, I know that you can see the memo, but I would note that as part of that brawl, security guards were unlawfully using pepper spray on patrons. On the August 1st slashing, a patron was slashed in the neck and he was sent to the hospital. He went to Harlem Hospital. On July 21st, a patron was cut to the ear inside the licensed premise. He was uncooperative with the police. Also on July 21st, an unknown person threw a bottle across the room inside Vapor Lounge, resulting in the patron receiving a possible broken nose and also requiring stitches in the hospital. On March 7th, 2017, inside the premise, a victim was slashed in the left arm, requiring 10 stitches and further hospital treatment. As I indicated before, there was a patron who was shot about 2 blocks away on September 27th, 2016 at about 4:10 in the morning. He was shot on the arm and he required hospital treatment. On September 16th, a patron was followed outside the licensed premise, and I would note that he was followed by another patron who he had had an earlier dispute with, and that patron pulled out a weapon from his waistband and pointed it at the patron's head. So again, I would highlight that because that shows inadequate security if people are marching in and out of this premise armed with guns, knives, and other sharp objects. So obviously this premise is attracting a crowd that is predisposed to violence and who comes armed with weapons. Combined with that, the fact that they don't have adequate security, there have been summonses issued for an unlicensed security guard. There was another summons issued for a security guard who failed to complete training. We know that the security guards are using pepper spray, so that is a very deadly combination. Just for that alone, we're requesting that you summarily suspend. But in addition to that, we also have this premises creating noise in the neighborhood. You see the 311 calls where people are saying they have to get up at 6 in the morning, they can't sleep. And there's actually been a sound meter reading where excessive noise was found to have been emitted there through a test. It's also operating as an unlicensed dance hall. Apparently, during at least one inspection, police officers observed patrons dancing. For all these reasons, we're requesting that the members issue a summary suspension.
So is it correct that the method of operation doesn't permit a DJ?
Actually, the method of operation was updated. Originally, there was no DJ permitted, but the method of operation was updated to include DJ, and I believe that,
When did that happen?
I'd have to look at the license certificate is actually attached. It has a date. Chairman, I have to find the license certificate. It's Exhibit 2.
Oh, okay, I see it. Anything?
There's an endorsement filed January 2017 to add DJ, karaoke, live music, and jukebox.
When was this again?
January, it was filed January of 2017, approved in April.
How long have they been licensed? When were they originally licensed?
It's December 2015, I believe.
For the record, the board, you guys approved it.
Yeah, apparently it was a previously unlicensed premise before it was occupied by a law firm and some sort of car shop.
The application was disapproved twice, those two other applications prior to this one coming to you, and the effective date is, that was a reissue.
So when did we get these referrals from 2016? Because I'm assuming we weren't aware of that when we approved the DJ for this place.
We were previously unaware of the shooting. That we were recently made aware of the patron who was shot 2 blocks away. I was handling the case, and I was made aware of the incidents that occurred in March 2017. I was unaware that a patron had been shot.
Okay. All right, I don't have anything new.
No. I'm going to vote, am I on here? Hello? Okay. I'm going to vote to summarily suspend. I mean, patron stabbed, robbed, a NYPD officer assaulted, other patrons slashed. I did look at the videos of it also. It looked to be kind of bedlam in the streets. So apparently, this is not being run very well, not being controlled, so I vote to suspend.
I'm going to vote to suspend as well. The public health, safety, and welfare calls for an emergency suspension at this time.
Thank you.
Can you all hear me in the back?
All right, we are now going to turn to Buffalo. First item there is 1775 City Market Liquor, Inc.
Good morning, honorable members of the full board. My name is Jacob Pierkowski. I'm the attorney for the licensee Nirmal Singh, and I'm joined by him today, as well as counsel Neil Weinberg, who was the attorney who was on the closing. Mr. Weinberg and I have both submitted papers in regard to this, and I acknowledge the full calendar, so we won't go into long recitations about what was already submitted. But I do want to note here that if there are questions for the licensee, his son is present for interpretation services if that's needed and if acceptable by the full board. So I want to just ask that first if there's any questions that need to be addressed if the son could assist in interpreting.
I mean, I don't have any questions. The reason I granted the reconsideration was because it appears that you asked to be heard before the penalty was imposed, so I'm basically giving you an opportunity to be heard.
Okay, thank you. Very simply, Mr. Singh runs a liquor store in the city of Niagara Falls. He runs a store in a difficult neighborhood. He runs the store along with his wife. There are no other employees. They are open 7 days a week. He is there with his wife 7 days a week. If he's not there, she is, and vice versa. They have no violations outside of the present violations that we're here for today. They have no minors violations. They have no other issues. They run a very well-run, very tight store. They're compliant when they're asked to be. Whenever there's an issue or anything that needs to be addressed, they're on top of it. We acknowledge that there were some very serious issues with the application and with the renewal, and we think those are mere mistakes that were made through the use of the liquor license consultant. But as noted in our papers, everything was properly reported with the county clerk. There was no money hidden. There's nothing nefarious here or underhanded. This is simply a matter of mistakes in the application, which was submitted prior to the closing of the business. We had a full hearing on this, and the investigator who testified on behalf of the authority was very clear in noting that Mr. Singh was open, forthright, and did not appear to be hiding anything. So for those reasons, we're asking for, in lieu of a revocation or cancellation, that Mr. Singh be able to pay a fine of $25,000 in an effort to keep his license. Again, there are no other violations outside of what's here today, and there have been none since these charges were instituted a few years ago.
And just procedurally, because I want to make sure that we have this clear,
Yes.
my understanding is that there was a previous offer for $10,000 that was denied, and cancellation bond was given as a counteroffer. There was then a reconsideration given where you offered $15,000, which was again later denied. We then had to have a hearing, right, and prove all the charges. They were all proven, my understanding, in front of an ALJ. And I do understand that there was some confusion as to the ability to appear. That's why a revocation order went into effect that was then stayed.
Yes,
Does that all sound correct to you?
that's all absolutely correct. Yeah, no issues there. Our contention here today for the reconsideration again is the charges upheld in the hearing are charges that show inaccuracies in the application and
Well, they're not. They're more than inaccuracies. They're misstatements. They're lies.
they were.
I mean, he said
think
that
that's an
the application
overcharacterization.
indicated he was leasing the property. He wasn't leasing it. He was buying it.
But
The
he did it-
application indicated that the money all came from one place, when in fact it didn't. It came from 3 other places, one of whom owned a liquor store somewhere else. I mean, is that accurate?
Did somebody else own a liquor store?
Later, after 2 years, he get a liquor. Before, when I buy, there was no liquor store.
When the loan was made that you're referencing, that individual did not own a liquor store.
Well, he does.
the loan-
Ironically, he does now.
He does, that's correct. But it was noted again at the hearing that there was no connection with Mr. Singh to any other liquor store owners, that he has no relationship with any business partners. Simply, it's him. The individuals who made the loans were not given shares, they were not given gifts, they were not even paid interest on these loans. This was simply, and we've shown this all in our exhibits.
But
there was
these
money
are
that was-
these are arguments that you make to me when I'm granting the license. You don't make them to me after we catch you lying to us about it.
I apologize, I was not involved in the initial.
No, I
application.
realize it wasn't you. I'm talking about your client. And, you know, there's so many oversights and misstatements here that I don't know what was going on, but something was going on. And it wasn't, I don't know whether I'm going to I should be using the word nefarious or not, but I looked at this very closely. He leased the building initially with an option to buy for $46,000.
That's correct.
Then that's what's on the application. Then it comes to our attention that not only he didn't lease it, but he actually bought it for almost $20,000 more. Why would someone lease a building with an option to buy for 46 and then pay 62 for it several months later?
If I can just offer one fact in there, which I think is spelled out in our papers, the lease was never enacted. The lease was submitted prior to the the lease was signed prior to the application being submitted. The application was submitted. At that time, the application was accurate. The change occurred at some point after the application was submitted to the authority, and my client didn't update the authority that he was the owner of the building. He was never a lessee. He never
But
paid rent.
your client either agreed to lease it with an option to buy for $46,000, then all of a sudden he decides I'm going to pay $16,000 more for it?
That's right.
I'm still at cancel and bond.
If I could offer one thing, I think if it went the other way, if the initial price was much higher and he paid much less, I think that's more indicia of something untoward going on. In this fact, he paid more, recorded it, paid taxes. This was a mistake in recording. Why?
They're not mistakes. See, this is what you keep saying, mistakes. These aren't mistakes. These
I
are
respectfully
these are
disagree.
misrepresentations that were made to us.
But not with the intent to defraud or give any
I haven't figured
impropriety.
out what the intent is, but I don't really need to. So I'm at cancel and bond.
I'm at cancel and bond as well. I don't know what's going on, but it just seems odd to me as well. So cancel and bond.
So you're going to reconsider the penalty, reduce it to a cancellation of bond claim?
Yes.
May we have the opportunity to allow the licensee to reapply?
That's why I canceled it. Rather
Yes,
than
I
revoke
understand.
it, he can reapply.
Okay, thank you very much.
Still in Buffalo, excuse me. We have two others, 1644 and 1645. Lucilla Tejada Minetti. And I believe there is a translator available.
There is.
I need everyone to state their name clearly, please.
Yes, my name is Miguel Reyes. I am an attorney for the licensee. I have submitted an appearance as counsel of record.
What number is this, Tom? 16?
1644 and 1645. It's two separate matters against the same licensee.
Go ahead.
State your name, ma'am.
Lucila Tejera Minjete.
Claudia Ruiz, I'm the interpreter.
For 1644, looks like the boyfriend was never added to the license. Is that in progress?
We have completed the documents necessary to do that. He brought to my office yesterday some additional documents that were required, so that will be filed very shortly.
All right, I'll accept both CNCs.
Accept. I'll do the same.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Is that on each one, or?
On each,
You know what they are, right,
Yep.
Tom? Yeah.
all right, the next item in Buffalo, and we also have some people here in New York, is 1723 Seth M. Only.
Good morning, Chairman Bradley and distinguished members of the board. Thank you for your time this morning. I am attorney Jessica Bryant from upstate New York, and I'm here with my client, the licensee and proprietor of the Olney Place. His name is Seth Olney. I will defer to the extensive documentation I have submitted on my client's behalf, but I did want to make one brief point this morning, sir. I think that what's most notable here is that we came to this point because on March 2nd, 2016, the Zoning Board of Appeals of the town of Barrington had a meeting to determine essentially the future of the Olney Place and some pending applications, which included the existing, what is referred to as the tap room, the addition that is at issue today. I will note that at that meeting it was confirmed that the current special use permit did include the ability to consume alcohol on those premises. And further, the board, with no objections or comments, indicated that this license in its existence and the addition that was built was serving public convenience and in keeping with the Barrington Comprehensive Plan of Development. My client is among many businesses that serve and consume alcohol for on-premise consumption, and his business is a shining star and what I believe would be a perfect example of the type of business that the Eating Place beer license was created to allow.
Okay, and I went through all of this paperwork, and there is a lot of it, and the opposition as well as the supporting paperwork. And during the course of that, counsel's office and licensing brought to our attention a larger issue, which has really tied my hands. And I'm going to ask counsel to explain exactly what that issue is. That a mistake, and I don't know who made the mistake. I will take certain blame from our agency. Partially, we should have caught it. Also, I think your town should have caught it, and they didn't. And it's, at this point, a 9 or 10-year mistake, but do you want to explain exactly what happened here?
Yeah, of course, and obviously under ABCL 140, there's the local option within the state of New York, and it's our understanding that on November 7th, 1967, that local option was exercised in the town of Barrington to, if I remember correctly, allow mostly only off-premise consumption except for hotels, which was certified on November 9th, 1967, and as far as we're informed, that actually is the state of affairs as to this day. As such, I believe under the ABCL, actually anything other than off-premise consumption is illegal within the town. And I think what that does at this point is put us in a position where, we either, there's always the option to withdraw this and then engage in discussions with my office about whether we need to bring charges to remove, the type of license that you currently have or your client currently has, whether there's some sort of way in which that we can enter into a discussion about what licenses may be available. I believe that, and this is just based on recollection from papers, that there are other license classes he's had in the past that may be okay under this local option, but I believe at the moment that's actually a primary concern that we have because that is the law. It looks like the law of Barrington, and at this point, now that we know that, that actually makes this much, much simpler in some sense.
If I could be heard briefly as to that, counsel. It's my understanding, and this is very new information to us as well. I wouldn't be a good attorney to my client if I didn't note the constitutional kind of due process concerns of addressing this here today without really
Absolutely.
Being fully prepared for that. But I will note that we have done our best to look into all of the factors that relate to this essentially damp town of Barrington. I will note that the local option in 1967 was very specific, and it prohibited on-premise consumption in restaurants, in hotels in that language, which was then opted in an additional option, and other licensed premises under Article 64. I will note that option 1 at that time, as it was written, strictly related to licenses under Article 64 that related to liquor consumption. My client's license is under 55, under beer, and I will note that the current options available under state liquor law, section 141, that present to the town, what we could bring to the voters in November, in theory, would only give us the option to approve tavern licenses and restaurant licenses, both of which are liquor licenses to serve liquor for on-premise consumption.
No, the new questions are not specific to liquor.
So the questions that were provided from Buffalo Council, I apologize if there's.
No, he's talking about the questions you read were from 67. We now have new questions.
Right, and my understanding of the new questions that are current as of today, the option is for a tavern license, for a restaurant license, and then for hotel, et cetera. So
I haven't seen them. I don't know.
So none of those apply to this type of license. And so I would note that in 1967, that license didn't contemplate an Eating Place beer license or a beer
Which,
only.
counsel, I think it's possible. I'm not going to say that that's
Right.
not possible, but I will also say that at the moment, that's the option that the town exercised, and that's the option that would continue until the town made a decision to exercise a different option. So as I noted, I'm very happy for your client to enter into some sort of discussions with my office and with the SLA in order to find, if there's some sort of medium space. But at this time, that's what I understand the law to be. I understand, and I have a copy of the local option election. I understand the law to be exactly what was voted for in 1967. I don't have any indication to the contrary. And, your client, there's no question he's in the town of Barrington. I've pulled the tax records. It's very clear.
Now, that being said, I myself don't believe there was any intent to misrepresent anything to us. Your mailing address, I think, on our end The reason we made the mistake is because the mailing address is Penn Yan, which
Yes.
obviously is not Barrington. I don't think anyone was aware until the last few days that Barrington doesn't have a post office.
Correct.
So that's probably why it was overlooked by us. That being said, there's not going to be any charges related to this, at least not from my viewpoint, because I don't see any intent to defraud us. I just think it was an oversight by your town, by you, and by us. So
Thank you, Your Honor. And I would note that there are other municipalities in our area that are in partially dry towns that are going to be facing the same issue as we've done some digging. I will note that there are both wineries and a distillery in the town of Barrington that allow for on-premise consumption. It's been raised, the concept that somehow manufacturers are exempted from the local option. We don't know where that language or argument essentially comes from, and we would argue that if there is a manufacturer's exemption based on the intent of the law, if that law didn't intend to prohibit drinks from being consumed on wineries and at a distillery, mixed drinks, then I don't think that the people who voted that option in would have equally intended to exclude only us. There is a business that the town has also approved to have catered weddings, which would in fact include liquor being consumed on a premise that's residential being operated as a business for wedding purposes, and that is in the town of Barrington as well. So I will note that we agree that we are in a sense in a conundrum as far as how this option applies, but I would submit that the current options available to us to bring in November also don't solve this problem. We're essentially fallen in a bit of a loophole. So I will note that it would be my urging to this board that in the very least, if provisional approval could be granted for this alteration license pending further outcome of a determination as far as what is allowed in the town of Barrington, that would be a prudent use of this council's resources as to repeat this process at a later date, to bring more documentation, to ask the supporters and proprietors.
well, I mean, I'm not going to grant temporary approval, but I mean, we'll bend over backwards to assist you to clear this up one way or the other, because obviously we take some responsibility for it. No one at this table, because none of us were involved in it. But I can't grant temporary approval at this point for the alteration. I mean, obviously, you can use the alteration, you just can't serve on it.
I understand, Your Honor. And I will just note for the record, it did come to our attention that the town of Williamson, which is also partially dry, somehow opted in for farm wineries while opting out of other options. And so we would submit that if our business is not allowed based on the current interpretation of the 1967 option, that the other businesses that are operating in Barrington should be treated in the same manner as we would be. And that's not to say that we don't wish for the success of all of those businesses. We have some of the oldest farm wineries in the state operating in the town of Barrington, and we want the collective success of all of these businesses to continue. We just feel that the option in 1967 was not intended to apply to us if it didn't apply also to those other businesses with on-premise consumption.
Well, we'll take that into account.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So I'm going to deny this at this time, and then please get in touch with our counsel's office as soon as you can to try to clear this up.
Yes,
And I would probably recommend that you do a referendum again.
Thank you for your time.
So
Hold on just for a second.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. Back to council.
I'm sorry?
No, just deny that.
Just
Deny?
Just deny, yeah.
All right, just deny.
Chris and I will
Yeah.
be in touch.
Thank
And I'll
you.
hang on to this, so you don't have to do another one, okay?
No, she's going to have to do another one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
You don't
we
have
have
to hang
copies
on
as
to it?
well. Thank
Yeah.
you, sir.
Good luck.
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
All right, Michelle, I don't have any other items in Buffalo.
There's no other items in Buffalo.
Okay, we're going to move to Albany now. And the first item there is 1761, L&T Liquors, Inc.
No, I don't know where it is. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dawn Cotter from Cotter's Liquor.
This is Charles Lynn for the applicant.
Okay, so we have some opposition. Ma'am, are you in opposition?
Yes, I am.
Okay, why don't you go ahead?
My name is Dawn Cotter from Cotter's Liquor in Pleasant Valley. Currently, I have a store about 3 miles to the east of me, and Arlington Liquor is about 3 miles to the west of me. The new store proposal is to be across the street, not too far from Arlington Wine and Liquors. This would put a third liquor store in competition with me, and I believe it would take away from my income.
What
Thank you.
town is your liquor store in?
I'm in Pleasant Valley.
And this is in the town of Poughkeepsie?
Yes.
Well, there's more than 3 liquor stores in competition with you, right?
Well, yes, but this would put another major one in competition. The store is supposed to be a very large store.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
We have other.
Oh, I'm sorry, there's more there.
Yeah, my name is Bob Keating, Arlington Wine and Liquor, and the proposed store is probably a quarter of a mile from our store. And basically, I'm here to say that the population in Dutchess County has been flat to down and certainly cannot support another store. Also, there's been at least 2 failures at that location that I know of since our tenure in business.
Now, where are you located exactly? Because I don't.
We're right on Route 44 across from Adams.
1718 Dutchess Turnpike, Route 44?
Yeah,
Okay.
718.
Okay.
They're the
This
closest store.
the plaza is right down the hill. It's probably, as the crow flies, a quarter of a mile from us.
Okay, thanks. Anyone else up there?
Yep. I'm Peter D'Antoni from Poughkeepsie Wine and Liquor at 701 Main Street, which is also Route 4455. I'm about a mile from the new store. And again, the plaza couldn't support the previous stores that were there, and I don't think this is going to support this one also. There's been I believe there's been over 8 new stores approved in Dutchess County in the last 2 or 3 years. And the population has been declining by over 1%. And I just don't believe the income money, IBM is not there anymore, and there's just not enough people to support another store. Struggling stores are not good for anybody, the SLA, the laws, breaking the laws, or even the competition.
Are you in the city of Poughkeepsie or the town
I'm
of
in the
Poughkeepsie?
city. I'm
City,
on-
right
I'm
on
in
Main
the
Street, okay.
I'm in the Arlington section, yes.
Anyone else?
That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Lynn?
I'm Charles Lin. I'm attorney for the applicant. With me today is Yanling Wu, who's the sole principal of L&T Liquors. I'm going to address the public convenience and advantage with regards to this store. Applicant is in a shopping plaza in Poughkeepsie known as 44 Plaza Shopping Center. There was a previous liquor store in that shopping center just 2 or 3 stores away within the plaza called Ventures Wine Corporation, doing business as Concord Wines and Liquors. It was serial number 2184874. The premises were vacated about 18 months ago. We are merely replacing our liquor store with the one that was previously operating in this shopping center. Applicant is about 4,200 square feet. Of the 4,200 square feet, 3,300 would be retail space, 900 would be storage. The Concord store that was just 4 stores away was about 2,500 square feet. So we are a little bit bigger than the prior existing store.
When did that close again?
I couldn't tell because the license was still hadn't expired, so I was unable. But I would say about 12 to 14 months ago.
The license was surrendered September 6th of 2016.
So even less period of time. So it hasn't even been a year yet. 4 of the as far as the sales are concerned, the closest stores, 4 of the 5 closest stores all have increasing sales. The only store that did not is Linda W. Roof at 134 Smith Street, whose principal had an illness and died in 2016, and the license is in safekeeping, awaiting an executor to be appointed. But it is interesting that the 1/2 year sales of 2016, with the holiday season coming up, one could extrapolate that her sale would have been substantially greater in 2016 if the store had remained open for the entire year. Thus, all 5 of the closest stores evidence not only increased sales, but significant sales. And the one that's the closest, Arlington, has sales that are over $10 million per year. R&V Inc., which is the Arlington store, whose sales are over $10 million, have increased in all 4 years. It is 0.36 miles from applicant as the crow flies, but it's 0.8 miles of driving distance. I put in Exhibit 3 to show that because of the highways there, 44 and 55, really the measure of distance by as the crow flies is not really reasonable. The Google would show that it takes 0.8 miles to traffic to the 44 Plaza Shopping Center. Next is Exhibit 4 is an aerial map of 44 Plaza Shopping Center listing the major tenants, evidencing that it's a major shopping destination. It's also emphasized that across the street on the other side of Burnett Boulevard, adjacent to 44 Plaza, is the Duchess Center, and that plaza has a Kmart with an in-store pharmacy. Our plaza area, 44 Plaza Shopping Center, has a super stop, shop and stop, with a gas station as part of the Stop and Shop. It has 4 financial institutions. It has Chase Bank, Ulster Savings Bank, Key Bank, and Bridgeway Federal Credit Union. It also has H&R Block, Big Lots, Dollar Tree, and Goodyear Auto Center.
But that's across 4455, right?
That's us. No, that's our plaza.
Oh, okay.
That's our plaza. All those major stores, which are destination stores, are part of our plaza. In addition, applicant is the apex of 2 major thoroughfares at the eastern side of the city, Poughkeepsie, routes 55 and 45. Their impact in the city is emphasized in the critique, which I annexed as Exhibit 5. It's true as far as population density. 4 of the stores are in zip code 12601, and only one of the closest stores is in zip code 12603. But the population during the 2000-2010 has been pretty much stagnant, and the population growth from 2000 to 2014 has been pretty much stagnant. But we do have the city of Poughkeepsie. The combined population for those areas are close to 90,000. The fact that the applicant is replacing a recently vacated liquor store within the same shopping center, evidence of substantial increased sales in all of the liquor stores in 2016, and being a destination location encompassing 2 adjacent shopping malls, should be support that public convenience and advantage will be served in licensing this store. In addition to that, with regards to possibility that these other 2 stores were not well managed, and that's why they went out of business. My client has had a history, a business history, involved with alcoholic beverages for many years. When she got out of high school, she worked for her mother's restaurant. Then she owned her own restaurant for 5 years in Kansas, and now presently is working at her brother's store in Valencia on Sundays, and then is a fill-in for any other individuals that don't appear those days. So there is experience with regards to her being able to properly manage and supervise the store.
Is her brother the only one in her family that owns a liquor store?
Yes.
And she lives in Valencia?
Yes.
That's a long way.
Hour, because I traveled it myself.
Is there any? I'm asking the wrong person. Yeah, I mean, the liquor store in Valencia. Do we have any issues with that?
Chairman, excuse me. My client does say that they are planning to move to Poughkeepsie if this application were approved. I was unaware of that.
How much money did she borrow from her brother to open this store?
She didn't borrow any money from her brother. All the money came from sales.
So did she loan her brother money?
Yeah, she had loaned her brother money, which was 100 and.
Is it paid back?
$156,000, which was paid back, yes. And I prepared those documents, and they were supplied when I got the deficiency letter from the authority. All that document.
He must be doing pretty well. He paid back $100,000 plus in a year and a half.
He had to borrow some money from bank.
There's nothing.
Nothing. Okay.
Commissioner, the license that was surrendered on 9/16, what was the reason? Is there a reason?
They didn't provide a reason.
Surrender, just
surrendered.
Just call it a day.
They're not required to.
All right. And how long were they there?
I believe about 4 years,
Oh, yeah,
Commissioner.
8612, yeah. All right.
And there was a license.
So what's she doing that these other stores that are in opposition aren't doing?
She's just going to be a major commercial discount store, a variety of all type of goods. She's not going to be specializing, say, in New York wines, but she will have, of course, regular New York wines, biodynamic wines. Her wines are going to be about 70% of the store. 30% will be alcohol. This area is middle income, so it really a discount store is probably something that's more proper for the area.
And what you acknowledge that the population numbers aren't going up. Are they stagnant or
They're
going
stagnant.
down?
They've been between 43 and 45,000 for both zip codes. So it hasn't been going down. It's just been stagnant.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chairman, I know some of the opposition wants a chance to be heard again.
How do you know?
I know everything.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's ask him.
Go ahead.
Hi, it's Bob Keating again from Arlington Wine. The issue that I wanted to bring up, you sort of just addressed, because all of us here and other store owners that we have that locally do have some concern about being involved with, this particular individual being involved with other stores.
So do I.
Whether through relatives.
I know, but unfortunately, it's not illegal. So I mean, I understand your concerns, but her brother's allowed to own a store as long as they're completely separate. If they end up not being separate, and I'm sure you're aware of that,
Yeah, we
then
are.
no, I'm talking to the applicant. I'm sure someone is going to lose a store, if not both.
If not both. Yes, she is aware.
So that is, there's not much I can do there. I don't have any evidence that she is involved with that store. Unless you do, there's not much
I don't have any concrete evidence. It's just awful strange. I mean, you don't even live in the area, and you're going to open up a store, an hour away.
So
and
come sit here for a week and see how strange it is.
Probably got a good point there.
All right.
Okay.
Point taken, though.
All righty. Thank you.
Yeah.
But I do understand your concern, and we do run into those problems from time to time, and we try to deal with them as seriously as we can when we do.
I'm sure you do.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
But we have no proof of that at this time. So based on the fact that there's been a store at that location since 2002, actually, in that plaza. The other one was just turned in last September, not even a year ago yet. So I think this is really just replacing a store that was there already. So I'm going to vote to approve.
I'm going to vote to approve as well for the same reasons.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item in Albany, 1762, Huzik Holdings, Inc.
You were right. I know. Thank you.
Jason Von Guinness of Huzik Holdings, Inc., DBA Huzak Package.
So you're literally, the closest store to that location that you're trying to open is 10 miles away?
It is. In New York State, there is one about 9 miles away. That's in Vermont. And
Well, we're not worried. I'm not worried. The one thing I don't have to worry about is Vermont. So
right on.
don't give me any other issues.
We'd be okay with taking business from Vermont, though.
I'll do my best.
And why a liquor store here? Is there a lot of people here? Because it doesn't. I'm somewhat familiar with Cambridge, but I don't.
Yeah, Hoosick Falls is about 8 miles south of that. Population is 3,500, and we've experienced a bunch of really unfortunate press recently. So it's kind of a good opportunity for us. I see this guy nodding. So it's kind of a good opportunity for me to start putting some businesses back together in this area. I've done a bunch of real estate stuff out there already. I was in the Times Union, the local paper, on a Sunday. They did a thing about all my work out there. So this, for me, it makes the best sense in this piece of real estate to open a liquor store there.
I drive through there. Yeah, I could use a liquor store.
Do you drive through there?
Thanks.
You're going to stop buying your liquor in Vermont and you'll stop here?
I'll stop.
All right, I'll vote to approve.
I vote to approve as well.
Given the distance from the closest store, I don't see how it can't be a public convenience and advantage.
And there's no protest, so
Right.
I approve as well. Good luck.
Right on. Thanks, folks.
All right, the next item in Albany, I believe there's also some people here in New York, is 1703 Why Not My Way LLC.
You should not be missing. This is one you need.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
Commissioner. Donald Bernstein on behalf of the applicant. With me is the applicant Emil Stefkov. Scott Wexler is also assisting us, and he is in Albany. This is...
Well, and I'm sure there are people here
There are...
in opposition that want to speak?
No.
No?
No, we do have supporters, though.
Okay.
This is a class change application. This operation was licensed originally for beer and wine back in 2013. The original concept then was why not cafe. Emil came up with that idea. He opened one on Orchard Street, and on Christopher Street it was small dishes, not food driven. He had music. He had some live music downstairs on Orchard Street. It was a brand and concept that didn't work. We know what happened on Orchard Street, ran into some trouble, had that beer and wine license canceled. It has since been approved again. And Mr. Chairman, by the way, I've totally revised my thinking on the cancellation of that license. I think, well, because I think that we've been through a lot over the years, and I've come to realize, as much as you and I have gone head to head on that, that's probably the best thing that's happened to my client, because he had troubles over the years. It's on the record. On the record. He's had some problems over the years at 14 Christopher Street. I will say that Olio, which is a full-service Italian restaurant that's been fully licensed with an OP license since July of 2010, does not have any liquor license violations. That even 14 Christopher Street, my recollection is that there are no SLA violations. Last year, you licensed him for full liquor for Boucherie on 7th Avenue South. He's operated that for 9 months, and things seem to be going very well there. But at 14 Christopher, a number of years ago, there were issues, and mistakes were made. We're not doubting that. I think it took a while, and I've said this before, for Emil to understand what it means to have a liquor license or what it means to do business in the city and the state. And I think for the past year and a half, things changed dramatically. Scott Wexler can attest to that. Scott has been an integral part of the change in operation. And the reason why we need full liquor at this point is because the operation has changed. Why Not Cafe is gone as a brand and as a concept. A year ago, we came to you for a change of method of operation for 14 Christopher and for an alteration, which, by the way, was approved by Community Board 2. And at that time, it was a year ago.
The alteration was.
The alteration and the change of method of operation to 2 full-service restaurants in this space.
But as restaurant wine.
As a restaurant wine,
Right.
no question. So upstairs is Dominique Bistro. It is Italian, French, sorry. It is French food. The kitchen was expanded to be a complete full kitchen. It is in charge of a distinguished chef. Downstairs is a Sushi Now Omakase restaurant. It is very limited in size. It has 18 courses and only 3 seatings. And because we've totally changed the concept, it is appropriate for these full-service, 2 floors of full-service restaurants to have full liquor. When Community Board went along with us on the alteration and the change in method of operation, they asked us to agree to 26 stipulations. That was in July 2016. I'm sure you have them. We agreed to all of them. We went to the Community Board and we say, look, we know there have been problems. You tell us what you need us to do. Whatever you ask us to do, we will do. And that's exactly what happened. So we reduced the hours. We're only open until midnight during the week and 1 a.m. on weekends. No live music, no DJs, anytime, whether public, private, that's gone, that is out. There are some large windows in the space. They asked us to close them at 8 o'clock. We said, fine. In fact, we closed them by 7:30 just to make sure that there are no problems with that. We agreed to everything that they've asked for. We submitted a petition signed by about 800 local residents. You have those. We also have some letters in support. We do have supporters at the community board meetings that I have gone to. We've had 10 to 12 people that have come repeatedly in the community. And Emil's three restaurants are very close together. The three that he has this one, Olio, and Boucherie are all within a few blocks of each other. And the people that support us go to all of these places, and they find that they're well run, they're not a problem, and in fact, they're a haven for them. I frankly was surprised at how enthusiastic they were about this. I think in short, and I would like Scott to just speak a little bit about what he's doing, and we do have three supporters here. We also have our marketing manager here.
Your what?
Marketing manager, because Emil has now got 5 restaurants, and he's looking for more. He is a serious restaurant operator, and I do just want to say, concluding, that there comes a time when you have to pay a price for what you've done, and he's done that. And there comes a time where you have to acknowledge that things were done incorrectly and you have to change them. And that's the most important thing. He's done them. Things have seemed for the past year and a half to be without any incident, without any problem. I think that's shown in part by the fact that there is nobody here in opposition to this, unless someone has just walked in. And we think the time...
Did someone just walk in?
Nope. Given the fact that he has these other restaurants, collective license history for 12 years, and no violations at the authority, we would request that the class change be granted.
Okay. Mr. Wexler, what are you doing for this operation?
Mr. Chairman Bradley and Commissioner Ford, I have been working with Mr. Stefkov on training his employees to ensure that they understand their responsibilities under the Alcoholic Beverage Control Law. At first, Mr. Stefkov engaged my services to evaluate his premises and to make any recommendations and observations about them. At the time, I found that the operations were operating in full compliance, and I had found that Mr. Stefkov had taken the steps of posting the stipulations that were of some concern at this particular location in plain sight so that the employees would be aware of them. I think you're aware, I've submitted a letter for the record. I've trained the managers of all of Mr. Stefkov's licensed premises in the ABCs of the ABC law, so they'll be familiar with their expectations. I also conducted an alcohol training awareness program for all of the serving staff at the location that is the subject to this petition. I've also conducted those trainings for the employees of the other establishments of Mr. Stefkov's establishments as well. I should point out that in addition to the normal ATAP curriculum, the licensee asked me to add some elements from the ABC law program, which he thought would be particularly useful to addressing the community's concerns about the impact of the establishment during the previous operation. I found the staff to be attentive, engaged. In fact, the staff of this location frequently interrupted the presentation to give examples of how they have handled situations in the past, to demonstrate their compliance efforts, and to seek feedback on those efforts so they could improve their responses. I hope you'll recognize the improvements this licensee has made and reach the conclusion that the class change should be approved. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr.
We do
Wexler.
have some supporters, if you would like to hear from them.
Well, before you do that, though, can I just, I know the sushi place is very small. How big is the other place?
The upstairs?
The upstairs, we have a total of, I think, 40 seats.
40?
40,
And the downstairs is how many?
Downstairs, just 10.
You have 74 maximum, or correct?
Yeah.
All right. That's
Total
both restaurants.
74, including staff.
That's both
Very much
restaurants.
less than that.
That's both restaurants, 74.
Total.
And they have separate entrances, or?
Separate.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd
The
like to hear.
community board asked us to
Whoever
have
came,
separate.
I'd like to hear.
Hi, my name is Sila Shabelevska. I live in the West Village, 135 Waverly Place in New York. For the past 30 years, I live on the corner of Waverly and Gay Street, which is next to Why Not? I'm Dominic Bistro now. And I'm a big supporter of them because they have greatly improved the area. And I am a big patron of the restaurant downstairs and upstairs, and I've been in the sushi place.
And how close is your apartment to there?
Not even half a block. I'm around the corner from them.
You don't notice no noise
No, I was always very happy.
worse than it is already?
It was never noisy, so I don't even...
No, I don't mean the restaurant, I mean the area.
The area is the 6th Avenue corner with Waverly Place is noisy, but Gay Street and Christopher is not.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ian Gittler. I live in the epicenter of all of Emil's restaurants. I work recently for Gramercy Tavern, another restaurant not owned by him, but, and I don't drink, so this really doesn't benefit me in any way, but I can say that in the several years since he started opening businesses in my neighborhood where I live, Olio, the first one, was a homeless nothing against homeless people, but it was like a major sleeping area for homeless people. Gay Street and Christopher was like a crack-smoking dark corner with failed businesses in the exact location several times. So just basically, I didn't know who this guy was, but over 7 years or so, his management team are all the same people. There's like a consistency of his employees. He's building something, and there's a lot of interaction with locals like me who are around during the day, so I just know the people, and I like the establishments. And I kind of have respect for someone who comes in and to open 5 restaurants, you got to be tough. But now he's like,
Especially the neighborhoods he's in.
it's a really crazy neighborhood. But that said, a lot of stuff comes and goes in that neighborhood with sort of silent partner investment and like chains that just fail. And so whatever, that there's a face to these establishments, I think has been an improvement for the area.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Stephen Moore. I live at 30 Charles Street, which is approximately a block and a half or so away from most of Emil's establishments. And I have frequented all of the restaurants and am a regular patron. I also know staff as well, whom we have dialogue, even when not going into the restaurant. His establishments have been very pleasant with regard to the neighborhood and creating more of a family-oriented type of dynamic between him, his staff, and the people who frequent his restaurants. It helps with the neighborhood in terms of bringing people in as well from, there are people who travel who come to his restaurants, and because of his noted reputation, depending on the type of food they're choosing. So I do not see any issue at all with the change.
Okay.
And also, I do, with regard to brunch and that sort of thing, when I bring friends to the neighborhood and they have different tastes, as do I, as far as, beer and wine only, that's a little bit limiting during that sort of time. So, something like a Bloody Mary or that type of thing would definitely be an improvement. So.
Thank you.
Yep.
Anything else, Chairman?
No.
Yeah, I don't really see an issue here. There's been no problems at this location, correct? And that's what matters to me, this location and its effect.
We've had problems.
Oh.
Not with this restaurant.
Right, with this restaurant at this location. I'm going to vote to approve. I don't really see an issue in change. You don't have a large capacity anyway, and you've had no issues with it up to this point, so I vote to approve.
I'm going to vote to approve as well. All of the stipulations are going to remain in effect unless any of them speak about serving liquor.
So that would be the July, I think, July 21, 2016.
Uh,
Is the one that I'm looking at.
There's 26 of them, you said? Yep. Yeah, July 29, 2016. There's 27, actually. I don't think any of these are affected by this. If they are, then that one, I didn't see any. I don't know if you do. See any that are affected by us approving this? What did he say?
Just, they had one that, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about basically operational stuff. So all approved, but the stipulations are all still in effect.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, he can speak.
I'm not sure how you guys are going to vote on this, but
We just did.
the
We just did.
application that's before you isn't even for the application that was presented before Community Board 2. Akahasi Restaurant was what was presented before Community Board 2. And
Wait, say that again?
The operation in the basement is actually not the operation that was presented to Community Board 2. It's a separately operating restaurant that was just opened, I think, within the last month or two under a different name. And
I'm not following you here. You're telling me there's a different restaurant in the basement now?
Precisely.
What's the name of it?
It's
And what? But is it a sushi place? And it was a sushi. So your argument is that they changed the name.
No, my argument is precisely what's laid out in our recommendation, that the facts are always changing.
Okay, go ahead.
And that's what you have before you again is, and there's always an explanation. And that's precisely.
Well, I didn't hear it yet because I didn't know he changed the name. But go ahead.
And then there's also a violation just issued, just a few, I think within the last month. Give me a second, I'll pull it up here. That is in regards to another landmarks violation, which is again an issue that's been outlined in the resolution extensively. And every single time this application comes before us, something else is a problem. And
But
every time
notably,
it's
in the last
promised-
2 years, it hasn't been alcohol.
Well, what it has been is an extra premises.
That's what
It's-
you.
When it first came to us, this was a bistro across 2 floors. And then in order to somehow get on the same page, we agreed
Your letter,
to.
your community board letter from July of 2016 clearly indicates that there's 2 separate restaurants.
Absolutely. And the reason is because he kept operating 2 places, so we tried to come together to find an agreement on the existing operation.
Right. So to
because it
bring that
hadn't
up
been.
now is kind of not relevant, wouldn't you say?
Well, I think that we were forced into that position because he just went ahead and did what he wanted to do, number one. And I think that, the 500-foot report from Judge Luglio clearly outlines that in pretty extensive detail. And then as far as trying to find some sort of accommodation on this, we're at a stalemate. So we had to move forward. But that doesn't mean that an upgrade is appropriate. To have 2 new on-premises liquor licenses where none existed before, which is essentially what this is. There's only 1 stand-up bar. It's on the ground floor, so all drinks are served to the basement from the ground floor. There's a kitchen in the basement in which there was a fire. There's not even supposed to be a kitchen in the basement. There's a hood down there. It's very clear. This was brought up at the 500-foot hearing as well, where none of this is supposed to exist. It was just put in overnight.
So
Kitchen
you're saying
built out
there's
in the
a kitchen-
basement.
There's a kitchen in the basement that's
Well-
not on his method of operation.
That's absolutely. That's number one. There is a hood. There was a fire in that kitchen in the corner that resulted in the premises being closed. And it just reopened under.
Well,
the
I mean,
name
restaurants
because of the
have
fire.
fires, Mr. Booth.
Right, I understand that, but not in a basement where
Whoa,
there's.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
Not in a basement where there's not supposed to be a kitchen.
What do you have there?
So this is precisely the issue that we've had with this premises from the beginning, even to a point where under Boucherie, which we had heard before, the applicant had tried to.
What exactly you're saying kitchen? Could you explain what you have there? It's in the microphone.
It's a sushi bar, and within the sushi bar, we have just one range. So it's electric. It's not a kitchen.
Which we have on the application.
Yes, it is on the. And about the name, or he is saying it's a different business. We used to have a chef. His name is Yoichi Akashi. We changed. The place was named by the chef because that's how they do some Japanese.
I mean, as
places.
long as you applied to change the name, I don't have a concern
And we
about
changed
that.
the name. It's already the new
Yeah,
name
all right,
is on the
that's
liquor
not a
license.
concern. So why don't we
Absolutely.
let Mr. Booth continue? I'm not concerned about that since he did apply to change it already. It's not, you're not changing your method of operation, you changed the name.
I have some pictures not very clear. They are just off the internet that show. I mean, I guess at this point that in looking at this, you seem to be okay if the applicant has just provided you with all the information on this particular application that's in front of you and pending before you.
Well, I'm okay because it's been approved. What you're complaining about is a kitchen in the basement that was on the RW application. So we've already gone through that.
That was never, we were told that there wouldn't be a kitchen.
Well,
That's what
there
was
is a
represented to us.
diagram, isn't that on the diagram, Ms. Held? Yeah. And that's from the earlier application, correct?
Well, it's one that was submitted with the 500-foot hearing. I have to go back in the records to see which one. It'll take a minute.
I mean, when we went back to the very beginning of this, we were presented with an application for a one-story bistro. And ever since then, I don't know if you have the full record before you.
We do, but you're missing my point. And then whether you felt like you guys were forced into this or not, I certainly didn't force you. But if they represented they were going to be a one business bistro, and then after that you send us a letter with 27 stipulations that makes it clear to me that you considered the fact that there were two restaurants there. I'm not talking about the one restaurant anymore.
That's
We're
right. we
talking
did.
about two.
We did, and we clearly also stated our position as far as upgrading the license.
Yes,
and Judge DeLuccio
yes, but
agreed
let's
with
stick
us.
to that. Don't
And-
go
okay.
back to stuff that you guys have already passed on, because you did.
Well, we didn't have a choice.
You did have a choice. What do you mean you didn't have a choice?
We were following your recommendation of trying to find an accommodation
Well,
with
then-
operators that are
and
following
and
the
frequently
regulations.
you come back here and you say that we couldn't. That was my recommendation. I'm glad you did. But frequently you have come back here and said we couldn't find common ground. So don't I've never
Absolutely.
forced anybody into anything here from your end. I certainly have forced licensees into stuff.
Okay, I just, it's hard when the majority of applicants that we deal with, what they say is what happens.
That's not true.
The
You and I
majority-
both know that's
no,
not
no,
true.
that's actually, I believe that in our community board, that the majority
Oh,
of
but
applicants.
when they end up in here, it's
No, that's right. But the majority, we hear, in the course of a year, 200 applications.
could be
and
true.
the majority of them in our
Do not
community
end up
board
here, right.
Do not end up here, operate without issue. It is very rare that people, to such an egregious point as this, do not represent what they're going to do. And
he
the
has
fact
done that. There's no question he has done that in the past.
And if you went back and listened to the audio tape at the 500-foot hearing, this discussion of this kitchen and the extent of what the kitchen is, you would hear the argument that we had, and that is that that's not supposed to be a kitchen. It's supposed to be a prep kitchen. It is supposed to be an area where food.
But isn't that a Department of Buildings issue?
Well, it is.
So then why are you using me?
It is until the
Sir.
point where they have a separate establishment with a separate kitchen where all food is prepared. I mean, this is a gradient of where it's the same difference that there's only one bar.
But
in
have
this
you
location.
made this argument to the Department of Buildings?
For this?
Yeah.
There have been complaints filed.
But so now you're trying to use me to leverage whatever the Department of Buildings isn't doing.
Well, I think that this is actually the appropriate place to determine what the venue in the basement is. This is a restaurant. It is before you as a restaurant. At the Department of Buildings, it is simply a collection of filings of electrical work, plumbing work, whatever the work is.
But it's already a restaurant.
Not the basement. The basement was previously an empty space that was before this establishment opened, the basement of a retail establishment.
But this was
Retail
this has
store.
been this has been a sushi bar for how long, sir? I'm not asking you that. How long has this been a sushi bar in the basement?
Last year from October.
When it had an RW. That's my point.
That
It's already a restaurant. It's already got a license. So to sit there and tell me now it shouldn't be a restaurant?
Well, he opened the restaurant without ever coming to you and then came to you after the fact.
Licensed it as
I mean,
a
that's,
tavern
the,
wine.
Do you have
everything
anything
here is
else?
done
Do you have
after the
anything
fact.
else to add? You're bringing up stuff that's already been voted on. I'm not
Okay,
going
well,
to.
I'm just saying, bringing up the fact that it's not just us. The administrative law judge also found the same findings from hearing the same materials, and we've spent hours on this. And I think that the information that's been presented to you, it's very clear that this is not in the public interest, and it's certainly not in the public interest to have two restaurants, two licensed establishments operating under one corporate name in one location. And I think that that impact is pretty significant as opposed to just one
But
establishment.
what you haven't addressed is that the public interest part of it. What is going to be affected by giving him a liquor license?
Well,
The
everything's already
traffic's
been
not going to be affected because
The
he's already
noise
there.
has already been there. If you know that the windows here were put in illegally, they're only approved after
Which
the
you've
fact.
already
They
signed off on.
Well, but this is a past history of ongoing issues at this location.
Okay.
And at the same time, when he opened, we had an issue. We created a huge issue in this whole community as far as benches. He had most places have an illegal bench out front. He had 4 or 5. And when there was enforcement, he went and called out every other establishment in the community and asked for enforcement against every single place. I mean, this is, and then argued
That you
that
have
it was,
why wouldn't you? If you're being picked on, why wouldn't you make sure everybody else is abiding by the law?
okay. The point is that the
You know, you can't have it both ways. You can't say that he's not abiding by the law, which he obviously wasn't, but then enforce it against him and decide that it's not going to be enforced against everybody else.
Mr. Booth, I disagree with you about the public convenience and advantage being met, and we voted on this. This is over.
No, I'm going to re-vote because he didn't have a chance to talk, so now he has, so we will re-vote. Go ahead. You're not re-voting?
I'm standing where I already voted.
Okay.
I'm not changing.
The one question I have, the benches, are they gone?
They've been gone for a long time.
The kitchen,
It's not a kitchen, it's a warming oven, it's just electric.
and what's it used for? Just the sushi restaurant?
And
Yeah.
And I just want to add that in the July 2016 stipulation.
Hold on, we're going to take 1 minute.
Bring that, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, we'll go back on the record now.
If I
Yeah.
may just clarify that as I just confirmed with Deputy Commissioner Held in looking at the floor plan, as approved in the alteration that we filed in 2016, behind the sushi counter is a prep area. It is shown on the plan that was disclosed as such. There is no kitchen there. There's a sink. There's a plate that is electric for warming rice, and that's all it is. It does not require any venting. With respect to what Mr. Booth said about the restaurant, the stipulation agreement entered into a year ago says that the premises will be operated as Dominique Bistro on the ground floor and a Japanese dining area in the basement room that will serve sushi in omakase style. That's what they approved, that's what the authority approved, and that is what we are doing. Nothing has changed, other than the trade name, which we filed for last week and is now on the license.
This is a picture of a ventilation hood that's above the kitchen area. You see up there, and it's representing that there was a fire in the fryolator that was down in the basement. And I'm not sure again at what point a prep area becomes kitchen, but I think when you're cooking food and frying food, that is a step over the line.
But once, you're asking me to determine what a kitchen is and what one isn't, and what is necessary under New York City law for a kitchen and venting and things like that. I'm not doing it.
That's not what I'm asking, actually, because I think that if you look at the plans, if you use the same plans that we're looking at, you see an area in the corner. It doesn't say kitchen or prep area, just the same, standard notations for sink.
It doesn't look that much different to me from, your picture doesn't look that much different to what we have in what I believed was in the graph, so.
And if you look at their ground floor, you see that you have a kitchen area that's very clearly identified.
Listen, I mean, if you get the Department of Buildings in there and there's violations, then he'll end up getting violated by us.
The reason that it goes back to is again, it's just we come to be put in a position where the applicant, who, by the way, you've canceled a license for before,
At this
for not
place, I'm
following
aware
the
of
method
that.
of operation, that we had before us, suddenly there were 2 restaurants. You put before us, we're trying to reach a reasonable accommodation with operators in our community, and that's why we went ahead. And the reason that you have a long list of stipulations is because they were presented by Mr. Bernstein and the applicant to us, the licensee to us. And those were the things that they said that they would do in order to operate a restaurant in a way that they could get our vote. They tried to trade our vote on this application for another establishment by agreeing not to pursue a full liquor license at this establishment.
That to me, I don't, that's
But I
between you
understand,
guys.
But the point is that it's the history of behavior that's constant that's before us with this. It's constant. It never ends. To the point that there's already, you clearly know that we take landmarks very seriously. This applicant clearly has had landmarks violations.
Mr. Booth,
There
I
already is a
get that,
new
but Mr.
violation
Booth, what
issue.
you're fully aware of is that the one thing that I am concerned less about is alleged violations that are related to agencies that I have nothing to do with. To use me as leverage, to use this agency as leverage to get those agencies to do what they're supposed to be doing, that's not what I see my job as being.
At some point, somebody, whomever it is, needs to look at this holistically. One of the venues for that is the community board, which is part of the New York City government, as you know, and we, by law, have a recommendation that we make to you. We look at the matter in a holistic fashion. We take in all
I'm
the
not telling
different
you not
accounts.
to look at them. I'm telling you I'm not going to.
I understand, but I think that the history and the pattern at this particular location and with this operator is very clear, even in your own record, the issues that are here. And that's the point for us, and I think that our resolution outlines very clearly why we are opposed to an upgrade. And I think that, the administrative law judge also, provided a comparable recommendation to you. And, that at this point, that's all that we can really say, but we've spent an inordinate amount of time and tried to reach in the best fashion that we could so that this operator could move forward, that the community could move forward with a benchmark of how he could operate, and that's represented in the alteration application that you'd already approved, which was filed concurrently along with this upgrade application or class change application. And so they were filed concurrently, not separately. They appeared before us concurrently, and I think that, you know, the number one stipulation, if, correct me if I'm wrong, on the stipulations agreement is that the community board doesn't agree that the license should be upgraded. And that was one of the issues, because precisely this reason, that you're now using the fact that an agreement was reached in order to issue the license. And what we were using it for
I'm not using the agreement. I'm basically, I'm acknowledging that the community board was in disagreement. Before you were here, when you arrived late, I also was aware the community board was in disagreement, and I was going to make that clear. But that doesn't change the fact that these stipulations were entered into by you. And
part of the alteration application.
And you're trying to bring up ancient history, and what I'm looking at right now is my experience with this gentleman over the last 2 years, as well as my experience with him in his other 4 restaurants, all of which has been extremely positive with the other 4.
In what he's following the law?
And you're in here regularly. How many times do we actually see people come and support a restaurant? He had 3 people testify in his favor that are members of the neighborhood which you represent.
One from another restaurant.
Well, that's not shocking.
But you know, that may be the case, but the community board is the only group, as you point out, that you're required to listen to.
Right, but I can listen to anybody I want to.
Absolutely. But as far as the recommendation, you have 2 recommendations not to approve this before you.
Yes, thank you.
And that's, so, thank you.
All right, I'm ready.
Your revote then?
Yes.
I'm keeping with my same vote to approve.
I'm going to vote to approve as well. I do recognize that the community board is strenuously objecting to this, but it appears that the applicant has straightened out his operations. He's gone to third-party consultants and brought them in the operation of this place. It's a rather small establishment. He did have public support that actually came and testified, which is rare, and he does have signatures also from people in the area supporting the establishment. I don't fail to recognize that you have had a bad history with us in the past, a bad history at this location, but given your recent good history as well as your history at your other 4 establishments, I think it is in the public interest to grant this license or this upgrade, and I don't see how it would affect any of the other aspects that I'm required to look at, such as traffic, noise. The stipulations, as I indicated before, will remain in effect, except obviously stipulation number 1, which is that the community board does not support the upgrade, but all 26 of the other ones will. So good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. The next item is 1763, Lucky 72 Food Market, Inc.
Good morning, Chairman, Commission. This is the application for a new liquor license, grocery license for Lucky 72 Food Market.
Okay, so we have a deputy mayor here, the new deputy mayor from Hempstead, so we're going to hear from him first.
I'd just like to say...
Can you just put your name on the record?
Perry Pettis, the deputy mayor of the village of Hempstead. I have lived in Hempstead over 50 years and have been on the village board for almost 17 years. This is a trouble area. We have a senior building right next door to this area. Every owner came in that deli has caused problems with the community, and our police department is against this, and I just hope that this doesn't go through, because this is definitely a trouble area. We don't need it worse than what it is.
Okay, thanks.
My client's been, well, I understand that, but the village gave us a village license. If they didn't want the place, he has.
No, he didn't say he didn't want the place. He doesn't want the alcohol.
Well, it's
Your
only-
client has some negative history as well with us. Untaxed cigarettes.
Food stamp trafficking, yeah.
I got a cigarette for license.
No, that's
Prior.
Oh, that's a prior owner?
And he has no, he has.
Oh, we disapproved you at this place last year, correct?
Yes, we did.
Yes.
What was the basis of that? Do you remember?
Well, the address came in as 71 South Franklin, and clearly it's at 171 South
There
Franklin.
was a mistake on the address on the contract that the seller's attorney gave us.
Also,
So
it
we
wasn't
corrected
just that address, it was a fair amount of the documents.
Yeah.
You know, is it just a mistake, or is it the fact that the prior place was canceled?
Do you have another license somewhere?
Yes, sir.
Where?
On Freeport,
What's the name of that?
Lucky 7,
Same thing.
Food Market.
Yeah, so you had a suspension for cigarettes in 2016.
Yeah, and I came here and I paid the fine.
Right.
Yes,
But you had untaxed cigarettes.
No,
Yeah.
not on tax cigarette.
Why did you get a suspension?
Because I have a cigarette with no bills.
With no what?
With no
Stamps.
bills.
No bills?
No stamps.
No. I have a stamp. But I buy cigarette from my other store. First store, I don't have no bills. No receipt.
Right.
So I came here last year and I paid the fine, $3,000.
Right. That's what I said. So I was.
Yeah.
So you do have a negative history. All right. I mean, this place has a significant negative history as well. The location, we've canceled at this location for availing and food stamps. We disapproved you at this place last year because of the cigarettes. I don't know that I'm comfortable yet putting one here, and it's obvious that the village is adamantly against it. So I'm going to vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny for the same reasons as well.
Next item is 1743, 458 Liquor, Inc.
Do we have a client?
Mr. McGrath. Mr. McGrath, you're 458 Liquor? Yes.
Good morning, good morning, Chairman, Commissioner. I have with me Garan Singh, who's the owner of the proposed premises that we're requesting to move. This is an application.
It's not an application, it's a reconsideration.
A reconsideration for a decision made on August 16th. This is a decision that was made. The proposed removal will not change anything with respect to the 3 or 4 closest stores. All of them have increased income rather than decreased. This is a move, as the crow flies, of less than 1,500 feet, and therefore the 1,500 rule presumption takes place. And actually, I don't really know why this is before you, because it would not.
It's actually, our measurement is that it's more than 1,500 feet. That's why it's before. It's not significantly more, but more.
Well, I believe that.
Well, it's before us, so let's move on.
Okay, right. I believe that the authority has classified it as less than 1,500 square feet as the crow flies, as is stated in the request for consideration prepared by counsel's office. But in any event, this does not affect any of the 4 adjacent stores. It also, as I submitted to you in my material on July 20th, it shows that the roadway has a turning lane exactly in front of these premises. These premises were used for a repair shop, and we have also submitted to you 4 letters from the two closest residents who are not opposed to this. This is zoned commercially, and with respect to the opposition of the cemetery, although we respectfully realize that this is a cemetery throughout the state, there are adjacent restaurants and liquor stores throughout the state.
What was the building before?
It was a car repair shop. Up and down the street, it's a commercial. There are commercial, so there are no. The four people who are the closest have no objection.
Are there any, like gas tanks, anything like that buried
No,
there?
no, they were taken out.
And-
All right, so, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And why are you moving again? What's wrong with where you are?
The reason that we're moving is that we're on Hempstead Turnpike, and therefore we don't have any parking in front. There's parking in the back, but it's shared by a strip, what we call a strip mall.
Yep.
And during the spring and the summer, we have pigeons that defecate from the wires above it, and therefore patrons don't want their cars or don't. It's not a healthy place to have a liquor store. There are photographs that I've indicated.
Yep.
These as facts.
Okay.
All right.
I'm going to vote to reconsider since I voted for this the first time. I don't know what you're.
Yeah, I'm voting to reconsider as well.
So then, we obviously have opposition here, so.
Good afternoon. Good morning. John Springer on behalf again for Robomart Incorporated, one of the closest liquor stores. Before I introduce everybody here, Legislator Salages is here. Attorney Salages is also a representative. And the people from
Who does Attorney Salages represent?
Robomart Incorporated?
One of the opposition?
Yes.
And who's his brother here for?
The community, as they were last time. If you remember,
So he's in opposition?
yes,
So his brother represents
yes.
somebody who's in opposition, and his other brother is now speaking out against it?
Yes.
Okay. And I also see a letter from their sister,
She's,
Assemblywoman?
yes,
She's also in opposition,
yes, she is.
while her brother represents one of the stores in opposition.
That's correct.
Okay.
There's a lot of opposition in Elmont.
Yeah.
A lot of opposition, and they're all here.
Yeah. I've been out of law school a long time, but I haven't been out that long.
I'm not an attorney. But I am an investigative reporter in my past life. We have an affidavit I'd like to submit from the landlord. If you remember, on April 26th, when we were here, Mr. Singh told you, no problem, no problem. The landlord says I can break the lease. The reason he's moving the store is not because of pigeons or sales. He bought the store with an intention of moving it less than a year ago. He wasn't there a year. He submitted a right to the premise till 2020, and he intends to break the lease. I have a signed, notarized affidavit taken by a retired New York City homicide detective, signed by the landlord of record, who is in your records. We called the cell phone in the that was on the application submitted by the applicant, and we got him. I have a copy of his driver's license, and I have an affidavit from the private investigator. Can I hand this up?
Yeah. But the last time I checked, the breaking of a lease wasn't a crime. It's actually a civil matter that I don't generally get involved in.
Well, I don't believe the state of New York should.
Well, I'm not promoting it, but I would imagine that there's numerous legal outlets that the landlord has against him for breaking the lease, and I'm sure he's going to take his opportunity to enforce every one of those.
Well, you had a problem with it on April 26th. You asked the applicant about it repeatedly.
I did ask him, yeah,
You
but
asked him about his ties to the landlord repeatedly, and you said if those statements weren't true, that you were
ties
gonna
to the
have a problem.
landlord. Ties to the landlord I was concerned about, yes.
Yes, he lives in a house that's owned by the landlord in Richmond Hill. That house was used as collateral by a liquor store in Queens that that stole $500,000 in sales tax. The landlord's also tied to another store. I go back to the Niagara case you had today, the first case. Something's not right here, and you can consider that.
See, the thing the thing that I find and not right that has been bugging me since I voted for this is I don't get it. He's moving 1,500 feet. We're not putting a new store there. We're putting a guy that's already here there. He's taking over a property that, from what I can tell, is completely decrepit. So I would imagine is going to beautify that area at least. I mean, it might not be the ideal situation, but it's certainly better than rats running around an empty garage. And the arguments I'm getting is that from the fire department that we're not going to be able to get to fires because of the number of customers he's going to draw to a liquor store, by the way, that's actually further from the firehouse, not closer. And the argument from the cemetery that apparently the block party he's going to have in his parking lot is going to wake the dead. Because that's really what you're telling me, and I'm not buying any of that. I don't know what's going on here, but the thing that concerns me is not on his end. I don't know why there's this public outcry about a guy moving 1,500 feet who's literally moving into a building that you would want something in.
It is what it is. These people all oppose it. They're from the community.
What do they oppose him? Is that what it is? They don't like him?
No, they don't want it at that location. It's not a big commercial strip. There's only a post office there.
Well, it was a garage before.
It was a garage up until 6 or 7, at least maybe 10 years. The people that bought it, who are all tied up with the applicant, which I showed you in my submission, they bought this property. I believe there's a hidden interest here. Why would you buy a property for $450,000 in 2012, immediately default on it? By the way, there was an undisclosed principal of the landlord on the application that wasn't mentioned, that has the same last name as the applicant. And you go 5 years, you don't make any effort to develop it. 3 separate liquor store applications come in that time, and all of them are disapproved. And you're waiting for what? You're the landlord. You're waiting for straight rent? That doesn't make any sense.
I'm not denying that he did exactly what you said he did. He went out and bought a liquor store with the intention to move it. So
I'm talking about
what?
the landlords. I'm talking about the landlords buying the property, not developing it. They bought it to buy a liquor store. They came from Queens to buy it, to put the liquor store there for their friend who is a tenant and who may or may not be related to them. He told you he wasn't related, but we haven't heard any representations of who Janal Singh is to him, who Gurtrand Singh is to him, and who Satya Kaur is, the landlord principal. I spent a lot of times with public records, and I showed you the relationships, and there's something not right.
Well, then let me ask him, but I mean, as far as the name Singh, it's
pretty common name.
Okay, it's a very common name. Of course it's a common name. Well, you know, if I looked up your property and I saw the people named Bradley there, I can infer
you
that.
would see 3 generations of it,
I
yes.
understand it. Well, you know.
But one of them's not related to me.
Okay.
So, I mean.
Well, there is no public registry of who's related to
Well,
who.
can I ask him the question? Do you have any other opposition, or do you
No.
want to introduce these people?
Yes, I will. But first, I'd like to say this is a reconsideration. Nothing's changed. We have just as much opposition as we had before. Chairman Ford, Commissioner Ford, you voted no based on the community opposition to this. The only thing that's really changed since then is they came in with a little bit of support that they didn't have before. I have an affidavit. I'm not going to submit it, but I have an affidavit from.
Well, I mean, that to me is actually significant because it's the people nearest the store that he got letters from that don't care.
Okay, then I'd like to hand.
I
up
mean,
an-
the argument that you made to us before was that the community didn't want it.
Okay, then I'd like to hand up an affidavit from Thelma Whitlick that said what it says in her affidavit doesn't represent her feelings, and she was just given something to sign and wasn't told what to sign. By the way, our affidavits are notarized.
Okay, hand it up.
I wasn't going to hand it up, but you mentioned it.
Well, no, you said nothing was new was presented. It was new.
And nothing's
How
new
old is
on the
Miss-
applicant side.
How old is Miss Whitley?
What's that?
How old is this woman?
She's a good dear friend of mine.
Go ahead.
She would have been here, but she has a back problem with her spine. I deal with the elderly community. By the way, I'm sorry, I came here in April and met with you.
I remember.
I took off of work to represent Ms. Thelma, which, as you see on, I guess, the original letter that he signed spells her name wrong. Miss Delma would have been here. Her son uses the space next door just to park his landscaping truck. So the owner has visited the family with the intentions of, and this is from what's written in his letter, in hopes to welcome a grocery store in the future. She was told that it was going to be a grocery store / flower shop, not a full-fledged liquor store. We have 7-Eleven that's a little further down where I live, and there they sell beer. So she's thinking, okay, well, how are you going to compete with already a 7-Eleven down the block? Well, I'm going to do a floral shop. I'm going to fix your fence. This is coming from an elderly woman. I have to protect my seniors in the community because they could be told one thing, and when they sign something, it's not really valid when you don't have someone there to read it over. So again, the part that he did mention in the affidavit that she originally signed is at the bottom. I welcome the store and hope a grocery store will soon be built on the property. You're not building a grocery store for my son to go into a liquor store to buy bread or milk. He preyed upon an older woman. That's just the truth. I wouldn't take time off of work, bring my community here. We don't have a community board in Nassau County. So unfortunately, yes, we learn about it from the other liquor store owners. That's unfortunate. But every single person here took time off of work to advocate for our community and what our community deserves. We are raising money for our high school students to build a science lab. We have our students get accepted to MIT.
Ma'am, this liquor store is in your community.
Object to
Where
it.
it's located
Did you
is
object
drug.
to it where
I
it
object
was?
to it because we're right by the Belmont racetrack. There's a lot of drugs there. In that particular side of Elmont, there's a lot of drugs. He had a bulletproof window. The other liquor stores in the community do not have bulletproof windows. It's very inviting, and it's more closer to where you have a lot of traffic flow. Where she lives, we don't have adequate lighting. Okay, so if something happens right on her house or any of the residents' house, I couldn't live with myself. So where he is on Hempstead Turnpike, there's more than just a problem with pigeons. Okay, we may have to get a shot spotter because of that area. Don't bring it further down to where my son plays. We understand there's some problems, but where he is now, there's deeper problems than just pigeons. We're trying to clean up our community, keep our suburban way of life, and just don't stigmatize us and bring that closer to that particular area. And that's all I'm asking. We're building a water treatment plant right across from her house. It's gorgeous. She would have welcomed a convenience store, a grocery store, but he lied to her. And I don't know how you sleep at night knowing that you lied to an elderly woman.
You mentioned about the affidavits that they submitted. We submitted 15 affidavits last week with our.
Well, for the record, and I don't know whose signature is whose, but Miss Whittick didn't sign one of these. I don't know which one it is. I'm not getting into it. I'm just telling you that this is getting.
Well, ours was notarized. Theirs is not. So unless the
No, theirs is notarized. Yours is not.
No, I think you have that reversed, doesn't he?
No.
Got that reversed, sir.
No, I don't. I reverse a lot. I didn't reverse that.
Okay, I guess the other.
And who is Courtney Whittick?
That's her daughter. And
So now Courtney Whittick also notarized, signed it at the same time, same date, and you're telling me that her mother got lied to in the presence of her daughter?
her mother was lied to. Those forms, I don't know how, if it was before or
What
after.
about Courtney? Was Courtney as old as her mother?
Courtney is someone who takes care of her mom because her mom can't take care of the house. Again, they were told that you can park your truck here without any problems because, of course, there's a vacant lot.
You didn't mention that Courtney was there when her mother signed it.
I was not there when they originally signed the letter from the gentleman. I was there when I spoke to Miss Thelma, and I got her to sign the letter that you see that you said that's not notarized. I swear on my life and my son's life that Miss Thelma was under the impression that it was going to be a grocery store. And if you see the original letter that they notarized, the last sentence said in hopes of a grocery store. That's the truth.
Okay.
And he came by again last week and said that he would give her a brand new fence. for her
Okay.
property.
This license was issued February of 2016. Other than your client opposing just another liquor store coming in, why is this all coming up now? It's only been a little over like not even a year and a half, all this opposition.
Nobody, what she's saying is nobody opposed the original application.
The original application was 2010.
I don't know.
He bought the store last year.
Yeah, he bought the store last year.
He bought the store last year. In 2010, there was an opposition.
But it came before the board. It wasn't a transfer. It came here.
Okay.
There was no opposition.
Because there was no opposition to where it is now. That's the whole point. He's on a commercial strip now. They're encroaching into the residential neighborhood. That's not a even though that particular property is zoned commercial, that doesn't make it a commercial strip. It's next to a water
Yes, it
pump.
does. Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Unzone it. If it's a commercial property, it makes it a commercial property.
I understand it's a commercial
It's not
property.
because you call it something different.
The general character of Elmont Road is not a commercial corridor.
That may be, but they made this property
Well, that's
commercial.
why they're opposed. They're encroaching on the neighborhood. They don't have a problem with the liquor stores up on Hempstead Turnpike. That's where they should be. That's where they want them to
Okay,
be.
can we go to the, we have to let everybody here speak, so go ahead.
Good afternoon, or good morning, I'm not sure. Aubrey Phillips, I'm one of the vice presidents of the Parkhurst Civic Association, which is going to be, or the proposed new location of this liquor store.
What are you
the vice president of the Parkhurst Civic Association. Our association has about 900 homes, and even though I understand that as the crow flies, there is approximately 1,500 feet, and more than that, between these two locations. Culturally and socially, it's a significant flight of the crow. Parkhurst Civic Association takes pride in its community. This store borders that community. Ms. Williams spoke to the issues of the location of the present store, which is on Hempstead Turnpike, a significant 1,500 feet distance from Parkhurst. And so we stand in objection to this because it moves the liquor store from where it is into the Parkhurst Civic Association. I have several members of the Parkhurst Civic Association here with me today who objects to this, not because, of course, it's adding a new store, but because of the location. And so we stand in objection to that. We know that there is something about this 1,500 feet, but it's a significant 1,500 feet. Secondly, just south of where this store is proposed, there is a curve which the Parkhurst community and several other communities had to address, a problem with traffic. And the problem with traffic wasn't the excessive traffic, was the fact that it's a blind curve and people leaving that post office. There were several incidents there. So right now there is a flashing yellow sign, which literally does not much, but it creates a hazard. Just having the post office where it is, adding a liquor store or a store of any sort there, unless there is some traffic pattern change, which takes the traffic into the community to address that particular blind spot.
Was this an issue when it was a garage?
When it was a garage, no, because the garage didn't have a lot of traffic.
How much do you think a liquor store is
Yeah,
gonna
how
have?
much traffic do you think a liquor store is going to have?
Well, he's bringing traffic with him, I
You know,
suspect.
and your view, your Google shot here, it's interesting to note that you don't show where he is right now. You show the proposed, you show the fire company, you show the post office, but you don't show where he is right now. You don't show where the existing location. That's off the map.
Well, unfortunately, I didn't do that. But yeah, if you head north on Elmont Road, which is beyond this, you will get to the intersection of Elmont Road and Hempstead Turnpike. And Hempstead Turnpike is a very well-established business location. And the store is certainly appropriate there, but it's certainly north of that that intersection. So as the crow flies, you go from a business district, and then you go into a residential district, and so it becomes a serious problem for the Parker Civic Association. Our residents, all 900 of them, many of them that know about this are in opposition to it. And then finally, with regardless of how that letter appears, it is obvious to us that there were some representations made to that lady, to Ms. Thelma, that were not consistent with what's being proposed
without
here.
her being here, I'm not
Understood.
dealing with that.
I understand
Or her
that.
daughter.
I understand that. But that's what I'd like to say. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Cheryl Lee. I was president of Parker Civic Association for over 12 years, and now I'm a trustee of the Civic Association. And my major concern about this is that we heard a lot about statistics today about how many people are in the area, but I want you to realize that we have a very high percentage of young people in the area, and what we are looking for is something that will enhance the quality of life in our area. I sat there and I heard mention about difficult area in which people live and in which these liquor stores are. We don't want to be classified as a difficult area to have any business. And those are our concerns, because this is not doing anything but to just pull down what we have struggled for years to achieve in our community, which is just at the borderline of Queens. Right there, there's several liquor stores there. There are liquor stores on Elmont Road, Hempstead Turnpike, and now we don't need this in our community. They're right across from part of the cemetery, which everybody knows that. But the whole point is, when you sign these things, who did you bring it to? How many people signed on these things to approve liquor store over there?
I don't understand what you're saying.
What I'm trying to say, isn't he supposed to collect signatures?
If he wants to, and he did collect some.
How many?
I don't know.
Well, maybe we should know about that.
I do. I have them.
Okay. How many? 20?
Approximately.
We collected approximately 20. That's what, supporting that. He collected 4.
I have in my hand approximately 20 signatures that he collected from people with addresses on Hempstead Turnpike who are welcoming of the revitalization of this building to make a liquor store.
Oh, really? Hempstead Turnpike? He's in Parker Civic
Ma'am,
off
does
Elmont
he have
Road.
to collect any? No. To answer your question, he doesn't have to collect any signatures.
No, he doesn't have to collect that. And anyhow, I'm here today. I don't want to take up much more of your time. We are definitely against this, and this cannot go forward, and we're going to fight it all the way down. Thank you.
Thank you.
It says.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Michelle Finney.
I'm Douglas Finney.
We reside at 101 Joan Court in Elmont, which is, the liquor store would be right on the corner of our block.
Show me on the map where you are. Okay.
So Joan Court is, the liquor store would be like right here in the corner. Joan Court is a court. It goes on, there's one way in and one way out. We resided there for the past 15 years. And my concern with a liquor store being on the corner of my block is that it's going to bring unwanted noise, traffic, trash, loitering. I have another concern. I have teenage daughters and a granddaughter, and I don't want for them to have to every day walk by a liquor store coming to and from my house. My granddaughter on the weekends riding her bike past a liquor store with the possible safety issue that it could pose.
And my block is like a large cul-de-sac, whereas it's a turnabout. If you could pass the liquor store, 9 times out of 10, you're going to turn into my block to come back out to get to the liquor store. And that's going to create a whole lot more traffic, parking. We have to come out constantly cleaning up bottles.
I'm not following you. You're saying people are going to come down into your cul-de-sac? Show me.
It's not a, it's a U.
The liquor store is going to be over here. You have to come
No,
out.
that liquor store's up.
Yes, I know, but in order to get in, if you're coming down this block, you're gonna have to come around here for your turnabout. So instead of going all the way back down into here, 9 times out of 10, they're gonna turn into this area where we.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
where we
Okay.
Come out and clean up on a regular. And the block is beautiful. The neighbors over there take care of their property.
Well, you think they're going to stop and drop trash and stuff?
Of course they will. Of course they will. This is gonna be hanging out late at night. Get a quick bottle, come in here, and let's pull over and
It's
sit down
all
and
one
relax.
It's very
And
dark,
it's not
right?
lit up where we can see the exact cars. I have cameras up in my house and I can't even see them.
And currently where the liquor store is presently, I don't even go there, shops and stores there. I don't go to those stores because of the population that hangs out in front of those liquor store. And as it was stated previously, it's all plexiglass in, and there's those. So when you go in, they're behind a plexiglass, and the people that hang out are not good people.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Please step up. We have a lot to do today.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Bradley, Chairman. My name is Robert Lasinski. I'm owner of the Robomar on 645 Hempstead Turnpike. And I believe that the location for the store is not appropriate. The community is against it. And the store is very close to my store, approximately less than half a mile, which I don't mind another liquor store, but as I said, the community coming to my store too, they trying to oppose that location. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Surinder Singh. I'm calling from DBD Wine and Liquor. So I'm on the strip mall. I have no problem for the parking over there. So that's the, thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you have the sales?
No, I'm looking, that's what I was looking
All right, is there anybody else? Because we have a lot of matters to be heard today.
If I may, first of all, the petitions that were signed on behalf of this liquor store are not all on Hempstead Turnpike. Many of them are on Elmont Road itself. That's the first thing. The second thing is, with reference to Ms. Thelma, we spoke to her yesterday. She advised us that she had been approached by somebody.
Listen, I got 2 conflicting letters from Ms. Whitlock, or I don't know if I pronounced her name right. I'm not taking either one of them into account because somebody did something here. I don't know what it was, and I'm not going to try to figure it out.
All right, but Mr. Chairman, the one that we submitted was duly notarized. I wish to point that out to
Yes, it is.
the authority.
And it
So-
does say a grocery store too.
That's
also.
right. We spoke to her just yesterday, and she told us that she was approached by the opponents for this, and that they told her that they would drive her here with a group of people to oppose this, and she said she didn't want to be involved with.
Right now, I don't blame her.
With reference to this liquor store, may I point out to the commission that here's the post office, and all over here is commercial use. There's a tin fabricator, there's also, there's no residential to speak of. Here is the cemetery, so we're not involved with anything other than a commercial strip, entire commercial strip with no residential. And it's zoned
Where,
commercial.
point, can you just give me, I realize it's off the map, can you just give me the vicinity of where you are right now?
I can.
No, I want to see it on that map.
Okay, I have to.
It's like right around there.
Okay, in that plaza, that's the parking lot of the plaza? Okay. I don't need the map, I got it.
You have it?
Yep.
But it's,
Yeah, look at it closer. Yeah. I was looking for sales, the other stores. I don't see.
by the
that.
way,
We had them
it
before.
appears,
They all went up.
it appears that three of the people that testified, especially the main person who testified, represent or own the adjacent stores, and it was a finding at the last meeting that none of these were adversely affected. Matter of fact, they all increased in volume.
Well, the bottom line is that they're all the same. Your four closest stores are going to remain your four closest stores.
That's right.
Mr. Singh, do you have any relationship with the landlord?
Oh, sir.
Are you related to him?
No, like a friend. Like I know him, this old guy too. His name Singh. I know him who is related, but he have a relation with them.
Talk into the microphone, please. I can't hear you.
Mr. Singh, you were asked by the chair, are you related in any way to the landlord?
No, sir.
By the way, as you point out, Mr. Ford, Singh is a popular name. I have another client this afternoon that also has the name Singh, has no relationship whatsoever to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
And you said he's a friend, the landlord?
Yes, sir. Like a lot of Sikh people have go to same temple, have like a friendship with I know a lot of people there. Because have 5-6 temple people there. I know a lot of like prayed sometime. Have too many.
You
people.
live in a building that they own too?
No, sir. This is not my building.
Do you live in it?
No, live in somebody building.
You what?
Somebody. His name Gurcharan Singh.
Oh, it's not you.
No, sir.
Is that a common name as well?
Gurcharan Singh.
Yeah.
Yes, his building.
He's asking whether or not this is a common name.
What's your I'm asking what his address is.
My address 133-13 95th Avenue, first floor, Richmond Hill, New York, 11419.
And who owns that building?
Gurcharan Singh.
And that's not you.
No, sir.
And he doesn't own the building anymore, according to you. Who's Satya Kaur? Do you know her?
What you say?
Satya Kaur.
Yes.
Do you know that person?
Yes, sir.
Who is that?
Who is this? This is my friend, Janelle Singh, his wife.
So the person you're renting the store from, that's his wife.
No, she not running store. We have an empty place. She not running a store.
Who owns your building you live in right now?
It's Gurcharan Singh.
No, he doesn't. According to him, he doesn't. According to Mr. Springer, he doesn't.
Excuse me, I think we have a language problem. I have with me someone who can speak.
Can I speak?
Yeah.
Good
Who are
afternoon.
you?
I'm friend of Gurcharan Singh. So he's
Are you involved in this? Are you involved in this in any way?
No.
Okay.
I just helping to interpret
Okay.
him.
Do you understand my question?
Yes, I understand
Okay.
your question. Mr. Gurcharan Singh owned that building where Mr. Gurnam Singh lives.
Okay.
That building not relate never to Jarnail or Satya Kaur, who is the landlord of that place, 200 Elmet.
But who owns it now, the building where he lives?
Gurcharan Singh.
No, according to him, that's not the
According
case.
to him, the records is wrong. You can check the Con Edison bill, National Grid in.
So he
register-
still owns 133-11 95th
This is
Avenue.
The whole building is related to Gurcharan Singh.
Okay.
Not related to any other name. You can check any kind of record.
Okay.
And who owns 200 Elmont?
200 Elmont Road is owned by the Satya Kaur. Satya Kaur, Gurnam Singh, they all are the community member. Like they living in same community. They are saying they are.
All right, and Jarnail Singh, yeah, you related to him?
Is the husband of Satya Kaur.
Okay.
So they people go to temple or somewhere to meet somewhere. So they maybe ask, do you have some empty lot so I can move my store? Or
But are
something.
they related at all, blood?
Not related to family or nothing. They are just. I also go to some different kind of temple. If I see you and somewhere, so I can ask for help.
Okay.
All right. Anything else here, gentlemen?
Mr. Springer has something.
Real quick, I have the deed and the transfer between Satya Kaur and Gurcharan Singh. Gurcharan Singh is the guy that owns Raj's American Liquor. I have the newspaper clip where he's stole $500,000 in sales tax. I was an investigative reporter for many years. I've been published. I don't make mistakes like this. I have the public records. I can give you whatever you need.
These statements have nothing to do with this application.
Yeah, I think
Nor
so,
do they
too.
have anything to do with the,
I mean, I don't know what, I understand your point, but you have to make the next leap that you're saying that this guy's involved in this liquor store. And I don't know how you make that leap.
No, the leap is that the landlord is involved in his liquor store.
But you don't have any evidence of that except that he owns the building.
So other than a secret contract or a secret recording where they admit it, you're not going to find it. Generally, you don't find proof of undisclosed interests. There's enough.
Well, we find it plenty.
Oh, give me subpoena power. Let me put these people on the rope, and I'll find it.
All right.
the record should show that this applicant is not related to the landlord. Let the record show so that in the future, if any investigation comes through, that you have that statement made by him and by his attorney.
Does the landlord own a liquor store?
I don't know.
Does he know?
No.
How do you, here, come. How do you know that?
The landlord of 200 Almond Road, she don't have any liquor store.
And does her husband?
Husband don't have any liquor store. You
Okay.
can check on your record, you have one.
That's fine.
Okay.
All right.
Anything else, Mr. Springer? Do you need anything?
No, I don't.
So my vote remains the same.
I'm going to vote to grant reconsideration, and I'm going to change my vote to approve. I think this takes an eyesore of a building and improves it. I wasn't real happy with the decision I made before, so I'm going to vote to approve.
Thank you.
All right. The next item
just
is 1705, Lexus Fine Wines and Spirits Incorporated. 1705? Yes.
Not what they said.
You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone, good afternoon. Robert Romano for.
Romano, can we take like just a 2-minute
Sure,
break, please?
absolutely.
Thank you.
I timed it that way. I waited till you got up there. Sorry.
Sorry, Bob.
back on the record with 1705 Lexus Fine Wines and Spirits, Inc.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Robert Romano for Lexus Fine Wines and Spirits, Inc. I'm here on behalf of both the corporation and Kristen Malone, the principal, who cannot be here today because she is actually on vacation with her family, which had been planned and non-refundable with 4 children. They are in not Cape Cod, excuse me, they are in Providence, Rhode Island, and she expresses her apology for not being able to attend. She did submit a statement, as I had as well. This is a removal of only 125 feet. I think the reason I'm here before you today is because she's adding an additional retail space. I'd like to correct, in my submission of August 10th, I stated 600 square feet. It's actually about 900 square feet of additional retail space. I do point out that the SKU percentages of New York product will increase from 3 to a minimum of 20%. She's committed to that.
Why is she moving though? Just to get a
She's
bigger
given
place?
It's an angled spot they extended the mall, strip mall, and they angled a location. It's a much more visible location. It's a brand new space. She's paying less per square foot. And everything lined up perfectly for her with the landlord. So she comes before you today for your approval.
Doubling the space, right?
She has a 12-year unblemished record at this location.
Can we, do we have sales numbers from?
Sales have been.
No, I have them. They're strong, 3 of the 4, but Chris, did you look at these? They don't make sense. Okay, 2 of them don't make sense. We do have 1 protest.
Correct.
But where that protest is, they're down by Dash's Market. It's like that's a universe away.
I think it's 2.65 miles away.
This is actually, it says Amherst, but this is actually Gettsville.
Correct. And I had in the original application of removal, I submitted a letter from the town stating that they're interchangeable, Amherst and Gettsville.
Yeah. It's right up by the 990, the Millersport Highway.
Right.
There's a big Geico facility there. I'm pretty familiar
This
with
is in a corporate park, which has been expanding significantly year by year, and there are 9,000 employees within that corporate park, significantly larger than several years ago.
All right, I'm going to vote to approve. The 4 closest stores aren't going to change. 3 of the 4 are showing very strong sales that are increasing. One of them, the sales numbers just don't make financial sense, so I think they have to be examined. She is doubling the size of the store almost, or is doubling this, almost doubling the size of the store. But she's only moving 125 feet away, and she has, I don't anticipate that she's going to affect anybody else's sales, and she is committing to 20%, you said, New York products?
Minimum.
Committing to 20% New York products, so I'll approve.
I'm very familiar with the area. I spend a lot of time working on Greater Buffalo issues for other reasons. And I do know that area is just exploding with people in it, and the business park and everything. Like I said, there's Geico there. There's a whole bunch of different areas that thousands and thousands of people a day are in there. So I vote to approve as well.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Our next item is 1694, 408 West 15 Members LLC and Bowery Hospitality Group.
Good afternoon, Donald Bernstein on behalf of the licensee. This is a disciplinary matter. Charges 1 and 2, sale to a minor and disorderly, were not sustained. On charge 3, there were 2 components. One is a security guard did not have a license in mitigation. He actually completed his retraining that day, and his license was renewed the following day. With respect to not having a roster, we provided a roster at the hearing. The ALJ credited the officer. However, no officer testified that there was no security roster. There was simply a summons issued by an officer that employee records were not provided, citing a section of the ABC law that provides, that requires the production of books and records relating to alcohol sales and purchases. So we did provide a security roster. We would request that that portion of charge
Well, you
3 now be
provided one, but how do we know it was there that day?
The manager testified that there was one on site, and there was no testimony that it was ever requested. The officer, no officer
I think the
testified.
summons indicates that it was requested, in my
It
view.
doesn't say security guard roster. It says employee records were not provided. And the
Okay.
statute that it cited was an ABC law that has nothing to do with the security guard records.
Chris?
And it was dismissed by the criminal court, which
You are? All right, your objection is noted, but dismiss 1, dismiss 2, sustain 3, sustain 4, sustain 5, sustain 6.
can I address 5?
Yes.
Very briefly. The blocked exit, the officer who
oven.
testified said that the exit that was blocked was not part of the licensed premises. It was an exit in the lobby. I've attached to my letter the floor plan that you have on file because it's what we submitted with the application. It has a cross-hatched area on the ground floor, and that cross-hatched area is not part of the licensed premises. The fire department asked my client if it was theirs, how it got there. They said, it's not ours, we don't know, but they said, take it away. We
Well,
took it
wait,
away.
wait, the pizza oven wasn't part of the licensed premise? You're saying the exit wasn't to the licensed premise?
Space, the place where the pizza oven was blocking the door is not in the licensed premises. It's in the building lobby.
Well, that's,
has-
Mr. Bernstein, are you arguing the facts? now?
Yeah, I'm
Because
not,
We're closed with.
no, and I can't get in, I know, but
You're done though with
hold
that.
on, Tom. I can't get into that. The ALJ indicates that I find that the pizza oven was blocking an exit from the licensed premise. Whether that was blocked by a pizza oven that they owned or not is not really relevant to me. If you want to, if you want me to send it back over that charge, I will.
Has that been
I'm not
has it been
deciding that
rectified?
based on your diagram.
There was no dispute in the testimony that the police officers said this is where it was. This is the building lobby, that's not our premises.
Well, if you want me to send it back for her to consider it again, or him to consider it again, I will, but it's probably not going to change much.
Is it still there?
No, it was
Pizza oven?
removed right then and there. The fire department said, take it away. We said, it's not ours, it's not our space, but we took it away. Of course we did.
I mean, I would suggest, and I read your controversion, I respect your controversion. I would suggest that the board either do one of the following things. The board either uphold what I think is a pretty short but well-reasoned opinion by the ALJ, issue some sort of civil penalty, and we go from there. Or if the board wishes to send it back, I don't see the reason and the need for that, but if the board wishes to do that, that's obvious.
I mean, this isn't going to, the unblocked exit was the minimal. The biggest problem I have is the unlicensed cabaret twice. And they had notice of the first one. And you've been in here long enough to know that that does not make me happy.
I do understand that, and I did ask them about that. They tell me they're in the process of applying for a cabaret license.
Well, they're
when
not
the
going to
time
get it
comes.
now. Don't even bother. Because that should come here, Jackie, and 2, I would never give it to them. After they were in there on the 20th and they got a license, I mean, they got a ticket for having a cabaret, and then they went in there 3 days later and they're dancing again? Why would I give them that? I'll dismiss the blocked exit, charge 5, 7,500.
7,500, dismiss 5.
If there's any method of operation change or.
That comes back here, yeah.
Next item is 1725. It's a request for declaratory ruling regarding property at 711 12th Avenue, Manhattan.
Donald Bernstein requesting a declaratory ruling on an issue relating to the 500-foot rule. And if I may, I'd like to just hand up some photographs, which I think may be helpful.
Well, I'm pretty familiar with this at this point. For the record, this is actually a pier. Which pier is it, Mr. Bernstein? 92?
Pier 92 is the one that we are concerned
And
with.
on Pier 90, there are numerous liquor licenses, every one of which is within 500 feet of Pier 92. And on Pier 90, there's numerous liquor licenses that are all affiliated with cruise ships.
Correct.
The interesting thing is that only one cruise ship can park at a time on Pier 90, which means only one liquor license can be there at a time.
Correct. Our only concern is Pier 92.
Right, but that affects the 500-foot law, whether it's applicable or not. And even though they all have the address of Pier 90, these cruise ships, since only one can park at a time, there can only be one liquor license at that location at a time. There's actually 12, from my notes, 12 ships that are licensed. So I'm going to rule that the 500-foot law should not apply, because not only can only one ship park there, but it appears from the information you submitted that over the course of a year, there's only a couple dozen days that a ship is actually parked there at all.
Average of 7 days a year at Pier 92.
Right. Which means that there's really no presence of alcohol sales for the most part during the year. So I'm going to rule that the 500-foot law does not apply
to Pier 92.
To Pier 92.
Thank you.
And
I completely agree with the chairman. It's just complete common sense. So
Thank you.
I rule it doesn't apply as well.
Thank you.
The next item is, or are 1648 through 1651. It's the Jensen 27 Grand LLC applications.
Donald Bernstein, on behalf of the applicants, with me is Mr. Corey Elbaum, who is in charge of acquisitions. This is a series of transfer applications. There are
hold
four of
on,
them.
Mr. Booth has, I'm sure, stuff he wants to share with us.
It might be helpful,
Oh, okay,
it might
go
be
ahead.
helpful if we go first. And so the reason why there are 4 separate applications is because this is an acquisition of the hotel, which includes the various venues for which there are 4 separate licenses. And because we're doing them as transfers, we have to follow accordingly with 4 separate transfer applications. And we would request that each one of these be considered separately because, in my view, some of them may present more issues than some of the other portions of the overall hotel. So first, the hotel license application just covers the ground floor through the 17th floor, part of the 17th floor. There's a very, very small outdoor terrace that has just, I think, 2 tables.
So which number is that?
That is, the serial number is 1299. 1648. Okay, I just have the serial numbers. So the current owner had negotiated with a block association back in 2010 that resulted in a memorandum of understanding that goes on for 8 or 9 pages that restricts use of all of the portions of the hotel. We did not sign on to that MOU, and the limitations and conditions in that MOU were not agreeable. And Mr. Booth can speak for himself, but basically because of that, the community board recommends denial of all the applications. But I want to take each one separately. And with respect to the hotel license, the MOU had a prior closing of midnight and 1 a.m. for the hotel. Now this is interior space. It's hotel rooms, lobby. There's not even a stand-up bar. There's room service. There are mini bars. And I've worked, every hotel that I've taken here is open 24 hours a day and has a 4 a.m. license for the hotel itself. The Nomad Hotel, the Ace Hotel, Public, Roxy, Soho Grand, Bowery, I can go on and on and on. Because you have room service and room service mini bars, you want to be able to serve at all times. So whatever concerns they have about quality of life, and I understand what they are, I don't think should apply to the hotel itself because you're really talking about hotel guests, not really public space other than the hotel lobby. And we would request that that be approved with a full 4 a.m. license.
What about there's an outdoor patio associated with that,
It's a
isn't there?
very small outdoor patio. It has 2 tables. It's tiny space.
So you want that 4 a.m.
We
too?
do, yes. The other portion that I think is less controversial, or I think should be, would be the basement restaurant.
That's
It is-
1649.
It is on the lower level.
Wait, before we get to that, how many floors is this hotel?
It's 17 floors plus a basement. I think the building is 18, but
And
there's a
so
separate roof on top.
$12.95, you're talking about the guests, or not $12.95, but the application you just spoke about, it includes the guest room, the first floor restaurant, the second floor outdoor patio, and that's it.
It doesn't include a restaurant. There's not a restaurant in the hotel license. There's a lobby with lobby seating. The restaurant is in the cellar.
Okay.
And that's the next thing I was going to address. So the restaurant has its own OP license. It has an occupancy of 161. It's actually in a little bit of a separate 3-story building that's adjacent to this hotel building. The current licensee has a midnight 1 a.m. close. This is entirely indoor space. It is not outdoors. And we are requiring a 2 a.m. weekday, 4 a.m. weekend license. There is one bar there. And again, we have had many restaurants and hotels as part of hotels with 2 a.m. or 4 a.m. closing hours. The reason often is a hotel is transient. You have people coming from all over. Someone's, hour 3 a.m. could be someone else's 11 p.m. They come in from a long flight. They don't want to start walking around the neighborhood. We want to be able to offer them something to eat and a drink there. The prior closing hour of midnight 1 a.m. is far too restrictive. We cannot agree to it, and we must have a 2 a.m., 4 a.m. Again, no outdoor space. So I think...
But you're also asking for promoters, promoted events, live events in that restaurant?
We would want to have
ropes,
live
movable
music.
barriers outside, music outside, and dancing?
There's no outdoor space for that. We would want to have dancing in the restaurant if there was an event. We do want to have live music.
So this isn't somebody coming in for a quiet drink, it's a club?
It's not a club, but it can be used for a DJ or live music. That's correct. But it is primarily a restaurant. The more controversial portions are the rooftop, which is partially indoors and partially outdoors. And then there is also a garden that occupies 2 levels, for which we do want the late closing hours.
Just Mr. Bernstein, just Chairman, for you to know, 1651 is the rooftop and 1650 is the garden restaurant.
Okay.
Now, I just want to say on the rooftop, yes, we are looking for a 3 a.m. close. I do want to point out that this is, while I understand it's not agreeable to the community board and the residents, it is not unheard of. The Dream Hotel has a 4 a.m. close, 235th has a 4 a.m. close. These are large outdoor spaces. But I just want to state our position so you understand it. The purchaser is paying about $80 million for this asset in total. And in order to receive a sufficient return and earn revenue on this transaction, we do have to maximize its use. And we have to maximize the use to the full extent that the law permits. So while I do understand that in some circumstances an applicant may be in a position to agree to certain restrictions that you may view as more reasonable, and I understand that the community views our request as unreasonable for that area. I understand that. We are not in a position where we can agree to those terms on those outdoor spaces.
So, from my notes here, we had this for a while.
I'm sorry?
So from my notes here, so this is all to do with the hours, live music, and dancing. Those are your basic 3 issues?
There were some other points in the MOU. I would probably say those are the most critical. They can speak, but I would guess those are the most critical issues for them.
Listen, while I'm reading this, and I understand what you're saying, and I understand that there has to be a cash flow element to this. I get all that. And I think, and Mr. Booth would probably back me up on this, that if anybody in this room attacks them more than me, stand up. But you gave nothing. You're asking basically for the world here. And the only thing I can tell you, and I don't know where Commissioner Ford, and I'm just saying this so we don't waste everybody's time, is the best thing you can do is go back and talk to them, because you're probably going to end up worse with me.
I agree with you, Mr. Chairman, but I do want to say that we're asking for what the law permits. So
I get that, but you're also asking for something that has already been negotiated. And I'm not saying this MOU has to carry with this thing. I agree with you on that point. But there was an identical hotel there for the most part. All of these things were stipulated. There was a board here that agreed to those stipulations. And the fact that you don't think you can make a go of it without being open till 4 o'clock, or without use of promoters, or without use of DJs in the basement, I know this neighborhood very well. That's not going to happen. So there's not going to be a nightclub down there, and that's what I'm seeing opening here.
I understand what you're saying. I think that again, I would request that each of the 4 be considered separately. I do.
No, I'm going to, but
I do believe
that 3 o'clock on a rooftop is just not. I don't think I've done that since I've been here.
Well, there are some.
I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm saying I don't think I've done that. I mean, you could correct me. Have I done that since I've been here? Yeah.
But certainly with respect to the hotel itself, where we're talking about a lobby and rooms, I don't see, I don't think that there should be a problem with approving that with a 4 a.m. close. I don't think there's a hotel that my office has filed for that does not have a 4 a.m. close for the hotel itself.
I'm just speaking, and I'm going to hear from Mr. Booth, I'm just speaking generally. What you're asking for is a Las Vegas hotel. I mean, that's essentially what's going on with, 4 a.m. promoters, DJs, live music, ropes outside. I mean, I understand what they're going for, but that's not the neighborhood to do it in.
Well, I just want to add that there are many hotels that have these late night hours
Not on
with
Grand
4 a.m.
Street.
close. That may be. But there are downtown and midtown.
Reminder, this is a public interest case.
Fully understand that.
I mean, what I'm recommending is you go back and try to work something out with them. They may say no.
Well, we did meet with them. I don't think that would be productive or beneficial. I certainly appreciate the
Well, I
the
know why
suggestion.
I know why it wasn't productive here because of what you're asking for. You're going to have to give. I mean,
I can just tell you, in speaking to my client many times about this, that they're just not in a position to do that. They understand the issues that you have, and that the community has. They're just not in a position to do that.
okay. All right. Well, let me hear from. Well, let me hear from you first, and then if you don't cover what she wants to say, then.
I think that if you review the materials, that it's very reasonable. We'll step back for a second. I think that the operation that's presented to you, what was there before, which is outlined in the MOU, granted it's very detailed, that's a reasonable hotel operation. It has enough areas that's touching up on quality of life issues. It's right up to, the hours of operation are very much in the areas that create problems, and there is a peaceful coexistence under the current operation of all 4 venues. We were presented with exactly what you were commenting on, which is a full operation of all aspects of the license and all hours, dancing, everything in all areas. That's what was presented. We were very willing to have a positive recommendation if they agreed to what had already been there. In fact, I think that the last whereas clause in our resolution even says that we would even agree to perhaps restating all this agreement in some simpler fashion. But that's nothing that was presented to us, and I think that the impacts. I already see impacts when I go by there, people waiting outside to go up to the rooftop, lining up at night. I mean, but that's what's there now, and I think that everybody is okay with that. But the expansion to extended hours is really where
What's
the
the
quality of
situation is dancing right now? Anywhere dancing?
I'm not sure how they operate it, but as far as
within the MOU, I mean.
I don't believe that there's any dancing there. One of the other factors that's happened since the issuance of this license is that there are many more hotels in Lower Manhattan. This was one of the earlier hotels in this area. Since then, Mr. Bernstein's actually represented at least one, if not more, that are within a few blocks, 5, 6, 7 blocks of here. There are many more hotels here that didn't exist in the past, and that's primarily because the zoning in this area is a manufacturing zoning in Soho, and it allows the building of hotels. So that's why that there are quite a few hotels here. But it's our resolution is very clear why we're against this. We don't have an issue with there being a hotel here. We don't have an issue with what has previously existed. I think if you look at what previously existed, it's very reasonable. I think the hours of operation are very reasonable. I think that they're the same hours that are generally agreed to in the course of discussions here before you. They're agreed to by many community boards across the city and local communities. So it's difficult to address this because we were brought with full operation until 4 a.m., 7 days a week in pretty much every area of the hotel. To somehow listen to a discussion where they're parsing out the lobby is difficult because that was not a discussion that happened before us. It was all about every area. We're just going to.
What do you mean parsing out the lobby? You mean as
meaning
far as
the four
staging
licenses, looking at them separately.
Yeah.
You know, they came to us and said, look, in order to operate, we need everything. And there was no breaking this down into really the small areas of operation to discuss separately. And in fact, you know, we've worked out with many different hotels in many different formats. We're very understanding that they have patrons who are coming from all over the world, coming in. The issues are not with, you know, we don't have an issue with them servicing those patrons, but when the hotels only have so many rooms and there are only so many people who would be coming, and then you have all these huge venues across the hotel and arguing that they all need to be open for these international travelers that are coming is difficult to stomach, because in fact these are destination locations not for hotel guests. And in fact, many hotel guests in some of the hotels that we're seeing today have no advantage of getting into these establishments that are within the hotel. For example, a key to the hotel does not gain you entry into their venues. They're operated separately, and so that's another. You know, we haven't had that discussion with this operator, but that's often how the rooftops are being run now. I'm not sure if there's any. I don't want to keep going on if there's no specific questions. I think it's pretty clear.
You
No, I don't.
He
does.
What I always think about in these type of applications, as we've had them before, is the hotel's main core business has to be their guest, correct? And I don't.
Not anymore.
Well, for a place this size, yeah, 17, 18 floors. I mean, I don't understand how you could have activity going on in your hotel that disturbs your guests and make them not want to be there, make them not want to stay. So, you know, do you want to start maybe picking this apart, like, you know, location by location?
Yeah, that's how. Oh, you want him to do that?
I'm saying, can we do that? So
Yeah.
let's talk about, you know, each one.
That's what he wants us to
All
do.
right.
I mean, you know, frankly, the reason I have difficulty with that is because that's the discussion we tried to have, and was room to do this. And
I mean,
instead, we're
I know
coming
your
here to have that discussion.
And your
which is not
position
the
is
appropriate-
that you're against anything that goes off the MOU, which I get.
To some extent, but that's not really what was discussed with us.
No, I know
presented,
that. I know
what
that.
they presented is what we considered, and I mean, Mr. Bernstein, Mr. Donahue, and I were emailing about this when it was originally supposed to be on the calendar,
Yep.
with room to have this discussion, and instead it's been pushed to having it now, and this is really, it's past the time, I think, to break down all the small issues and
wanna
negotiate these
speak?
things. So,
Ma'am, who are you?
Good afternoon. My name is Darlene Lutz. I'm a resident of the community where this hotel is located. I was also the author of the MOU and negotiated it with the original developer. So I have intimate knowledge of how this hotel was built, the operation of it, and the current operation of it. So I can answer any questions that you might have about the current operation. And also, if I just might make a quick statement that I wrote out, it won't take long. This MOU was forged over 2 years, started in 2007 when the hotel was under construction. By 2010, they were ready to open. The MOU was ratified by the original developer, and they opened, and we have had a relationship since then. In 2013, the hotel was sold to an investment group. There's a clause in the MOU that this MOU travels with the sale. They accepted it. The new owners in 2003 accepted it. And more important, these investors who are non-operating kept the existing hotel and restaurant and lounge and bar management groups, because these developers were not in the business, in the hospitality or restaurant business. And this was of concern. This is always of concern with any hotel or restaurant operation that's coming into your neighborhood. You want to know who's going to be there on premise operating the establishment. So we feel that, you know, we negotiated these terms. We felt that they were generous and in line with the adjacent hotel, Soho Grand, which is right around the corner, and also 60 Thompson Street, which had had a problem with its rooftop operation and was shut down for 5 years. So that's where this MOU was crafted out of. This hotel design incorporates large outdoor and open area restaurants and areas. Amplified music of any kind in outdoor areas is just not acceptable. Not in New York City, where it bounces and amplifies. This is not just an issue for this hotel, but for businesses operating outdoors in these high-density areas and these building canyons that we have here, that they want to extend the hours to serve alcohol till 4 a.m. That's nightclub, as you said before. We've been trying to work it out with them. Like I said, this is a.
Are you still on the community board?
Pardon me?
Are you on the community board?
No,
now?
I seem to be involved in all these liquor licenses in my area, so I'm well versed in it. I hope to, when I retire, give something back to my community. That's basically where we are right now. I mean, it's going through another transfer, and we are trying to comprehend why, you know, they can't come to the table. This is a residential, this is a part of Soho that is lower rise. There's residential around there. And, you know, this is going to bring hundreds of people. As I said, it's a night, you know, 4 a.m. is nightclub. I'm not that old. And it's our understanding that the hotel, also it's our understanding that these new investors that are coming to buy the hotel for $80 million, good for them, that they are going to chuck the current management of the hotel, the management group that manages the hotel now and has since it opened, as well as the restaurant group that's there. So we're back to where we were 10 years ago, not knowing who's coming in to operate these establishments, and they want free reign to blow it out. So we feel that these are really valid concerns. I mean, this is not a small little place. This has a big footprint in this area.
To your point, I was going to say the memorandum that you came up with that everyone's been operating under the place has no past adverse history for the
Is
applicant.
that, I mean, we don't have any. Do you have any?
There have been issues. I mean, they've had music in the outdoor areas. They had a bar that wasn't on plans, and it was built in the outdoor areas. But, as far as the violations, no. And I think that in large part that's because what is there to issue a violation on it?
Because I'm.
Right. But my point is that the stipulations have been working so far. That's my point.
Yes, and I'm also the neighborhood nanny. And I'm the neighborhood nanny, and I have everybody's cell phone. I mean, I've gone through 3 hotel managers in the last 7 years because they change about every 3 years. I have their cell phone numbers. I have all the rooftop, the bar managers. I have everybody's cell phones. So if I get frustrated in the evening when I hear that they're pushing the line, they're going against they're messing around, I do not call 311. I get on the phone and I text them and say, get it under control, or I'm going to put in a complaint. And it's usually taken care of. And those, it's taken time it takes time to forge these relationships.
Well, that's a good thing that they respond.
And this is the way it should be. This is all about relationships in a neighborhood, and we're now faced. Look, Champion, great, they're going to sell it again. It's kind of debilitating, but we just want to, we have something that has worked in our neighborhood, and it's fair.
Yep.
And it's fair to, we deserve some peace and comfort in our homes. The hotel is there. It's going to operate. It's going to be dependent on you how it operates, though. As to the thing about the lobby, there is no bar in the lobby. There's no bar in the lobby, and the MOU states that they can have room service. They can sell. It's according to for the hotel itself, of course they can drink out of the mini bar at all hours. They have a license for that. It says right here, it says the hours of operation. Liquor service is prohibited in all restaurants. It says, respect to the hotel, alcohol served as room service may be served during all legal serving times in New York. As far as I know, that's 4 a.m.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Thank you.
thank you.
I mean, I can go through every one of these and do this, but you're not going to end up happy.
Okay.
I would recommend you go back and see if you can muscle some extra stuff out of them.
I think, Mr. Chairman, if I thought that we were close and there was a chance of doing that, I would do that, but I don't think that.
Well, I don't know that you've even tried. I mean, some of the stuff that's inside, I think they probably can move on. They're not going to move on the pool. They're not going to move on the rooftop, and I get it. 3 a.m. on a rooftop in Soho, that you can't do that.
That's why, Mr. Chairman, I don't think it's the best use of time, nor would it be productive to go
Okay.
back and do
Well,
that.
then,
I do think.
I don't
on
know
the-
where you are.
I would say on the hotel license itself, since it was just acknowledged that it can serve at all legal hours, that I don't see any reason for the hotel license itself to be approved with the hours that we are requesting, if you take that first.
Well, because you have an outdoor patio.
Patio is tiny, it has two
Well, yeah, but it's
tables.
still outdoors. What else is on the, there's nothing on the first floor but the check-in area? Or do you go to the second floor for that?
I'd have to pull out the floor plans.
It's a small entrance on the ground floor, and you go up to the second floor to check in.
So there's nothing on the ground floor? And then down, you go down to the basement is the restaurant?
There are, 6 tables and 20 seats on the lobby floor. So there's a lobby, there's seating, the alcohol storage.
That's the second, the lobby floor is the second, that's the reception.
That's part of the hotel, though.
Yes.
That's, by the way, where the reception is, there's some lobby seating. There's liquor storage up on the 17th floor. There's no stand-up bar in the, within the hotel license itself.
So the hotel license would cover the guest rooms, second floor lobby, and outdoor patio?
The very small outdoor patio, yes,
Small outdoor patio?
yes. And a portion of the,
There shouldn't, that's what her point was, that you can use the mini bar, there's no service there. You have service there? From where, the cellar?
where's the service? So if someone wants a drink and they're sitting in the lobby where they can't, there's no service. it's
So it would
really
just be
the mini
people
bars and
bringing
room service.
drinks from the cellar if they had it, the restaurant. And that's not licensed by the restaurant.
Right, you
No, it
can't,
would have to be room service, no, it would be room service and mini bars. The room service liquor comes from a 17th floor.
So it would be people getting it in their room and walking down.
Yes, exactly. So I don't see any great quality of life concerns or issues for the hotel license. It's just, there's a 17th floor, there's a locker on the 17th floor, and people can get room service.
I mean, I don't, you guys are so far apart, and what you're asking for is so far from what,
It's there.
what's there, and given the neighborhood's character, and that I'm gonna
Not for the
stick,
hotel.
I'm gonna stick with what's with it now.
But not
mean,
for the
that's-
hotel, Mr. Chairman.
I don't think it changes anything, so I'm gonna sit there and I'm gonna stick, if you wanna come back in a year and show me how that there's no problems and we can talk about more music, but, I mean, you asked for everything under the sun here, and I understand, I guess, but when you wanna start putting promoters and a pool bar up till 3 and lines outside, you're so far from what this place was before that they have to have some type of an agreement with you. I mean, you're not even close. So I'm going to stick with what's there. I'm going to, the MOU, in my view, the stipulations in the MOU, I'll approve all of these, but the stipulations in the MOU are enforced.
Well, we can't,
That's not the application before us, though.
Well, then they don't
Not
get
the application.
approved. I'll deny it. I mean,
I,
they
Yeah.
don't need to agree. You want to, can we step outside for a second?
yeah, let me talk to the lawyers here.
Talk to council? Okay, we're back,
So
back
I'm
on the record.
So I have been corrected. I used a poor choice of words. They're not stipulations because you didn't enter into any stipulations. They're conditions that I'm imposing, which are the conditions that are in the former method of operation that the other operation was running under. If you're not willing to live by them, then I can deny it.
Well, we can't agree to them, so you'll have to.
So then I'll deny all four of them.
I'm going to deny as well.
Okay, thank you.
And that's for all four?
All four.
All four.
All right, the next item is 1706, Craft Burger NY Incorporated.
Hi. Hi. Is there any opposition here? Mr., do you want to put your name on the record?
Yes. I'm Patrick DeLuca. I'm the representative for Kraft Burger, and this is Mr. Penzena. Penzeka,
Have
the
you read
owner.
this? A little bit. Are they right?
And we were here to answer any questions. We see that the town had sent a letter of opposition, but their own letter seems to contradict itself, and I don't really know how to address that.
Their opposition is, or? Well, I mean, what they're pointing out is that this location is not approved for any outdoor serving area.
That's not true, because the first three lines say that it's not approved for outdoor area, and then 2 lines down, it says the approved site for the address includes 2 separate restaurants, but Kraft Burger is only approved for 672 feet of gravel area outside. This takeout restaurant, where traditionally picnic tables have been located for patrons to consume their counter-served foods and beverages. So in the top of the paragraph, it says that it's not supposed to be there, but it's been there for 40 years. And
But how, does he own that part of it?
it's what he leases. It's part of the
Is
application.
it enclosed?
It's with fencing.
Yes, it's enclosed.
And the issue, I seem to feel like people have been eating on these picnic tables for many years. I don't see how a liquor license would somehow make them a bigger target for the cars that go by.
We were there last year too, sir.
Yeah, they operated last summer without
Why do you need
incident.
full liquor for, it sounds like this is a picnic area and you're getting a full
No,
liquor license.
No, it's a restaurant. Please.
We have a restaurant inside.
Oh, you have, it looks like you have stools inside and 3 tables.
No, we have 4 tables inside, and we have also another 4 separate chairs, 4 stools for the counter. And outside, traditionally, it's picnic tables that people just, get their food and they're served from the counter and they go outside. But we have table service inside that's been approved for many years before I was there.
Their issue seems to be that, according
Well,
to
you haven't
this-
met with them?
We were never asked to meet with them. I didn't even know about this letter until you put it on the board. And this premise was fully operational and open last summer without incident.
Without alcohol?
No, and this year it's had alcohol for the last 90 days without incident.
Yeah, we issued the temp, but there's not a lot of qualifiers for it.
And I just don't, it seems to imply that somehow it'll be more dangerous for the people outside if they have alcohol than it is if they're drinking a soda.
It's kind of in a parking lot.
Beg your pardon?
Isn't it off to the side of the parking lot?
It's been.
I know it may have been there.
It's surrounded by
We
fencing.
have grass and gravel surrounded by.
Well, I saw the fencing, it's just in the front by the road, right? It's not
No, the fencing
enclosed
goes all
by the-
around. Fencing goes
It's
all
not in
around.
the photos.
And it's been.
Your photos don't have any fencing in it. They have a white
Picket fence by the
picket
sidewalk.
fence that separates the property from a sidewalk, but that's it.
But it goes the rest of the way around.
I'm looking at one side of the building and there's no fencing on it. And it looks like that's where, is that the front door I'm looking at?
Parking or whatever.
Yeah, that's the part that faces the road.
These are old, these are not the.
They're old pictures,
Well,
but,
These are all ones for the older stuff.
Are you just about the solid fence that's in the back?
beg your pardon?
There's a solid fence in the back, is that what you're talking about?
No, around the part where the picnic tables are, it's fully enclosed it's not a substantial, you're not stopping
filed
any
this in
livestock,
May.
but it's
So when did the
it's
fencing go
sectioned
up?
off. It's sectioned off, so you can't just walk in and out of that area with food or drink without going back through the premise or out the entrance.
Well,
which is
come
on
here
the
and
right.
show me this fencing. I got a picture here. You're telling me this isn't it? Because I see one fence and it's on the sidewalk.
This is what it was, and then there's fence that over here where they're pickets with rope. Like, and on the application, I wrote stanchions and roping. That's the permanent fence is there, but the other side, it has to be completely enclosed.
Right.
So that's.
Well, this is from, these pictures are from last summer. So when did you put that up?
This side. They have a temporary there now.
Well, the temp came with this application. Okay, so the temp's.
No, I understand,
Okay,
but
that doesn't fall.
last year, they didn't need to be fully enclosed, but this year they do, when he got the temp.
And does
And
the
they
fence
didn't
go,
ask
come
for-
back?
I would have given
Does
them
this
new
fence go
pictures.
back over here too?
Sure.
That's the only fence we have. You're telling me now you have ropes here? And what do you have over here?
The fence goes, here's the beginning of the restaurant, it goes there.
All right.
And then on the side, there's nothing there, but there's no picnic tables.
Oh, there's not?
Oh, see, so it's not enclosed.
No, there's no fence there, but there's a huge parking lot.
Yeah, but it has to be, you have to go back to the microphone. It has to be enclosed. That's what they're complaining about, right?
No, the road runs in front of the fence that you're referring to.
There's no, he just indicated to me, this is not
Yeah,
enclosed.
I had told him to put the pickets and the ropes, I assumed they
It
were
goes,
there.
it goes as
Mhm.
far, it goes as far as wherever the parking would be. So there is no, so it is from the beginning, from the front of the restaurant?
It has to go all the way around from where the people can go. The fact that they can walk from the parking lot into your yard is the problem.
Not good. We can fix that. Good. I thought it was.
We're going to take a break. Thank you.
I don't think I said hello to you today.
We back on?
Back on the record? Okay.
So I don't know what you want me to do here. He's not enclosed.
Can you allow us to put the stanchions up to eliminate the walkthrough, or just restrict it to inside?
No, I don't really like even the fence that's up there now. So I'm going to deny this. If you want to reapply after you fix it, then we'll talk about it. But
How about the inside portion of my restaurant, sir? Because I have inside seats.
the problem is you're serving food all over the place.
I'm not serving food all over the place.
Well, they're taking it out and eating it out in your picnic tables, right? So how are you going to control that?
I'm not going to serve alcohol no one's going to be able to leave alcohol
There
and
already,
go outside.
there already is a floor manager that
Right.
doesn't let them take alcohol
Right, that's fine,
outside.
right. We don't allow alcohol outside the building premise. We've never have, and we won't.
The problem is you have a patio, or whatever you want to call it, that's not enclosed, that you're going to have somebody at the door 100% of the time?
They do now. They've already done that. That was just their personal.
I mean, I looked last year,
decision.
And then I still have concerns that the area, the town is saying the area is not even approved for this, what you're using it for.
It says it can be a restaurant.
No, the yard outside. I don't know, where are you?
Just so you know, sir, there was legislation that got passed about a month and a half ago for outside outside seating all over the town. And that's on public property. This is private property. This is not public. This is not town property. Where the picnic tables are, it's private. And there are multiple picnic tables all over the town.
Yeah, but you can't drink at them.
No.
Well, we're here to talk about drinking, not.
No, what I'm trying to say is this has been a functioning restaurant with these outdoor tables for 40 years.
I'm not stopping him from being a restaurant. What I'm telling you is that I have concerns about licensing the inside when the outside is completely unenclosed. There's restaurants surrounding it, and you're telling me there's one guy that stops people.
Well, they have waitresses too, but this guy's job is, his responsibility is to make sure nobody goes outside with alcohol, and it's been that way the entire summer.
It's a small enough place
It's tiny.
to manage that. You know,
But the town also is asking that we don't allow any alcoholic beverages.
But this place, as you stand here and you look across the parking lot, that's where that place that's in the paper now, the gray stones,
Yeah.
it's on the other side. That's where the problem would be, and doesn't even migrate across the parking lot.
Then why aren't you not working that out with the town? The town has asked us not to do this. The town has had significant problems that I've had to deal with in the past. Now they're affirmatively asking me not to grant this. Not to mention that you have an outside area that is not fenced in, that is connected to your restaurant that's utilized. I'm going to deny.
The inside portion of it is 600 square feet.
I understand that.
Okay, just so you know, let me say one thing. We lost a lot of business last year because we are a craft burger place. We make special burgers that come with all types of garnishing. People come there, they want a beer. I lost a lot of business last year with people coming in going, oh, I can't have a beer? I'll see you later. And then they walk down somewhere else.
Well, then,
Every
but
single
there's
restaurant-
things you can do to
every
do
single
that. You can
restaurant on
enclose
that
it.
block, every single restaurant on that block has a liquor license. Every single restaurant.
And that may change shortly too. But what I'm telling you is there are things you can do to make your building better, and you can also go meet with the town and do that and then come back. It has nothing to do with you or your business. It has to do with the building, the location you're in, and the fact that the way this is set up, it's set up like a takeout place. I realize you have 4 tables, but
It's a legal restaurant.
I'm not saying it's not illegal. I'm not saying it's illegal. I'm saying the way it's set up is not conducive to enforcing the alcohol laws. That's what I'm saying. So
Because of the time of year, if we.
This will destroy, I mean, we pay a ton of money. The rent is very, very expensive, you know.
I
Last year
have
we
no
were lucky-
problem
We were lucky to
reapplying.
survive.
you're going to have to do that. I'm sorry.
But would it be possible for you to allow us to have this enclosed we still don't want drinking outside.
I mean, the season's.
You still have the town that you haven't dealt with.
I have to, as a matter of fact,
They're not saying they don't want the alcohol outside. They're saying they don't want it, period.
Right.
But at the same time, they're acknowledging that it's allowed to be a restaurant. It's zoned for a restaurant.
Well, I'm reading it one way, you're reading it another. The way I read it is the one that controls. So,
No, I understand
mean,
that,
we've
but
had-
it's contradictory.
I
And actually,
We've
while
had
I'm-
the fire marshal actually say we've done a good job, because that's the one thing.
I'm
he said,
sure
do
it's
not
a
allow
fine
anybody-
place. I'm not questioning
No, he
that.
said, do not allow anybody outside, and we don't. And we're only 2 weeks left in the season here. It's gonna cripple.
Well, you're not going to hear about this for how long, Jackie?
It comes from Secretary's
Oh,
office.
so you'll get through probably a week, 10 days or
It'll be
whatever.
disapproved on our records here today, which deactivates the temporary.
It
permit.
Oh,
that'll
okay.
mean
Temporary
he's-
was
All right.
only
Well, I'm
valid
voting to
until
deny based on what I said. Those are things that can all be fixed, but you should go fix them.
I have a request while I'm here for this one, which is
Hold
relevant
what, just
because
let
of
it
this one.
expire?
And one of us has to do with all the product.
We get
So they can
many,
finish out the summer at
many
least.
times
That gives them time to
at
go
the
work
very
on it.
end of the
Chairman,
process,
then I would
like this
hold off
time.
on-
The only
I'll
reason
hold
we
off on
found out
those
about this was because it was a
but
full
it's
board.
okay. We do
When the
weird.
towns, we send a 30-day letter, they respond to you, they don't CC the applicant, they don't CC the premise, they don't CC us, and many times I find out about it from when I go to a 500
Mr.
foot-
DeLuca, is this about the vote? Because we
No,
got a lot
I'm
of people
sorry.
But
waiting.
here, I mean, and to answer your
I
question.
would have addressed everything.
But to
that-
answer your question, this letter was sent in November 30th, 2016, when you filed the temp.
Mhm.
It's not that hard for you to foil the town.
I understand, but we had no reason to
Or
believe-
foil us, for that matter,
He's been
although I'd
full-
rather you didn't.
We did. That's how we got it.
Well, that's what you're going to have to do. I mean, I can't make the town send it to you.
No, but I just, it happens all the time, and.
I'm sure.
This is what I'm
We
going to
would have
suggest.
addressed these things before.
What I'm going to suggest to you, I'm going to vote to deny, as the chairman has as well. I think you need to go back to the town and get this letter cleared up, updated, cleared up, whatever. So maybe we can delay actually postponing the license or canceling it for a week or two, 10 days, something like that, to give you the rest of the month so you can finish out the season at least. And that, and you,
That would
meantime,
be
go.
so, we appreciate
I would
it.
appreciate that. I have a lot.
If we had known about this, we would have dealt with this.
Right.
Can we do that?
You can do whatever you want. You can disapprove the application, however, it's held in abeyance until
Vendor payments,
August
stuff
29th.
All right, hold it in
August 30th, when is.
Oh, hold it in abeyance till August 30th.
All right?
Thank you.
Gives you a shot at it, okay?
I'm
Nothing
sorry.
wrong with you or nothing like that. It's just the issues that we brought up, okay?
But don't
Check
we have
with
a
town.
board meeting that day?
Yes.
Carry it over to then disapprove it then.
Okay, this is adjourned. You don't have to come.
Thank you so much.
That's
Right.
cleaner.
Thank you.
Next item is 1760 Excel Bev LLC.
Good afternoon, Martin Mailer of Mailer and Buscemi. This was an application for a new license which was disapproved by the members. The applicant went to the closest store, negotiated a deal with the closest store. The closest store is simultaneously filing a removal to go into the premises that the applicant filed for immediately. The reason for that is the store that is in existence.
Wait, say this again. We
this-
denied at this
this takes a
location.
while to figure
We
out.
denied at this location, so she went out and bought one and is now wants to move the closest store into the location.
Right, this is
Okay.
this would be a neighborhood removal, but for the fact that you
That she's a new
denied
owner, right.
Yeah, yeah. So the reason they want to move the store into the premises that have been denied was that it's a much better location. The other store is on a strip mall by itself, 1,500 feet
No,
away.
I have no problem with this. This is what you're supposed to do. So
Oh, okay. So then I'm better off.
there's no
not saying it.
protest here.
There's no protest.
Yeah,
there's
no,
no
I mean, this is what you should do. If you get denied and you want to be in that place and you go buy the closest one and move it in. So there you go.
Okay, so.
It was
I'm not
public
saying it.
convenience, it was public convenience and advantage that we did this on. So, yeah, I vote to approve.
Approved. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Next item is 1654 3938 Broadway, Inc.
Afternoon, Francis Buscemi for the licensee. This is after hearing charges 1, 6, 7, 8, and 9 were sustained.
So sustain 1, dismiss 2, dismiss 3, dismiss 4, withdraw 5, sustain 6, sustain 7, sustain 8, sustain 9.
For
Yeah,
sale
they
to
had,
minors.
there was this rash of 6, 7, 8, and 9 of sale
When
to
did they
minor.
get arrested? When did they get a summons? After the first one or after the fourth one?
I wasn't involved in handling any of the summonses. If there were summonses issued,
Do you know,
I'm
Chris?
assuming there were, but let me see if there's anything indicated in this that I can.
And Jackie, this is a restaurant?
Hang on. Yeah, I'm working on it. Kind of stuck on
Those pleading photos, police say. I see a police, I'm just looking at the exhibits that were submitted in the case. I see a police action report for, it looks like one action, it says police action report for underage operations. It doesn't mention anything about summonses.
Was there a nuisance abatement done here?
Again, not that I know of, I wasn't part of that.
And I would just note for the record that I believe that there was an offer that was made originally in this matter. That offer was rejected.
What was it?
It was an offer for $5,000. It was rejected, and council was authorized to accept a penalty of cancellation plus bond. At which point this went to council's office, and I believe that we found out about the sale to minors and added those charges in addition. And that's what I see. That's very quickly what I'm noticing.
Yeah, I wasn't part of the.
Right, I don't
I
believe
wasn't
you
part
were,
of that
Frank.
initial offer. I came in after, I guess, the case was amended.
So after we did this, after we did the sale to minor, charges added on, was cancel and bond offer?
Before.
Wow.
Again, I think it had to do with noise disturbance, disorder. Those charges were dismissed.
Hold on, Chairman. I have
The license some time ago was placed into safekeeping. The premises, which is a restaurant.
Well, are they a restaurant?
They are a restaurant. They've been closed for a period of time now. I've been
Why?
working on putting together an alteration application because I didn't want them open. They started alteration work.
To be what?
No, it's basically the same. It's had a full menu. It's a Mexican type of menu, Spanish Mexican, I believe. There was always all the tables and chairs. Everything was there. They're resurfacing, redoing the bathrooms, things of that nature. So I told them they shouldn't keep the license out. The license should go into safekeeping. And I've been trying to put together an alteration application. So the premises hasn't been open for a while.
Okay.
They've been struggling trying to get the place completed, but the license has been in safekeeping.
And counsel, are you representing them on the new charges that are pending?
What are the new?
Probably. Again, I don't have it in front of me.
Alterations.
Oh, that's why you handed it in. They already started the alteration.
Well, this is before this is before the charges went out.
Right.
When they came to me and
The license was taken out of safekeeping.
Excuse me?
The license was taken out of safekeeping in June 7th, and then the license expired. The license expired before that.
It was taken out of safekeeping?
Yeah.
I put it into safekeeping when?
It was put in,
It may have been something from licensing because it had been expired.
I don't know. I mean, I
I'll
never
check
took it
it
out of
out.
safekeeping.
All right, what do you want to do?
Safekeeping a long time ago.
back in December, yeah.
Back in December, I put it into safekeeping because I didn't want it
Deal with these four.
out while they were doing alterations.
It would be 3, 6, 9, 12.
Yeah.
Plus the other two, plus the other one.
I'm in
What are the other charges, Chris? Just alterations
to
and what?
conform.
Again, which
Oh,
is?
the new ones, excuse me.
Dancing and live
It's,
music.
the new ones include the unauthorized alterations, and
You withdraw that one, though, didn't you?
No,
Number
no,
five?
he's
there's
talking.
more charges.
Oh.
All right.
Yeah, and improper conduct.
Yeah, trying to find that one.
All right, I'll go 15,000.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
And that's it. You're gonna have to try the other ones.
They came in to check out the premises. The premises was and I believe, I mean, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure it was closed for business at that point.
Yeah.
And that's, and they started renovation, closed the business, started renovation. That's when I told them, let's get that license.
But you know, I mean, you know how this works. We don't end up somewhere unless somebody calls us, and we've already got more charges.
Well, when they went in to investigate, they saw.
Right, but what I'm saying is if they start having DJs or live music or whatever again.
I think
They put a DJ, I mean, it was still a restaurant, but they put a DJ.
All right, the next item, 1637.
One more sale to minor is going to sink them,
Yeah,
though.
that,
All
well,
right?
that I told them already.
1637 and 1638, Safari Beach Club LLC.
Sustain charge 1 in the first proceeding and charge 1 in the second proceeding. And notably, the summons in this case I know was issued after the first case. So 10,000.
10,000.
1773, Santa Rosa Restaurant, Inc.
I must be getting better at this.
Or no, or you're getting worse.
You want to do Santa Rosa first?
What's the...
Santa Rosa.
Okay.
1773.
This, if I could just.
Oh, this was offered prior to the summary suspension.
Right, if I could
okay.
just have, I was brought in specifically, and I'm sorry, with me today is the licensee, Nellie, and her daughter is here to translate. I was brought in, I wasn't aware of the other case. I was brought in on the summary suspension just the other week. I just found out, I saw it on the full board, wondered what was going on, spoke to Mr. Amarato. He indicated that there are 2 other cases, including the one that the CNC was offered on for $7,500. I contacted my client through her daughter, trying to explain, what do you want to do? I haven't spoken to her attorney with regard to the CNC offer, so I just want to point out for the record that I am not the attorney of record on that case. But
What, not your attorney of record on this one, but not the one that's coming up?
I'm not the attorney of record on the one that's before you today.
Oh, okay.
I'm the attorney of
On the
record
new one.
on the summary.
Okay. So what do you want to do?
So I started saying, look, does it make sense? You've already been summarily suspended. Does it make sense to be paying 75? You know, I mean, the reality is, I don't know. I would want to point out that this has to do with dice. They were playing dice in the basement for the most part. I mean, that's what a lot of this has to do with.
Well, I
They
mean,
have
it's not
dice
gonna,
tables
it's
set
not,
up.
It's not going to be less than 7,500. So if you want to wait to figure out what you're going to do on the other one, I'm fine with that. Or otherwise, we do the 7,500.
Yeah, no, I would prefer to wait. What I would, and counsel is here, and I don't know whether I can explore with counsel doing, keeping the place closed for now, doing a universal settlement on everything. I'll go out there to
If
make
nothing, what's the word you used the other day? Egalitarian.
It's obvious certain things were going on that
You
shouldn't
want to
have been
return
going
to
on.
counsel's office then?
Excuse me?
You want to return to counsel's office?
For a universal settlement, or
I'd like
or
to
not.
talk to counsel
Okay, fine.
about that. I do want to point out, this was brought in with this M13 sweep out in Huntington Station. I reviewed, I got the documents and the paperwork with regard to the summary suspension. I did review it. There were people that were taken out for this dice playing, but on every arrest sheet, it's checked off non-gang.
Well, and counsel, I would just be very cautious because I don't want to influence anything that you may have pending that's not before the members at the moment.
Okay.
For both your
You can
clients.
show him when you talk to him.
Oh, all right. I'm going away for.
Back to counsel's office.
Okay.
All right, next item is
Be
1670.
available later to talk to? Because I'm going to be going away.
Where are you going?
My
Because-
my first anniversary. So
First? Your first, your second first anniversary, I said?
Or more.
So I'll be in Bermuda for a few days.
Good for you.
Next item is 1670. Is this yours,
Before I
Mr.?
go, I'd like to talk to you.
Well, congratulations.
Mr. Buscemi, 1670 yours too?
He can't hear you.
1670, Z&E Liquors, is that yours?
Yes, it
Can we get
is.
that?
Yes, we'll accept.
Yeah, accept. Thanks for getting his attention for us.
All right, 1678, I think this was signed by mistake. Going once, twice, three sold. 1701, Grubhub, request for declaratory ruling.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford. My name is Alyssa Yohe. I'm the attorney here on behalf of Grubhub Holdings.
We're dragging you down here quite a bit lately, huh?
You are. You're keeping me busy. We submitted a declaratory ruling request with respect to the proposed method of operation for Grubhub. With me today is Maggie Drucker. She is the Senior Vice President and General Counsel of Grubhub. In the interest of time, I think our declaratory ruling set forth the proposed method of operation, so I won't go through that in detail, but we're certainly available for any questions you may have.
So what's you're keeping a percentage of the total sales, and the only thing you'll basically outline is that it's less than 10%?
Yes, so the percentage of sales vary from contract to contract with the restaurant. Grubhub enters into separate contracts with each restaurant, and each restaurant has a different percentage rate. So there's not
How
one
is that
set
determined?
It's
Like,
a negotiation.
okay. And you won't give me a range?
Well, I mean, we really can't because it's not public information. It's a public company. So that's,
It's proprietary information. The concern is if it gets out, their competitors will.
I won't tell. Okay, go ahead. So it's it's negotiated with the restaurant between just the two parties,
right.
and it doesn't change should this be granted. Meaning, I'm sure some of your restaurants that you deliver for don't sell alcohol, correct?
That's right.
And their percentage isn't going to change as a result of not selling alcohol. Okay. And you are representing that it's in all cases less than 10%.
Right.
Okay.
Really, alcohol sales are very minimal.
Are there any other fees associated with the delivery that you charge the restaurants or the consumer?
In some cases, we will charge the actual delivery fee for the sale, but in most cases, that's not the case.
And is that connected at all to the alcohol sale, or will it be connected?
It will not be.
You work with, what, some 11,800 restaurants in New York State? Wow. I don't know how the chairman feels, but I don't have a problem with this.
So what you're saying, the revenue that you're retaining is going to be the portion that will represent the alcohol sales of that fee will be less than 10%. You're not saying the entire fee that you keep is less than 10%, because I see the example you gave is a $30 purchase and you kept $5.
Well, that's the revenue as opposed to the profit. But yeah, the answer is the commission rate could be higher than that, but the actual profit that we would make on the alcohol sale would be under 10%.
Okay. And how do you know that?
Because we're backing into it based on the limitation that we proposed in our letter, which is basically that you'd have,
Yeah, so when a guest orders, and this serves really a dual purpose. One, it ensures that guests are not being induced to over-consume. But two...
We wouldn't want that.
We wouldn't want that, no. But it also keeps down the revenue. So guests are limited to 2 drinks per individual in an order. And food...
Oh, how do you know? So 2 drinks per entree then?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. If a food order is large enough where it's clear that this is for multiple individuals, more than 2 beers could be ordered in that transaction. But if someone's ordering, say, I don't know, 1 entree, one steak and fries and a beer with that, it's clear that that's 1 individual, so they're going to be limited to just 2 drinks with that order. So that keeps down the revenue with respect to alcohol sales.
Okay. All right. Would you have something to say? Is it for this or against it? Okay. Don't you represent the people that she's serving?
Well, we represent the restaurant
Just put your name on the
industry.
record, please.
Sure. Robert Bookman, counsel to the New York City Hospitality Alliance, which represents about
10,000 establishments in the city of New York. I have a question. Wasn't aware of the declaratory ruling. That's on me. Are we saying that this entity is requesting permission to share in revenues up to 10% without being on a liquor license?
Profits, but yes.
Okay. And my question then is, how is that different from any regular application where somebody who has 1% must be on the liquor license?
Well, because we've approved these deliveries, all they are is a pass-through. We have approved these delivery services in other respects, such as Drizzly, things
Oh,
of
yeah.
that nature.
But I think we should be cautious here. I think we should be cautious. The costs of operating in the city of New York are skyrocketing, as I'm sure you've read. Rents, labor costs, food costs. There are almost a record number for the first time of years in vacant space storefronts in the city of New York because of the rents. We're actively now trying to get the city council and the mayor to agree to at least reduce or eliminate the.
Yeah, I realize you're New York City centric, but they're doing this all over the state.
I know, and what they do outside of the city is not my concern. But they're very active in the city as well. So I think we need to be careful with allowing outside service to effectively become partners of businesses without any of the safeguards that are generally required for partners to be on businesses.
Well, you know as well as I do that historically the 10% for a delivery service has been, much as it is for a landlord, has been traditionally approved in these instances.
I know. I get
and
it.
as a result,
It's becoming like a second landlord, these delivery services.
well,
You can't live with them and you can't live without them.
well, that's true. But I'm prepared to approve as
I just
well.
want to throw in a note of caution. That's
Okay.
all right.
And that's why it's 10%. That's as much caution as we can take.
Yeah.
Good luck. I approve, and
Thank you.
he already
I
did, I
appreciate
think.
Next item is 1726. It's also an application for declaratory ruling regarding 9 Orchard Street in Manhattan.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Ben Savitsky of Bernstein Rado, here on behalf of the owner-developer of a proposed application at the address of 9 Orchard Street in Manhattan. Here today on a request for a declaratory ruling concerning the application of the 200-foot rule. Specifically, we are requesting a ruling that the 200-foot rule is not an issue for a proposed application based on the facts and the circumstances that we are presenting. Obviously, the majority of this information, actually all of this information, is in the packet that we submitted to council's office. So I know in the interest of time, if you want me to stop, just let me know.
Yeah, well, are you speaking, are you against this, sir?
What do you?
Oh, he's on something else. Okay. It's correct that there is a temple that's clearly within 200 feet, but there are 16 apartments in the building?
So yes, according to the certificate of occupancy and based on all information that we have from viewing the space, there are 4 floors of apartments above the storefront. It's the same building, separate entrance. There's a vestibule with 16 mailboxes. The CEO says that there are 4 apartments per floor. And based on what I viewed over several days there are families, there are people coming in and out. It looks like any other apartment building in New York City.
And there's no exemption from paying real estate taxes from the city either, correct?
Based on what I found, there is no exemption for real estate taxes, a religious exemption. Furthermore, all the information that I found is that, and I don't know about this, it seems to keep on saying it's a Buddhist association. I don't know how that's different from a Buddhist temple. There is no information about this place online. I've never seen an establishment before that didn't have some sort of web presence. There's no telephone number. There's nothing about their teachings, if there are any. There's no scheduled services. There's really nothing about this place. But my concern more is that the building is not being exclusively used for.
Yeah, no, it isn't. All right, I believe that it's not being exclusively used as a place of religious worship, so the 200-foot law does not apply.
Ditto.
Thank you.
The next item is 1765, Desires Wines and Liquors, Inc.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Did I speak first or the opposition?
Why don't you put your name on the record and then the opposition?
Good afternoon once again. My name is Monica Robinson.
And you are the applicant, okay?
Yes.
Mr. Springer, are all these people with you? Okay.
Did you rent a bus today or something like that, John, or what?
Before Mr. Springer starts, just of note, I did receive an email today, an opposition from the Mount Morris Park Community Improvement Association. And if you're representing them also, Mr. Springer, no.
No, I represent,
I think someone here for that group?
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
I represent 2166 Winery LLC. Harlem.
Hold on. Which one?
The second closest, 2166 Winery LLC, at 257 West 116th Street, north of the Park Liquor at 1902 7th Avenue, and Fred's Liquor, 77 Lenox Avenue. I'll be very brief. This is a saturation situation. My client north of the Park Liquor is the closest store on the same street. It's 890 feet away, but it's it's actually the third furthest. So even though he's on the same street, less than 900, there's two others even closer than that. You just approved a wine store 1,250 feet away from this proposed location. That's Harlem Wine Salon LLC at 2067 Adam Clayton Powell Jr. Boulevard. They just opened, I think, in December or January. The same applicant for that wine store had been disapproved by Commissioner Bradley and Commissioner Kim in May of 2016 on this same street. There's a lot of, it's a clear saturation. You seem to have opined over and over that there's enough liquor in this area.
Okay.
There's 6 stores within 1,500 feet. Within a half a mile, there's probably 15,000 square feet of.
So I got 5 stores within 0.3 miles. You're saying there's 6 within just over 0.5 miles?
There's 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 7 within 2,130 feet. If just using.
So
land.
less than half a mile. All
Yeah.
right.
Why don't you all come and put your names on the record? This gentleman's from the community, right?
John, my name is Abdullah for the African communities and Senegalese community.
Can you speak in the microphone a little bit louder for me?
I said, my name is Abdullah Cham from the Senegalese community. I'm the one coming here in 1980 to try to change the Harlem, what's going on. I have a lot of youth with Harlem Children's Zone to put the kids come to the college. Now I have my area, what I live now, 7 store, liquor store, 7 of them. They try to bring them 8 of them. I don't know, I don't understand. I try to build the community to be the best. A lot of store coming to the liquor store. They don't have the shoes or clothing store or the restaurant owner. Why liquor store? All of them come to the here to change the keys. That's why I come to against them. I don't need that.
Okay.
I need the clothes store or the food store.
Okay.
The liquor store.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Bradley and Commissioner Ford. I've been in front of this committee before.
Could you just note your name for the record, please?
My name's Enrique Cruz. I'm here representing Vintage Harlem NYC Inc. My cousin Ruben Fernandez couldn't be here and asked me to come. He also sent a letter with the gross income request that you ask us to fill out. You do ask us in that form to fill out the previous 4 years. There's nowhere there that it asks us for the numbers for this year. So may I just include that right now we're off approximately 10% from last year.
Why did we not ask for 17?
Oh, that was for me. Sorry, what was that?
Why did we not ask for 17? It was filed in 17. It was filed May of 17. Just somebody sent the wrong letter out?
It could just be the form letter
Okay.
needs to
So
be
you're off
updated.
by how much?
I'll make sure.
We're
I
off by
update it.
10% this year alone. And I also want to highlight that no longer are we only competing with brick and mortar stores. We're also competing with Amazon Prime. We're also competing with Fresh Direct. I think that should also be a consideration in your determination today. So as for the business aspect of it, when I came in earlier, I heard something about 8 figures on some of these stores. We're in the very low 7 figures. And with the pay rate going up at the end of this year, I think we're going to be, we're going to have the stack against us already. So based on business, I think that it shouldn't be approved, this licensee, because I think it would oversaturate, it'll bring our income down, and I think it'll put some of us out of business. Number two, the population rate of the community. There's no data out there that supports that we've had a significant increase in the population of the community, and therefore I also think based on population, this application should be denied. And the third reason is because when I was here on a previous application, the chairman who was here before, Chairman Rosen, specifically stated in that hearing that he would not approve additional licenses in this area unless there was data that supported an increase in the population. And my opinion is that that statement that he made was not only because there wasn't an increase in the population, but I think Chairman Rosen didn't want to preside over an agency or a government agency that reinforced the historical data research and narrative on oversaturation of liquor licenses in communities that are lower income and also in communities of color. So I think I'd like that to be taken into consideration when you make your determination today. I
Okay.
appreciate your time.
Thank you.
My name is Guy Parisi. I represent Friedland Liquors. It's about a block away. Their sales have been going down for the last 4 years, since 2013.
No, they haven't. Freeland Liquors, the sales he submitted in 2013, they're 660. 2014, they're 773.
And this year,
2015, 718. So
624
well, my
this
point
year.
is they're going up and down.
Yeah. Well, they're lower than they were in 2013, which was the lowest
Yes.
year. And
That they are.
And I'm told that they're so far this year they've gone down. In any event, they've gone down between 2015 to 2016.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bradley and Commissioner Ford. We're from Harlem Wine Gallery, and you did approve us.
I do remember you well.
Could you just put your name, could you just put your name on the record, please?
So basically, we're here to say that we have not even been open a year. So we are here to oppose a new store coming in. We haven't had time to even establish our business for more than the 8 months that we've been open. So that's what we're asking you to consider.
Okay.
Will
Thank
do.
you. How's
Thank
it
you.
going? Good?
It's going
It's
good.
going
We're building a customer base, which is nice, and people are happy that we're there. And we're happy that we're there, but as of now, we could not take the competition of another store opening so close to us.
Okay.
You certainly.
And the best thing about the business,
Yes, and-
right,
okay.
which I wanted to share with you, because this is one big thing that we talked about when we came for our license, is that we are introducing the community to different wines that they haven't had, so less additives, natural wines, and everybody seems to be really on board with those wines. My name is Janine Steele, and this is my husband, Pascal Lewis.
Pascal, you certainly sat here long enough to see everything not to do, so I would think you guys would do all right.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you, guys.
Good afternoon. My name is Sideria Asbury Crestfield, and I'm the president of the Mount Morris Park Community Improvement Association. And we're writing in opposition of Desire's wine and liquor application for a license to sell liquor at retail. And we're thinking of this because there's a liquor store right around the corner on the same square block of the new proposed location. There's no advantage to the community, and we do not desire to have another establishment of this kind so closely located in the Mount Morris Park Historic District. 2 weeks ago, I attended a town hall, which was attended by Mayor de Blasio, where 2 young students from the Harlem Village Academy complained that liquor stores are too prevalent in the Harlem community, and this is undue temptation for their high school friends, and they received a standing ovation. There's no reason to add another location to sell alcohol in such close proximity to an existing store that sells the same thing. There's also a wine store 4 blocks north on the same avenue. Obviously, there is convenience for people to purchase these products. Please consider not approving this application for the location described. We are inundated with these types of businesses.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Robinson.
I just wanted to say that I'm excited to bring a new store to the area, and I chose my location specifically because it's located on a major avenue, which is 7th Avenue, and has a huge number of people walking past this location on any given day. If you look at my exhibits, B, B1, and B2, you'll see a map of the people I want to service. I also have photos of the thousands of residents in the area I plan to service, as seen on the maps. Exhibits B1 and B2 show you that along 7th Avenue alone, there are 32 large buildings with a combined 606 units. Also, that point alone shows that there is a high volume of persons to service at my store that is targeting a very specific area without interrupting the current clientele. I realize that the area I chose is currently underserviced because the closest store is Friedland Liquors. Most people in my service area would also travel on 7th Avenue and St. Nicholas Avenue directly, and anyone living on 7th Avenue or on its cross streets would be passing my store every day for their daily commute. As seen on Exhibit A, all the residents of 7th Avenue and its neighboring streets will not go out of their way onto Malcolm X Boulevard to visit my competitor. My location is also within 250 feet from the Adam Clayton Powell 119th Street and Adam C. Powell 120th Street bus stops. Many residents on 7th Avenue will be using those bus stops for their daily commute, and since those bus stops are closer to my store than my competitors, these public transportation users will be prioritizing my store to suit their needs. I would also like to point out that the population in this neighborhood is going up, as seen on Exhibit C. All of these points show that I have a good area to service without interrupting the clientele to my current competitors. I also plan to offer tastings, which I didn't see any of my closest two competitors offer. I will also include over 40 unique wines and spirits that are not available at the neighboring stores. Even though my store is not open yet, I have already received support from residents in the area with over 20 signatures directly. I plan to service as seen in Exhibit E, and I also plan to obtain more signatures of support directly from the neighborhood. I am aware that Friedland sales is fluctuating, but as you can see in the photo, this could be due to their store actually being located on a lower level. There's no signs posted where you can observe the store by walking by. Also, if you look at the maps I've submitted, the only full liquor store located in the same area as me, north of the Park Liquor, has the highest sales out of all local competitors. This shows that there's plenty of room for healthy competition on 7th Avenue. The rising population, in combination with the fact that north of the park is receiving its customers from being so close to Central Park, allows this healthy competition between our stores. Also, my second competitor, 2166 Winery, has also seen an increase in sales. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Why, I see that you don't have any experience. Why a liquor store?
Well, I am being consulted by an owner of a liquor store. He's located on 8th Avenue and 139th Street. I thought that would be a great business that me and my family can explore and I can pass down in generations to my children and grandchildren.
And have you been to these other liquor stores? You say that they don't, none of them have tastings, but I know for a fact that, because I remember approving them, and I'm assuming you do have tastings because you told me you were going to, So they do have tastings. Have you been to any of these places?
Well, I have visited my 4 closest competitors, and also with Harlem Salon. I believe they're still under renovations. They're not open yet. And that wouldn't be a competition for my store because they are the farthest away from me, and their closest competitors is 2 blocks away. On
So the
120
furthest away from you, it looks like they're 2 blocks from you.
No,
Or
I'm
4 blocks, I mean.
5 blocks.
Okay.
And 125th being closer to them, that's more of their competition, not myself.
Well, I mean, all of these stores look like they're between 4 and 5 blocks away from you. There's 4 stores within 0.3 miles, which is a lot.
But like I mentioned in my diagram, if you notice the number of residents that I would be servicing, that would be my target area. So it is a lot of room for healthy competition.
Well, there seems to me to be a lot of competition already, given the sales numbers. The closest stores, their sales at best are flat, trending down. Then we had a store that we just opened, and then the next closest store, which is Freeland, is also flat, trending down.
I believe there's 3 other stores. When I looked at their sales, it actually went up.
Two of the other 5, their sales have gone up, but the one man just testified about Vintage and indicated that he's down 10% this year.
Well, I also looked in his store, and some of the shelves were bare, and also the store was not what I'm looking to propose for the neighborhood. I'm looking for a more upscale type of store, open atmosphere, friendly, inviting to the new customers and clientele in that area.
And you're going to be an open floor plan, correct?
I'm sorry?
An open floor plan, not bulletproof?
No.
What about the other stores, like north of the park and Harlem Wine? Are you guys
They're all open.
all open? All right. Yep. All right. Anything else, Chairman?
We weren't aware that we would be able to bring signatures against this applicant, so I'm pretty sure the community board doesn't have to listen to these applications, but they probably wouldn't want an additional store right after one opens up less than a year.
Yep.
Like I mentioned, they're still not open. And Montmorris Park, for deliveries, I believe, there's a sign that I took of a photo in their window.
Well, they put sales numbers in from 16, so I'm assuming they didn't make
7,000,
those up.
right. But I am for Montmorris Park. I'm not in close proximity. My goal is not to bring the neighborhood down. I do realize that that area is up and coming. We want to offer delivery service. We want to cater to our clientele.
Right.
We do want to have a better environment in the store.
Okay.
All right. Ms. Robinson, you seem like a lovely person and probably a great owner, but I'm going to have to vote to deny. The chairman and I, we just issued a license a couple of months ago. Don't even have any figures yet for this year. And the other, the closest store to you, they're kind of flat. Next one, according to our charts here, just opened. The other one is declining. I don't see that a need has been demonstrated just yet with this amount of time, so I'm unfortunately going to have to vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. As Commissioner Ford pointed out, we did just open the second closest store to you. I realize it's only a wine store, but it does affect the demand for alcohol. And the other stores are showing flat. The 2 of the 3 nearby stores are showing flat to decreasing sales. And as I said, there's 5 stores within 0.3 miles, which is a lot. Given that the population, if it is increasing, it's increasing insignificantly. So I just don't see another need for a store in this neighborhood. I'm sure, would be a great owner of a store, but you need to find a different location. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
The next 2 items are separate items, but they're related. 1744 and 1746, Davis P. Gale, Jr.
So take the
disciplinary first?
Yes.
That's 1746.
Morning, Commissioner.
How are you?
Morning, Chairman.
And you are?
Gerald M. Gall of Counsel to the Attorney of Record.
For?
Commissioner, we're here today on a cancellation and a denial of a request or application to remove the license to another location.
All right, so I don't need to hear from you. I do want to talk to your client, though. Well, and I do need to talk to you, too. Apparently, you weren't aware that what happened here, and Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, the ALJ sustained 2 of the charges.
Yes, Judge.
And then I sustained the 3rd one, correct?
Correct.
So all 3 were sustained.
The second charge, Judge, was not sustained as far as we know.
By the ALJ, but when it came before us, when we canceled the license, having read what was proposed by the ALJ, I have the power to sustain the charge myself if I don't like what the ALJ said, me and Commissioner Ford, and we both agreed to sustain that charge as well. So all 3 charges were sustained.
Judge, I was unaware of that.
I know, I read your letter. However, given that he seems to have a significant history with us since he was issued in 2005. Is that correct? 2005 your license was issued? 3.
Commissioner, could
I believe that cancellation might have been a little harsh,
Thank you.
but I do want to know what you were thinking here. You rented the place out. We have evidence that you were there when the party was going on, and that there was a cash box and there was alcohol being sold, not necessarily by you, but it was being sold.
I was not there when the authorities came.
But you came later and you saw that the cash was there, the cash box was there, and they were selling alcohol from behind the bar. Correct?
When I got there, that was,
So you saw them move the alcohol in when they set up?
no, I wasn't there. I was there when they first arrived, and then I left, and the setup was taking place when I was not there.
Chairman, if you read the findings of fact, there may have been a mistake by the ALJ. It appears that from what she found, Mr. Gale was present only at the first few minutes, maybe 40 minutes of when the setup occurred, which was around 6 o'clock. He then left.
So, I mean, but under that theory, you're telling me as they're setting the party up that they snuck the alcohol in after he got there and then sold it?
Our understanding was that they came in after he left, which is about 6:30. The police officers didn't come a few minutes later. They came at 1 o'clock.
No, I know when they came, but I mean, it belies common sense that if they're setting up a party and they're going to sell alcohol at the party, they're going to set the alcohol up when they're setting the party up.
We believe they set it up after he left.
Okay.
Commissioner.
So, what was the 2009? Do you know, Chris? Charge?
On this particular license?
Well, it says no history since 2009. Was there history in 2009?
It is improper notification for this particular license.
That's it.
Commissioner, in addition, Chairman, I'm looking at charge 1. If you read that section, the section it refers to, it only requires that you make notice. It would have been their intention and the attorney's intention to notify them to notify the SLA as a matter of course. But if you read the section itself, it only requires notification of a conviction, not an arrest, under section.
Well, that's not, I don't know whether that's accurate or not, but the bottom line is the way that it has been practiced here since I've been here. The way it's been practiced here, and he says it's not accurate, is that it's on an arrest. But that being said, okay, I'll reconsider and. Return? No.
Return it to us.
No, this is enforcement when I have to do
you
that
did it first,
first,
okay.
yeah.
Sorry
So I'll reconsider and fine $5,000.
Thank you, Commissioner. There's also-
Well, you don't thank anybody yet. He gets a vote.
We are talking about 1250.
1746.
1746. So we're talking about 1250 Utica Avenue, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we have the other one different.
Yes.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, what was?
I fined him $5,000. I took the cancellation back.
I'll agree to that as well on this one.
And then now, since you still are, just so I explain to you, the reason this got denied was because we had canceled the other one. You understand? So there was no license to move.
I do understand.
Well, now there's a license to move, so I'm reconsidering this and sending it back to licensing. So they'll go through the process now and I don't know what, this still needs to be reviewed,
Oh,
right?
it needs to be reviewed.
Yeah. So that's being reconsidered as well.
Thank you, Chairman.
Hold on, Commissioner Ford?
This is 1744, correct?
Yes.
Yes, I'll send it back as well.
So you'll be hearing 6 weeks, Jackie, or?
I got the file.
That still
hasn't
needs to
been
be
signed
reviewed
in.
by licensing, so it's back in process. Okay?
Thank you so much.
You'll get a letter regarding the $5,000 fine.
Thank you.
All right.
Next item is 1690, O'Reilly and Maloney Corp.
Do I need to keep this or for future hold over?
No, no.
I'm going to reply. All this stuff happens this way. For the respondent licensee, John Joe Grady as his representative. Good afternoon, Board.
Hi.
We're here not to contest. I think Mr. Maloney filed an answer. Not contesting the fact. We're just seeking a mitigation of damages.
So who are you?
I'm John O'Grady. I'm his representative. I filed the.
Oh,
this,
okay.
And I have his power of attorney if I.
Okay.
Excuse me. The incident, Mr. Maloney is like a 77-year-old guy. He's owned this place since '71, and to my understanding, he's never had any violations. The
That's
individual who
accurate.
sold marijuana was apparently a part-time employee. She worked 4 nights a week. Mr. Maloney is only there like 8 to 6, and then he goes home. So she got grabbed on the 1st of April, and or maybe it was 31st. But the next day, Saturday, Maloney learned about it, and he fired her on the spot and precluded her from coming in. So essentially, I called up today. I didn't know to find out what the status of the case is. How you get arraigned on and paroled on the 1st of April, I don't know, but it's still pending till October.
The marijuana charge. Who, he got arrested?
No,
The bartender.
they're just a bartender.
Yeah, but she's fired.
Oh, yeah, he can that next
So
day.
he's not related to that anyway.
No.
All right.
He, we realize there's vicarious liability for what happens on his premises.
Right, but he's not criminally liable.
No.
Okay. And what, so you offered 4,000 and you can't do that?
Well, I asked a ceiling of 4. Look, it is what it's going to be. I think if you take in consideration 45 years of no involvement, and I don't think there's a mens rea that he even knew what was going on.
Yeah, but as you know, you're supposed to, right? You're supposed to take care of your business, right? Supposed to know. I understand, and I'm willing to grant some relief based on no adverse history for 45, 46 years. I think that's admirable. So I'd be willing to go to 1,500 if the chairman is.
Yeah, all right, 1,500.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Will you send an order out to his business?
Yep, you'll get one.
Thanks a lot. Take care, all.
Yep.
Next item is 1737, 102 Main LLC.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ford, Max Bookman, Pizetsky and Bookman. This is a disciplinary CNC that was negotiated with counsel's office, is cancel and bond.
Yeah, I'm going to I'll accept and put a location stop on it.
Accept.
Since you've accepted, one tertiary matter is one of the charges that was added to this case number had been brought earlier, like a week or so earlier, and when the suspension hearing took place, we had put a CNC in on it, and when
Which one, this one? The
This was
disorderly
one,
premise?
Chairman, there was a non-calendar item, and.
Did I already do it?
Well, yeah, what happened was at the board meeting, when the summary suspension was imposed, you indicated you were going to reject the sale to minor, but it had already gone past you and had been accepted. A penalty letter went out, all right, to accept the CNC. So
I'll just
apparently,
cancel.
The prosecutor then added that charge to this case too.
Oh.
So what we would ask is just that penalty.
So
letter
which
be
one is it?
withdrawn.
This 21?
It's one of the 21.
Yeah, it's the 21st charge.
6-3? So I'll dismiss that.
Well, you
Oh, here.
No, I think Mr. Bookman wants you to incorporate that penalty into this.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
So
Okay.
you're not.
You're not dismissing anything.
No, I'm crossing it out here. Yeah, it's all, that's canceled for the record as well.
Right, and so my client won't.
What did I fine you on that? 3,000?
It was 3,000. What we'll do is
3,500,
we'll rescind that prior penalty,
Yeah,
add it,
as the
add that
cancellation.
case to this case, and cancellation. of
Yes,
that.
okay.
That's what we're asking for.
All right.
Thank you. That's all on that one.
No, don't you have a license?
Yeah, no, on that one, that's all.
Oh.
But I'm just going to be here supervising on this one.
Yeah.
I need his help.
Did you buy him that suit?
We just had a conversation about that. Mr. Bookman
We
has
just
to
had a
buy
conversation.
his-
He happened in
a
June to get
dark gray
married
suit.
in that suit, so be careful, because his wife picked it out.
Next item is 1731.
You got married. Congratulations.
Congratulations, yeah.
Gonna end up like Frank
And
Buscemi.
it was my and unlike Frank, it was my 30th anniversary.
1731 is KSS Wine LLC.
This is you're going to have opposition,
Yeah,
I know.
so put your name on and.
Yes, Robert Bookman from the law firm Pazetsky and Bookman for the applicant, Grant Reynolds. So with me is the applicant. Before you get to the opposition, just briefly set the stage. This is for a 350 square foot high-end wine-only store in an area that's exploding by Hudson Yards in Manhattan.
On 10th Avenue.
Yes. Between 10th and
Just
11th.
off 10th,
Between
yeah.
10th and 11th.
Okay. Everybody come up and.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Regas, and I own Odyssey Wine and Spirits. You have my protest letter there, so I just want to
Yes.
go over a few of the points. I don't see any public convenience served by a wine store, small or large, that's just 335 feet away from me, on a block that is bound by Javits Center to the west and a DHL warehouse and Port Authority to the east. Odyssey already offers a very large selection of wines at competitive and affordable pricing.
But
And
you,
so did-
are you aware that he's not looking to offer a large selection or, it sounds like not affordable either? Right? Yeah. That's his, well, you'll get into it, I don't need you to talk now, but his business model is that it's going to be expensive wine.
Okay. Well, still, the neighborhood is primarily rental apartments, and they're occupied by young professionals, and there's a lot of turnover every year because they realize it's too expensive for them to live there. And there's very little foot traffic. During the day, most of these young people leave for the holidays and the summer weekends. My store and the others in the neighborhood are feeling the effects of this soft rental market. You have my revenues there, and you can see that it's not a good time to be opening up just, 335 feet again from me. And as far as Hudson Yards is concerned, that is where there's growth, but it's not going to be completed for years, and it's not really our neighborhood. People in Manhattan are not going to walk 4 to 8 blocks to buy wine. And then Hudson Yards is going to have its own retail shops with liquor stores and wine stores
How long have you been open?
since 2011.
And you opened it or you bought it?
I opened it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Richard Kim. I'm the store manager of Treehouse Wine, store located 460 42nd Street between Dyer and 10th Avenue.
Are you
Firstly-
open yet?
Yeah, 2 months ago. Firstly, our shop opened less than 2 months from now, and we are still struggling every single day, and it makes very little the sales revenue at this moment. Even the we have the surrounded 2 more existing liquor store within 300 feet the radius. If one more new liquor store opening around me, it means someone telling me you die. It's like same equal amount of meaning. And lastly, my one more major concern is newest giant building is on 10th Avenue between 40th and 41st Street. These locations are still the continuing helping it to grow our sales revenue, and they are still renting the apartment. So I guess it'll take times to give us more opportunity for our future business. Again, if one more new liquor store opening around me, it means right away effect to lose our existing customer plus losing our future potential customer too. Yeah, that's all for now.
What kind of liquor store are you? You mostly just general liquor store, most of the
Yeah, the
big
general
brands?
liquor store we sell the hard liquor and the wines.
The general brands, the popular brands?
Yeah, the popular brand,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
All right, thank you.
Let me just hand up a couple of visual aids since we made our submission, okay? Make life a little simpler. So again, let me just say what we are hoping to be should we get your approval today, and then go into why it's in public convenience and advantage. This is going to be a tiny 350 square foot total, not a liquor store, but a wine-only store, to be owned by Mr. Reynolds, who is a national renowned sommelier, in a brand-new residential building of 250 units. They expect about 450 tenants just in his new residential building. The building is open already, and we have petition signatures from virtually everyone who's already living in the building. Also in the packet we submitted to you is a letter from the landlord stating that these new high-end, as was stated by one of the opponents, residential buildings that are opening up in this new really city within the city of New York, are looking for new amenities. And this landlord specifically sought out Mr. Reynolds and asked him if he would open a high-end wine store in the building as an amenity for the residents who live in that building. And that's something he's always been interested in doing. He's a licensee with restaurants, so he agreed to do it. Mr. Chairman, so I always take, even though you think I may not be listening, I always take very careful notes when you're talking. And and one of the meetings that we were at together, whether it was the working group or a meeting where you called the practitioners in, I forget which it was, but the issue of what does public convenience and advantage mean, and you stated 3 standards, 3 major factors. 1, trajectory of the neighborhood. Number 2, demographics. And number 3, socioeconomic. Let me address each of those briefly. The trajectory of this neighborhood is exploding in growth. The actual, from 30th to 35th Street, from 9th to 10th to 12th Avenues, there are 4 major developments underway, some of which is already rolling out and opening. So you have Hudson Yards, which is in the color portion that I gave you, and directly to the west of Hudson Yards is Brookfield Developers Manhattan West. Directly to the north of Hudson Yards is Tishman Speyer and the Moynihan Group. You also see that there's a green park going all the way up. The top street there is 35th Street, the bottom street is 30th. In this new neighborhood, there's going to be literally tens of thousands of new residents, hundreds of thousands of workers, and anticipated millions of visitors every year. Within this new neighborhood, the demographic and trajectory is probably for a neighborhood larger than most cities throughout the state of anywhere else in the state of New York. That's what's happening here, and it's happening in an area where previously it was garages, and Hudson Yards literally was train yards. So you're going to be seeing many applications, down the road for restaurants, for hotels. I imagine this is not the first package store you're going to be seeing. There will be more because an entire city is opening up here, and it's going to need the infrastructure of a city. The governor, has pointed out how important this area's growth is to the city and the state of New York, and has promised billions of dollars, much of which has been spent already, on developing infrastructure, for this area, because that's how important it's going to be. So trajectory of the neighborhood, it's like nothing we've ever, in any of the normal applications you've seen. Demographics. As you see in the attachment that we gave you, it's already more than doubled just since the 2010 census. And it is anticipated to be doubling and doubling again over the next few years. In the zip code that this proposed application is, which is 38th Street between 10th and 11th Avenues, there's been over 100% growth in residences already since 2010. In the next door zip code, 1001, 26% growth. And that's all going to be doubling and then doubling again within the next 3 years when all of these projects are going to be completed. Third, socioeconomic. For good or for bad, these are all high-end residential apartments that are developing here. I can't afford to live in them. I'm sure you can't afford to live in them. I don't know how all these young 20-somethings afford to it. Well, I know how. They usually put 3 in a 1-bedroom, and they build walls in the living room, like my daughter is living in a financial district that way. And landlords get tremendous rents. The point is, it's a very high-end socioeconomic group that's coming in. They spend money on, on going out, and they spend money on high-end wines. We are not, so all 3 of those categories that you said are important factors, this one not only meets it, but it is so far a slam dunk compared to most other liquor store applications you have to not even be close. But that doesn't end the conversation, because we know you're concerned about other issues. And that's why we made sure this was a store that was not going to compete with the nearest stores, which, by the way, just parenthetically, any decently run package store anywhere in this area is going to be seeing, as soon as construction completes here, a dramatic increase in sales. They can't help it. Based on the number of people and the volume of people that's going to be coming in and out of here. People staying in hotels in Midtown are going to be walking through here. It's going to be destination as well. There's going to be parks, open areas, concerts. All of this stuff is going to be going on in this area. So there's going to be a huge influx of people coming and going. They're all going to increase sales dramatically. To the extent that any sales recently have been flat, because there's a lot of construction going on. Yet still, the nearest store is $1.5 million. It's nothing to sneeze at. But we designed something that would meet your other concerns by being tiny, by really, and being high-end wines. We went to, and you have letters from a series of, I don't know if you're familiar with the names, because they're premier boutique New York State licensed wine distributors. They're not distributing your average wines. And they all wrote letters saying the nearest store to us, who is here today, they don't carry their products.
Are you saying you're carrying higher-end wines than your competitors?
Way higher end. So not only are they all going to see an increase in sales just because of where they're located, they've all hit the lottery, frankly, as far as locations go, but we're not competing with them. There's no competition.
Does your store open, does it have egress to the inside of the building that it's in?
No, just the street.
Just the street level?
Just the street. We anticipated, frankly, a good portion of our business is going to be coming from the people who live in that building.
And it's not going to be bulletproof?
No, hardly. Not at our price point.
Just asking.
What is the price point?
Price point of wines? Yeah, so
Give me your name for the
my
record.
name's Grant Reynolds. I have fully devoted my career and education to wine, in particular from Europe, I wrote a master's thesis in traditional Italian wine. This is not a liquor store. There's no desire to really service anything other than fine, higher end, special, unique wines. We do, and there is some support from a New York winery that I think is doing a really great job in making kind of more quality-minded wines in New York.
You're supposed to say all of them are making quality-minded wines.
He is a high-end sommelier.
And though some of our emphasis will be in more higher price point Italian and French wines, in particular, I think the price point, there won't be any wines in the box or larger jug wine or anything, which I think I've visited all of the stores to make sure that we weren't really in direct competition with that. I think our price point will start, on the low end around $25 to $30 a bottle retail, and then going upwards, 500 to 1,000, et cetera, et cetera. I've been the wine buyer for two restaurants. One's called Charlie Bird and one is called Pasquale Jones. There's a lot of press and media about our wine programs, and I've won several awards in that regard to educate people and being able to serve fine, rare, high-end wines. So.
Okay.
That's it, Commissioners.
You have any questions?
No.
Can I just interject here?
Yes.
$30 is not high end.
That would be our low end.
So that's the lowest.
That was the lowest.
Fine.
Well, that's the lowest, but my store still has, is full of wine that's 30 and more.
But I'm sure it's also full of wine that's 10 and 15, which he's not going to be.
But no, he's not. But if he's starting at 30, that's certainly cutting into what I have.
Okay.
And all the projected growth he's talking about is also years from now.
No.
Correct.
So-
May I also speak
Actually-
on behalf of my wife, please, because I'm here for her support. I know the neighborhood well, okay? And let's talk about today, not the projections. Let's talk about today. The newest building in the area, 555 10th Avenue. It's got, how many units? It's got three, it's a third occupied after 2 years with the pre-marketing that went on. It's a third occupied, all right? And that's it. It's a tall building with, I'm trying to think of the amount of units it's got, about near two. I can look it up, but in any case, it's by the Croatian church there. They're having such a hard time, all right? They're the best example of what's going on with the real estate market now in New York, especially the rental market. Let's talk about the demographics, okay? It's young. She's got to ID everybody that walks in there. There's no families. There's no people walking around the day in this neighborhood.
Then he's going to
Okay.
fail. If we were to
There's
license
no
him and that's the
people.
case, he'll fail.
Yeah, these are young people. Let's look at the research on young people. What do they buy? They're not, wine sales with young people, the millennials, are not doing well, okay? They're not doing well. So you've got a neighborhood here that's got all young people, and you're not going to get old people here, and I'll tell you why. It's a wind tunnel if you walk 10th Avenue. There's wind all the time. There's no protection at all. It's wide open. It's absolutely wide open. I mean, there's no old people walking here, and they're not going to live there. It's a tough place to live in. It's a tough place to go through the winter, okay? Hudson Yards. Hudson Yards is not today. Hudson Yards is going to finish in 2024, and it's going to be its own neighborhood. There's nobody that's going to be walking up to your store from Hudson Yards. So you don't even bring up projections about Hudson Yards.
Okay.
It doesn't make sense.
All right, thank you.
All right.
And one more opinion, sir. I totally ridiculous, and also I can't agree. That's true. For the lots of the new buildings, the construction is going on, and new development is coming on. But this is not the right way effect to increase the business. For at least 5 and then 10 years later is the story. And also, if one more location is coming in, surround my store, that means it's just divided for our existing customer.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that is totally.
No, you're
let
repeating
close.
yourself now. Thank you.
The First Hutch Yards residential building is actually opened already.
Okay. I think we've heard enough,
Thank you.
unless you have questions.
No. Can I just have a word with counsel?
Yep.
The building that you're in.
Hold
that-
on, hold on. Are we
Back
back
on the
on?
record, Donald? All right, we're back on the
Sorry,
record.
The building that you're in, that's a new building,
It's a new building, sir.
brand new building?
Yes.
Is it a bunch of buildings in a complex or just one new building?
That's a standalone building with new construction happening on the other side.
How many
and
stories?
Down the road. That building is 30 stories.
Okay. All right.
There's, yeah, I think there's some, from the leasing office, they're already meeting their projections. It's over 90 units, and the building's not finished yet. So.
Yeah. You ready, Chairman?
Yeah.
Yeah. Fire holding zone. At only 300, I had 310 square feet, is that correct?
Yes, sir. It's a small toolbox of a one store.
I think there would be a public convenience and advantage served for the people in your building. Looking at,
Important to note, the park that is
Oh.
drawn on this map does extend itself directly from the primary Hudson Yards area with hotels.
Yeah.
That, on this map, it's only drawn to 35th because that's what Related Development does own, and it's a map of their development, but there's a lot of development north of 35th in this neighborhood here.
yeah,
Just that, I agree.
there has been a new license issued back in February, but that's almost 4 or 5 blocks away. Closest competitor here, looks like they're just pretty much just steadily holding their own. The second closest has been dropping down, but the closest one, Odyssey, is also 2,200 square feet. Second one is 325 square feet, and they seem to be declining. Next one's holding their own. Next one's been going up and down. I think I'm going to vote to approve based on the size being such a small footprint, and also based on the fact that you're talking about having an inventory of higher-end wines and so forth that might serve the public convenience and advantage.
I'm going to vote to approve as well. It is 310 square feet of retail. There is significant development going on, residential development going on within 4 blocks of where the location's going to be. He has a tremendous amount of experience in this industry, and particularly in the wine industry, which is what he's focusing on. And given his representation regarding the price point and that this is going to be a specialty wine shop, I really don't see, even though there is a store within 350 feet of him, I don't see him being competitive with them, because someone coming to you is coming to buy the wines at that price point. They're not looking for Yellowtail or whatever the case may be. And given your experience, I think that there is a public convenience and advantage to having you in the area. So I'll vote to approve.
Thank you.
All right, the next items are 1735 and 1736, AP 3964 Corp.
Say the numbers again, Tom.
1735.
Got it.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner. Guy Parisi for the licensee. We had submitted an offer of $25,000 and a 30-day suspension, and members asked that the licensee appear, and he's here to answer any questions.
Okay.
What's with the maximum occupancy deal?
Come on, step up to the
Yeah.
microphone, speak into
Emmanuel Cantor is 185.
Yeah, but why do you keep blowing it out of the water?
Yeah, 3 times here.
After that, we keep it lower.
And what's this place supposed to be, Jackie? A restaurant?
Looking that up. It's on the,
I mean, you've done it now 1, 2, 3, 5 times? 5 times.
5 times.
Why don't we keep it to 100?
nightclub.
It is a nightclub? All right, I'll take the 25,000 20-day suspension. The 20-day suspension starts when you get the letter.
I would ask that that's issued immediately, considering the pending
whenever they
char-
issue it, yeah.
Yeah,
that's
I would,
fine.
and I would ask that it be issued immediately, considering the pending charges.
Could it be after September 7th?
No.
I do not think that's a good idea.
No.
You want it done as soon as possible.
Yes.
All right.
As long as Commissioner Ford agrees.
Agreed.
All right, thank you.
Next item is 1764, Ming Chang Gift Shop, Inc.
1764.
Go ahead. Put your names on the record, please.
Yeah, my name is Ouyang Xiulan.
And you, ma'am?
Susan Chen.
So who's the applicant?
Me,
Okay. And you, what, just a friend?
just of my fan, yeah.
Okay, we have some opposition here. Why don't we let them speak? So come on up, guys. Yes, all of you.
Good afternoon. My name is John Lau. I represent Victoria Liquors LLC, located 4416 Casino Boulevard, Flushing. I just took over the business last August. Since we took over the business, we did tastings, a bunch of wine tasting, a bunch of liquor tasting from Remy, from other wine companies, and I've not seen any spike in sales. I've not seen, I keep seeing same faces all over. Being that these guys are new guys 2 blocks away, it's going to hurt my business a lot. And also,
What do your sales this year look like? Do you know?
Well,
up until say June 1st.
Up until June 1st, I would say somewhere around like 700.
Okay.
Yeah. And being that these guys are around like the nearby schools, they're like 3-4 minutes away from schools. Most recently, there are 2 attacks in the park nearby, 3-4 minutes walking distance from the location. One woman was raped, the other was assaulted. So having this kind of a new liquor store nearby around those areas, I don't think it serves a public convenience. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Pohei Lin, and my liquor store is actually located just 1 block away from his. And he says that.
What is your liquor store?
4237 Main Street. It's in Flushing as well. I think in the half
You're
mile.
1 block from him?
Yeah, technically is 1 block. If you walk it, it's literally 1 street over.
It says 0.8.
Oh, but driving it, it's
driving
8
it might be 2, yeah. But
It's 8/10
walking
of a
is
mile
literally
up.
1 street over. Also, I think the area is pretty saturated already. We have a BJ's only a few blocks over on to College Point Boulevard, and that harms the business a lot. I think in the half a mile radius, there's also at least a half a dozen other liquor stores in that area. This new proposition for the new liquor store is only 2 blocks away from his, I believe. I think the market's saturated. We have what we everything is already in place.
What are
here.
your 17 sales? Do you know?
I'm not familiar. The owner handles that. I only manage this liquor store, so I don't know the figures, but I handle the day in and to day out activities like
Okay.
that.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Jamal Singh. I coming from Lotte Liquor and Wine. So it's not too much any sale. We have all, this area is 6 store.
Which liquors? What do you, your Latte Liquor and Wine?
Yeah,
Okay.
you got it. And we have a 6 store already here, then Flushing very close to is open, these ladies. So other one he opened 2 years ago, he's opened the 45th Avenue something. That is very close to block. The 3 block for me, the Latte Liquor store. So I don't think so, he is in good selling.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I don't know what the revenues look like, but I'm pretty sure the profit is all downtrending or flat.
Okay, thanks.
I don't think the location we are too close because we live by there is around the 5th Street or 6th Street. It's so very far away. So I don't think it's But my location inside a shopping center.
Where's your partner? Is she here?
My partner is my sister. She's not here. She stay in the store.
And what are you going to do different that they're not doing? Are you going to have? They said they're having tastings. Are you going to do anything differently?
Because for now the business is not the only buy to sell something small thing. So we want to change the liquor store because my fan is they do the liquor store. They say that's good for, but the area I think is an area is okay for the inside the super shopping mall. So I don't think it's far away for them.
But you're not that far. But the question I had is, are you going to do anything or provide anything that they're not providing already?
Nothing, not yet.
You're going to do the same thing that they're doing, pretty much.
Yeah.
Okay. Do any of your family members own liquor stores?
For my family, no, but for my family, I have a lot of family, they doing the liquor store.
Who?
Especially her.
Oh, you own one? Where is that?
State Island.
City Island?
State Island.
State Island. Oh, Staten Island. So you're helping her open this one? Or trying? Jackie, I see that date application filed. What's that mean? The parentheses.
I'm not seeing where you're looking. Where you
Page 2.
Page 2.
3, I mean.
Disapproved.
Oh, we disapproved, it was disapproved for failure to comply.
Oh, then that's one of the
deficiencies, and that was a
recon you did.
That's all.
I didn't do it. You did that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I got nothing else.
All right. You ready? All right. Second time I'm saying this today. You seem like a lovely person. Heart might be into it and everything, but we've got two licenses two stores that have just been recently licensed. And I don't think there's enough of a track record to see how that's going to be absorbed into the area. So I'm going to vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. There's 4 stores within 0.8 miles. The 2 closest stores, we don't have any sales information on because although they were existing stores, they were recently sold, so it's hard to tell what the demand is. And of the other 2 stores that we do have sales numbers on, one store is showing decreasing sales and the other one is showing a small increase to flat sales. So right now I just don't see the demand that would require another store, and based on what you're telling us, you're not really supplying anything that's not available by the other stores already. So I'm going to vote to deny. Like Commissioner Ford said, I think you'd be a good owner, but you need a different location. Okay?
All right. Thank you.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
The next item is 1704, Times Square Convenience, Inc.
Good afternoon, Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, rest of the board. My name is Michael James. I represent the applicant, Times Square Convenience, Inc. I did have the applicant here with me, but he ran out to put money in his meter.
He coming back?
He should be.
Okay. You want a second call it so we had other people? Because
At this point, I don't.
well, I can't do it without him.
Okay.
So I can deny it.
No.
Okay.
Obviously not. I will second call.
Let us know when he comes back.
The next items are
Just come back up too when he comes back, and we'll call you next.
next items are 1751, 52, 53, 54, and 55. Essex Lounge Corp.
Kevin B. McGrath for the licensee. We've submitted an offer in compromise for this cancellation of the license and the forfeiture of the bond. By the way, to my left is Mr. Singh, another Mr. Singh, and I know that you had another Mr. Singh.
I was counting. It's about 5 today. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so I'll accept the cancel and bond and put a name and location stop. Name stop and location stop.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Agreed. Cancel the bond.
Right, that's what you want, right?
The next item, 1745, Lucky 7 Deli Corp.
Good afternoon, Chairman, and good afternoon, fellow board members. My name is Michael Youssef. I represent Lucky 7 Deli Corp., not to be confused with the earlier submission of Lucky 7.
So this is a, right, it's the same, you're right. This is a reconsideration, because I understand you asked to be notified when the fine was going to be imposed, and we did not notify you accidentally.
Well, actually, originally also, I put in a notice of appearance, which apparently never reached you, but I do have a fax confirmation that it was sent at the time it was sent. I also mailed in proof of all these documents.
Within,
You want to
Within, yeah, it
default
was prior
reopened.
to the.
oh, you want the default reopened, right, okay.
Right.
Is that, what's the date on the fax?
The fax,
It's 5/17.
Right, and we were supposed to,
5/18, all right.
And this
I
was-
mean,
okay.
you can, I'll send it back, but based on that, but, you know, I don't, it's up to your client, I guess, but the fine here is pretty much, is cut in stone. So if there's any
Well, I have-
leeway, if there's any, I mean, if you want to go to hearing, you can, obviously, but you're not going to, if the charge is sustained, he's not going to do any better than we already did.
but my, actually, my client, he's been in the location for 19 years. He hasn't had any.
Second sale in 5 years at 6,500.
But.
And it was 18, the person was under 18. I mean, but you can go to hearing, I'm not,
Second?
yeah, he had one in 2014.
Yep.
And he got 2,500 on that, which he got a break. He got a break on that one for the longevity of not being in trouble, because that was 500 less than it should have been.
I was not aware. And also, that's the other thing. I don't have much information to go over.
Okay, yeah, so I'll send it back to counsel's office.
Okay, thank you.
Back to council. Yep.
So I'll be receiving a date? Thank you.
We're going to recall 1704 Times Square Convenience Inc.
Again, good afternoon.
Did you get a ticket? Did you get a ticket?
Okay, I am Michael James, appearing for the Times Square Convenience Inc., who's the applicant. I do have the applicant principal here with me, Mansour Alamin. The applicant plans to operate 1,100 square foot open floor plan liquor and wine store, carrying premium and standard spirits with a vast selection of international and New York wines. Times Square right now is benefiting from an annual increase in tourism, which is reflected in the supplemental documents I submitted. I won't recite everything, but just over the last 6 months, the average pedestrian count has increased, 80,000 pedestrians on average daily, which has also increased in the investment in this area. We have increased commercial investment over the next few months. We'll have NFL Times Square, Old Navy, Gap, Hershey, Chocolate World, and a few other stores coming into the area, as well as 5 new hotels that will be constructed in the theater district, adding to already the robust inventory of hotels. This includes one hotel directly across from the premises, Row NYC Hotel, over 1,300 rooms in that hotel alone. So we do have an increase. Also, the Census Bureau has said that there's been a 4.4 increase in the population since 2010. I did not submit that, but that is those are the numbers. The closest liquor store to the applicant is Reedy Wine and Liquor. It's a smaller operation, about 600 to 700 square feet, and they offer more so a selection of wines than liquor. And from the online reviews, there's been numerous complaints by the public about this operation. If I may, I read a few. Michael Brin a month ago said this place is terrible. Avoid it at all costs. Bought an overpriced bottle of wine just to get back to the hotel and realized it was spoiled. Tastes like vinegar. I have another person 5 months ago, Adam Chisnell, said, I came here, asked for Johnny Walker Platinum. They gave me the wrong bottle. When I came back to exchange it, they said they do not carry it.
Is that a bulletproof store?
That is not a bulletproof store. It's
That's open floor plan?
It's open floor plan. It is open floor plan. But there's been numerous complaints, consistently numerous complaints online about the closest liquor store. So I do believe that my applicant's store will serve the public convenience and advantage to offer products that they do not offer, and also to stay open past times that they stay open. I believe the second or third liquor store, Ray's Franks and Liquor Store, have also received negative feedback in the public. They do not abide by the times that they post, and that has been a public complaint, a consistent complaint with the public. So it is my belief that this application should be approved for the foregoing reasons.
So you're theory is that he's going to run a better liquor store than the one that's 2 blocks away.
Yes. I believe so. And I believe that he will have a much open,
Does
more.
I see he has licenses. Has he ever worked in a liquor store?
No, not a liquor store. This would be, yeah, exactly. So he does have a beer
This will
and
be
wine
what?
license
You have a beer and wine restaurant?
No, beer and wine cooler like.
at retail.
He can't sell beer here.
Not at a liquor store.
Oh, where are you selling beer? Oh, you have a convenience store.
Right.
Beer and wine products.
Separate,
Okay.
yes.
You messed me up there. I thought you were.
A lot of people, they're asking for liquor over there, that's what caused me to apply.
Well, how far is your store from this location?
Which store?
The convenience store. Are you licensed now in a convenience store or no?
So the convenience store is licensed on the same block.
On the same block?
Right.
Okay, so you're going to
So
go
it's right-
back. You're going to go back and forth.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in the same block, so.
So he saw a good opportunity. He knows the area very well, and he thinks that the public can take advantage of it.
So what do you know? What's the cross street of your other store?
It's the same block. It's literally.
So where is it on? It's this.
The liquor store that we applied
So
for is
that's his proposed location. Where's his store? Yeah. So like right there in this picture or no? Oh, the convenience. Okay. So he's 2 doors down. All right. Okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
This store is pretty darn close to you. But oddly enough, not one of them has protested you being there. Closest store seems to be holding their own. Next one has slipped just a little bit. The others have slipped a little bit. I guess I'm not sure that there's a need for this, looking at this. They're not, their sales aren't going up, and they're all like 1/10 of a mile, 3/10 of a mile, right on top of you. So I'm going to vote to deny.
I would vote to approve, given the, I mean, and Commissioner Ford's right, the sales are down in the neighboring stores, but I think that there are several reasons that could be, and I am familiar with the area, and I think that there are some shoddy liquor stores in that area. You clearly know the area and are already committed to the area. And there's a hotel being built right across the street, so I would have voted to approve. But because it's a split vote, it's denied.
You can always file for reconsideration. All right? Thank you.
Next item is 1707 Camille Liquor Store Corp. I apologize, your item didn't get onto my list. I know you signed in a while ago, but it wasn't on my list, so.
No, that's fine. Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Thank you.
What's your name?
Carlos Roa.
So go ahead. You're 24 years old. Why a liquor store?
I think this is a good business for me and my family. I've been a hard worker, and I was thinking about to get my own business and get a business family and succeed in that way. I've been working on other liquor store and try that, and
What liquor store do you work at?
it was CNN as a part-time, CNN and 6 East Golden Hill Road.
I don't think we had that, did we, Jack?
I don't think I mentioned it.
What year was that? You're supposed to put that down there, Chief.
It was last year.
Last year?
What
Yes,
store
as a
was that
part-time.
again?
Say that again?
What was the name of the store?
CNN Corporation.
CNN?
Yes.
C and N.
CNN Liquor Corporation.
And you said you worked on commission?
How do you work on commission? You get a percentage of the sales, or?
No, I say at a part-time.
Oh, part-time.
Part-time, okay.
Okay, so what else?
So, besides that, I thought about it and find that store, and I thought about it and say, why not? And open up and sell wines from New York, Coach's wine, Spanish wine, do organic wine, and wine tasting, Plus, there is on the community, there is a lot of construction and new buildings. Since you can see or you can Google it, there is a new, way bigger new buildings on Terry Avenue. So I wouldn't be bothering the older stores close to me. Since I got a new population coming up, there is a new building on Washington Avenue. So it's the same block, 1 and 166. So its population is growing up. I think it's way, you know.
So are you familiar with the stores in your area?
Yes,
So is Melrose Liquors open
I think they do.
on, you know what one I'm talking about?
It's on 167.
7, yeah.
Yes.
They are open?
I think so. I know.
And what about Jardy's Wine and Liquors?
Yeah, they do open.
They're open too?
Yeah, but they got bulletproof all over.
So hold on, I got one more. So what about Bronx Wine and Liquor Store? Are they open?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Can we send enforcement to all of those? And who's bulletproof of those ones I just mentioned? All of them?
All of them.
Are you bulletproof?
It's gonna be all liquors, but the wines that are gonna be supplying is gonna be open for public. So, the clients that coming in, they're gonna have the whole wall full of wine, so they don't have. They have to choose their own. You know.
I see what you're saying, okay.
I don't understand what you're
Right
saying.
here. This is employees right back here, this is the public, and he'll have wines back here.
Science is gonna be.
And the cooler will be available for the cold wines, that'll be available to the public too.
Yes.
And so all the liquor's gonna be behind the counter.
Yes. So sign is going to be a small store. It's going to be around 700 square feet, I'm sorry, Chairman. And it's going to be 250 a storage, office, and a bathroom.
Where do you live?
I live at 2186 Grand Concourse.
So right near there.
Yes. So I know pretty much the area.
All right.
Did we find anything?
No, it's clean.
Yeah, CNN was clean.
Okay. Well, nobody protested. Your competitors, in fact, they didn't even bother sending in their sales numbers, which is rude.
You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Based on the fact that you're at least doing a partial open floor plan, we don't have any protests from anybody. We don't even have numbers from a couple of them, so I'm going to vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well on the same grounds. Good luck.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner. Have a blessed day.
Next item, 1738, 1739, Wild Fusion 2, Inc.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Guy Parisi for the licensee. We submitted a conditional offer of $5,000. The members had requested the presence of the licensee who is here today.
Are the security guards licensed?
Yes. Hello. Yes, they're all licensed, yeah.
Is his method of operation allow live music?
No. In 2014, when they filed the application, it just is recorded music. Make sure there's no changes.
You're not allowed to have live music,
But we have a cabaret license.
but you don't have one with us. You have to, your application when you submitted it to us said you were just having recorded music. That's not live music.
No, we have cabaret. I think it's a cabaret and allow you to do all kind of DJ.
It's two
and
different things.
it's the-
Cabaret is dancing. You can dance, but you can't have live music. Now, if you apply it, but that's what one of these, and you didn't even have the cabaret license, right?
No, we do have it.
Why do we have a charge of failure?
you give it back. You found it?
Yep.
You know what I'm saying, Chris?
Did you have a cabaret license?
Yes.
When did you get it?
We get it from, it's a renewing every yearly from City White Plains. And they proved it last year again. But every party we do over there, they never,
I think, Chairman, the charge says unlicensed cabaret, but the memo says it's specifically about live music.
Live music. And
Okay.
there's also,
You're not allowed to have live music based on your license with us.
And
Okay.
apparently from what the city gave them.
And
too.
the city license as well.
You
I
may
will,
want to
I
double
will
check
follow
that.
up with that, yes.
So
Okay,
you need to, if you're going to do that, you need to get it fixed
correct, yes.
before you do it again, because more than
Uh,
likely the police will be back there.
Yeah, we've been stopped doing that for many months now, so,
Okay.
yeah.
I'll accept.
Yeah.
5,000 accept.
All right, thank you.
Next items are 1782D and 1782E. That's a typo there. Chelsea Hospitality Partners LLC.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Ford, Chairman Bradley. I'm here with Noah Tepperberg, one of the co-principals of the two licensees before you. A little housekeeping in order. I do want to thank the individuals involved who recognized and appreciated the sensitivity to the timing that we have moving forward with a related licensing matter. So I appreciate being added to today's agenda. All right, so before you are two conditional no contest submissions, and as you're aware, that was the vehicle to get before you here today. I'm here to address any questions you may have, the chronology of events, and where we are today. Ultimately, as you're aware, just to lift the line from Hamilton, and we use this to get in
You
the
gonna
room,
sing it?
to get in the room where it happens. So we're here to get into the room where it happens. So the conditional plea was submitted. I'm looking to advocate, obviously, an alternative plea based upon timing. It's really, we were faced with an untenable timing with a hotel opening fast approaching.
What hotel?
It's going to be euphemistically known as the Moxie.
Where is it?
It's 36th and 7th Avenue. And in my submission to you with the conditional pleas, I describe what we have here as an arrangement with the food and beverage manager as a co-licensee, of which Mr. Tepperberg is a co-principal. And that application for the hotel and its companion on premises for a rooftop were approved by Community Board 5. Everything was moving forward. And then I did recognize that the application was moving slowly. And then through licensing, I was fortunate to ultimately discover.
It wasn't moving slowly, it was stopped.
That's really slow.
All right, Alex, so we're at.
So again, well, we have the two conditional pleas here, but really what I'm looking to advocate for is we commenced the hearing. We were looking to defend the charges. There are 4 different cases. The hearings were commenced and we started them, and then ultimately, to not jeopardize the hotel application, I needed to provide the conditional no contest plea. Now, if you look at the notices of pleading, I started the charges. One of them, it does appear to be somewhat shocking upon first reflection, but notices of pleadings tend to do that. I would like to submit something today. It's just 4 sentences that I was able to print out on Monday, and I think it will go a long way to allowing the licensee to really have their due process, their administrative
Which one are you
proceedings.
talking about?
Which one?
Which case is this related to?
This is related to the Chelsea hospitality case. There was a.
Oh, okay, I got the other one. Okay, this is Avenue then. Okay.
This is Avenue. Again, I know it's after this, but I was only able to print it out on Monday. And I think just a quick read of this. The licensee is in a bit of a vice. Submit the plea with significant options provided and forfeit their ability to continue to contest the charges. I would like the members to consider that, especially in light of what I've just presented to you. I'm confident that we'll prevail on the cases themselves, but I have to serve 2 masters. I have to try to get the license activated, approved, and through for the opening, and therefore I'm here today to.
Well, I mean, that one, you know as well as I do, that the fact that they didn't file charges doesn't really affect me, and 2, there's a lot of there's a few other things that were going on here that aren't related to that.
Well,
You're
again,
talking about the second proceeding. I
I'm
take
talking
it.
about the second proceeding,
Yeah,
right?
which,
And again, there was testimony, it was, by the police officer. We had requested a continuation to ultimately call in witnesses on our end.
but and I don't think I need to tell you the publicity that got. The witnesses, most of them didn't live here. The victim didn't live here, did they?
I don't know. I don't know much
This
about
is the
that.
one with the NBA player, I believe, correct?
No, that was the simple 1066 case. That was
So which one are you talking
I'm
about?
talking about the one with the 3 charges.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, you're talking about the first proceeding. Okay.
that's correct. The first proceeding, however you're looking at
And
it.
you're talking about the assault on that. Okay.
That's correct. And again, the licensee cooperated fully with the police from the 10th precinct. They were there. They met them. There was complete inspections. They worked with the detectives throughout the investigation. Mr. Tepperberg and his staff did that. And they have every right
Yeah, but-
and every
Well,
reason
and I
to
do,
do
I-
that.
and
yeah.
Tom, I'll just be, let's be fair here, counsel, because, we negotiated a different offer, right? And
Oh, we absolutely, we did.
which
That
was a lower monetary penalty.
That's back to Hamilton. I got to get in the room
Totally
where it
fair,
happens.
right? And you've been nothing but gracious on this, so I don't want to make that anything else. But then this is the one that we negotiated specifically because you wanted to get this moving, and I understand there are other
Mm-hmm.
complications, but I just want to note for the members that this is not the first offer we negotiated. This is the
No.
second, based on complications that again.
This is different than the written submission. That's actually
No, and
correct.
having read what went on here factually, and having done that for a living for a period of time, there are numerous reasons that they didn't go forward with this. Many of which may have been the lack of cooperation of the witness.
Again,
I'll accept your offer, which is 40,000 in 30 days.
That's a voluntary placing the license in safekeeping.
Yes, right, okay, yeah, not suspension of,
Correct.
what do we call it, a surrendering for 30 days
Right, voluntary surrender the license into safekeeping.
on August 22nd.
Right, because the licensee has interests in,
Members are
throughout.
fine with me, based on a decision here on acting on the renewal?
Yes,
Yes.
I'm assuming he wants it
Wait on the
renewed, no?
second one.
Yeah, so the next
And, yeah.
item then is
Oh.
1782B and, I'm sorry, Commissioner Ford, did you?
Yes.
1782B and 1782C, 289 Hospitality LLC.
Yeah. The conditional no contest plea here is similar. I needed to get before the members. It's an offer of a monetary penalty. Again, Mr. Tepperberg and his group has interest in many establishments, and with the Food and Beverage Management Company arm, it's paramount that we move the licensing matter along. So that was the reason for this offer. Again, I'm confident we would have prevailed at a hearing, but the offer is before you. And
So what, have the security guards charges been dismissed?
my
Oh, no,
last-
first week of September, okay.
Yep.
And are they still working for you? They still working at your place or no? I'll accept this. I mean, I'm not going to get into evidence here, but that if both of those were proved, and I realize we're a long way from that, it would have been triple that, so, given the history.
Okay, understand? Okay.
Commissioner Ford?
Yeah, we got. All right, so at this point,
So I don't know what your deal is with the hotel, but it could take weeks for those to go out, so I don't know whether you want to ask Tom to expedite those for you.
yeah, I'll make arrangements. I'll be placing.
You were asking if you go ahead and act on them, right?
Oh, I'm talking about the renewal application.
Right, the renewal application,
Renewal
Chelsea's.
application on,
Yeah, you can go forward with that, yeah.
that's all.
Right, and what I'll do is I'll make arrangements to make payment forthwith, and also I'll be placing
on
the
those
Avenue license. Excuse me?
Those hotel applications?
Yeah, back
that's
into
like
those telephone books I submitted.
huge.
So we'll get through those telephone book applications. I'm already working on a deficiency on that, so I appreciate that courtesy. And we'll be placing the license in safekeeping.
Even you get
22nd.
deficiencies.
All right, so I appreciate your
All right,
time and
see ya.
attention
Thank
to the
you.
matter. Thank
Thank
you
you,
all.
Tom.
Take care.
The next item is 1664 HTCT LLC.
1664.
You have a couple coming up.
I do have a couple. I was kind of focused on that. Conditional no contest plea, $1,000. It's a restaurant lounge operation. The initial application did not indicate they are using licensed security. They are. I've notified Community Board 3. We met with them. They approved it. I'll be filing an
Okay.
endorsement for method of operation. This is the civil penalty component.
Accept.
Accept.
Do you want licensing to act on the upcoming method of operation for the adding security, or do you want this?
No, I'm
coming
gonna
No,
be
you,
sub-
no,
I'm
you,
gonna
no,
be
she's
filing
asking if I want
Yeah,
it to see
just
it.
if
No,
you
I
want
don't need to see that.
Thank you.
Yeah, the 30 days are up, so I'll be filing that shortly.
Next item is 1696, East Rockaway Bar Corp.
This was a finding of fact that 4 charges were not sustained after hearing.
Yeah, dismiss all 4 charges.
Thank you.
All dismissed.
Next item is 1708, McLaughlin's Bar, Inc.
Conditional no contest plea to a single charge. This was worked out with counsels at the time of the hearing.
$750?
That's correct.
I'll accept.
Accept.
Have a great weekend.
See
Thank
ya.
you.
Are you
Next
doing the
item.
hotel too? Oh, yeah, right? Yes. Okay.
Next item is 1730, Delhi City LP.
The Allenwick for the licensee. Good afternoon. So the charges were sustained here, but I just want to point out a couple of things. The business, the ownership was Abdul Malik, who's here, and his father. And his father, Muhammad, had operated the business first from 1993, and in 2012, he added his son, Abdul Malik. There were no SLA violations, as far as I know, during that entire time. And he also tells me he had no tobacco or any other violations.
So what happened?
So he wanted to, his father, for religious reasons, wanted to come off the license. And so they formed a new corp, New Delhi City. And it was Abdul Malik and his wife. So it is 2 different corporations. It's not the same corporation, but it is, Abdul Malik was already vetted and approved when he was put on the license for Delhi City in 2012. But, as the decision says, he was waiting for his accountant to file. I did see on the agenda that there was an application filed that was rejected for using the wrong application forms or something like that.
And why would he go to hearing on that?
Because the only offer was cancellation. And I'm wondering if we could do, a fine and maybe surrender this license and allow him to file.
Why would you do a fine and surrender? Why don't you just cancel and surrender? You would cancel and refile. Either way, I'm going to know what happened. I mean, they give me the whole history anyway.
Right.
What I did doesn't matter. I mean, I'm going to see, unless I revoke it, which I don't really have an intention of doing.
So
With that-
just cancel and bond?
No, I mean, that's what I had was cancel and bond.
If he was
I'm just-
canceled and then reapplying, it's just probably the extra hurdle of coming to the full board.
I just was wondering if it would get disapproved right away from licensing board rather than coming to the full board.
No, you send those up here, right? Yeah.
They were Same people, just recently
Because
canceled.
It's not going to be his father, it's just going to be him.
Him and his wife.
Yeah, so I'll cancel and bond this and he can reapply.
Okay. There you go.
Just remember that and you're here, I just remember I said that,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
cleaner that way.
Thank you. All right, you don't want to wait.
Next time is 1700, Nowhere Bar Lounge Restaurant Incorporated.
They're right in the hall, if I can just grab them.
Who else can we get to while we're waiting?
Oh, I don't know.
Put over, and I emailed the community board on June 14th. I didn't receive a response. I forwarded that email to the Liquor Authority on Monday, I think, with an explanation. I spoke to Mr. Morales at the community board. He said they usually don't have July or August meetings. They did have one in July. He received my email, but he wasn't able to put it on that calendar, and there was nothing scheduled for August. Most importantly, this is not a 500-foot rule proceeding.
What are his hours?
Let me get at the app.
This is Nowhere Bar.
Yeah. They might want to change this.
This is the one at the 83rd Precinct objects to.
Yep.
Yeah, so he wants to be open till 4.
That's not going to happen. Yeah, no, I know. This was a bad place before. Is he aware of that?
He's aware, but there's no connection. He's, his experience was called into question, but he's operated grocery stores for like 20 years. I know it's a different license, but.
Well, it's a much different license, and more so because of what he's asking for. I mean, if he was looking to open a pizza place, so be it, but he wants a DJ and live music in a place that had a DJ and live music and basically, destroyed the neighborhood. And became a focal point of police attention, plus us. I mean, we had to send guys out there. So, if he wants to be a restaurant, I probably can live with it, but there's not going to be a DJ and there's not going to be live Latin music. And he's not going to be open anywhere near till 4. And that's based on the fact that he has no experience doing this, and he lives in Middletown, and the history of the place, as well as the police not wanting it. Unless Commissioner Ford disagrees, since he's a fan of live music.
Not when it causes these kind of problems, no.
So 2 a.m. and no DJ?
I'll give you 2 a.m. on Friday and Saturday.
1 a.m.?
1 a.m. the rest of the time. No DJ, no live music, recorded background music. And we tape all of these, as your lawyer will tell you. And should you come in here and there's a DJ, and I just said that to you, you're not getting a second chance. It's over. Because this place was bad. So I'll go back and look at the tape and see that I told you you're not allowed to have a DJ.
You wouldn't consider, so no DJ, but possibly live music? He's talking about like 2-piece, 3-piece band, a guitar.
Once a month.
Once a month? Okay.
Acoustic.
All right. Okay.
All right.
So live music, once a month acoustic only.
Yeah, Friday and Saturday, 2 a.m., Monday through Thursday, or Sunday through Thursday, 1 a.m., no DJ, no promoters, no karaoke, no...
I only have so much space.
Did you say 2 a.m.?
Thursday, Friday and Saturday night, 2 a.m.
Commissioner Ford, you're okay? Yes. Okay.
But tell them a violation of any of those things is a violation. Okay.
Next item is 1776, Community House Rockaway Beach LLC.
Good afternoon. Terrence Flynn on behalf of the licensee. There's an offer of compromise to resolve the charges before you.
I'll accept.
Accept.
Thank you.
Aren't you from out there?
My office is upstairs.
Kidding.
I swear to God.
Were you
I have
there?
the whole second floor.
Is it you? No. I'm kidding.
No, I'm not there. No.
You weren't there when this went on?
No. But I found out about it pretty quick.
I bet.
Did you have another?
I do. I have 2 more.
Next item I have is 1724. It's an application for declaratory ruling.
I am here on behalf of the individual who could not be here.
Oh, aha. Okay, so it's 1724, an application for declaratory ruling regarding 266th Avenue in Manhattan.
So I read this, it's a grandfather building, or the argument is that it's a grandfather building, the 200-foot law and the 500-foot law should not apply because it was been continuing licensed since 1975. I agree with that. So for this premise, the 200-foot law will not apply
What about the 500?
because the school was not within 200 feet when the location was licensed, and the 500-foot law will not apply because it was licensed before the 500-foot law came into being.
Ditto.
It should all be that easy.
1778, 34 West 22nd Street, Comedy Corp.
Yes, I believe this is here before you as a default. This was a late notification. There had been another charge that was withdrawn regarding a check. I'd ask that we just impose a.
Yeah, because of their history, I'm actually going to give you a letter of warning.
That's great. Thank you very much.
1778, yeah, letter of warning.
Thanks very much. Take
See
care.
ya.
1673, Adolfo Junior Corp.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Cancel and bond?
Yes, please.
Accept.
I also have the next one.
1713, Chris Antiques Furniture, Inc.
Yes,
What number again, I'm sorry, Tom?
1713, sorry.
Thank you.
Letter of warning, accept.
and then 1695, Entre Amigo Corp.
Why don't you let me call them out,
Oh, I'm sorry.
okay?
Sorry about
You got to
that.
vote on that.
Yes, letter of warning, accept. What was the next one?
We just did 1713.
Yep.
Yeah. The next one I have is 1681.
Oh, no, I'm on Entre Amigos, 1695.
I didn't have that
I-
down.
Did I
So
not?
hold on.
Do you have 1681 or no?
No.
$16.95.
1695, yes.
I have the licensee requested an adjournment because he couldn't.
Yes, is that okay? I just wanted to double check for them because they
Yeah,
didn't
it's
receive
adjourned.
any.
It's
Okay.
over.
And I just
To
have a,
8:30.
yeah, and I just have a quick question.
Can you hold that because we have people waiting here a long time.
Oh, well, no, it was for one that you already answered, vapor.
Why
now?
don't you hold
Okay,
until we're
you want me to wait? Okay, no problem. Thank you.
1695 's on it.
1681.
Wait, hold on. So 1695 is over till,
8:30.
okay.
1681. I'm just going to pronounce the trade name, Glasserie.
1681. This is a default, that's $100 is the max I can do?
No, that's, no, it's just.
It was
for-
Mr. Levy said
That's only for
$6,000.
notices, for the signs.
Oh, it is yours, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Good
yeah,
afternoon.
we talked on the phone.
Joseph
Yeah.
Levy here for the licensee. This was defaulted because no one actually received this notice. We didn't get a copy as attorneys of record, and my client maintains they didn't receive anything. There's just one loan charge. The license was active. I'm not sure what the facts were around the situation, so I would
Was
request.
this us, Chris, or was this the police?
I think that's right.
Yeah.
So rather than to reopen this.
Probably just makes sense to give a
Do a
fine.
CNC if there's a.
I'll give you $100.
That sounds reasonable.
No, he's giving you $100.
Oh, I get $100. Is that?
No, that doesn't work. I wish I had $100.
Are you Commissioner Ford?
Yes, yeah, $100, yeah.
Thank you.
You sat here all day for that?
His client's going to get a bill for a lot more.
I know, exactly.
Billable, yeah.
This $100 fine just cost them $5,000.
1698 Ecstasy Bar and Lounge, Inc. Is Mr. Alnwick still there around someplace?
No, this is dismissed anyway. Dismiss, charge one.
All right. Okay, 1716.
1716.
Which is, I wonder if did you sign in for El Mezcal Bar and Grill?
Yes.
Okay. We just took care of Ecstasy Bar and Lounge.
1760.
Yes.
is ours,
1698's been taken care of, just so you know.
It was dismissed, yeah.
1716 is now,
Mescal. So I have, I just noticed that on the agenda this morning, and I checked, I have an email, and I answered on a different pleading for them. So I think they just confused the pleadings, maybe thought it was the same case, and they didn't forward it to me.
What do I mean? So it was delivered, your office messed up? As far as you answered the wrong case?
No, I think,
You answered a previous
answered a
case and you
case.
expected the new pleading to go to you?
I'm not saying that, I'm saying my
Kind of.
client looks at it sometimes.
And he assumed it was the same one.
numbers. They think it's the same stuff going on. Oh, we sent that to the lawyer already, because it's close together in time. They're both in June, I think.
yeah.
So, like I said, I don't even have my file on that.
So he tossed it out thinking it was the
So he
same one
tossed
he
it
already
out, he
took
thought
care
it's
of.
the same,
There's two pleadings that
or
went out.
it's my fault, or it's in my email somewhere. But when I looked, I saw the case
Close
that I
together.
answered, which is in June. So I would ask that I get a chance to,
Yeah, back to counsel's office.
my other one is
1716
similar,
back
but I have
counsel?
proof that I answered
Is
it.
in 1770, Fire Lounge, Inc.
Okay, that one I answered, and I have it with me. For some reason, it's defaulted.
1717?
And I also emailed Ms. Marsico on August 8th and asked her for a bill of particulars. Receive a response. August 2nd, I emailed her.
What do you got to show me that you answered? All right, back to counsel.
Ford, you good with that?
1770 back to council?
Yes.
I don't have any other items. You're good to go now. I don't have any other items signed in.
Let's go then.
You do have anything else, Tim?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, 1636.
4,500.
4,500.
1639.
4,000.
So was it just dancing? Is that what it was?
Yeah.
4,000.
1640.
Cancel and bond.
Yep.
Accept.
1641, 1642.
Cancel, no bond.
Right.
No, cancel and bond, right?
No, but there's no bond available.
Oh, okay. You're right.
1643.
1 and 4 are the same charge, but purchase one for no record, okay.
Well, it's not the same charge.
It is two different.
It's, they made an illegal purchase, then they didn't keep records of it.
I had 10,000.
10,000.
All right, 1647 was held over until 8:30. 1652.
1646 was held over when?
1647. I said.
What about 1646?
Did I miss? I must have, what the heck happened to that one? All right, hold on for a second.
Do you want this?
Yeah, if you don't mind, okay. All right, 1646.
Cancel for the record.
And claim bond, right? It says 1646?
1646, right.
Yeah, cancel and bond.
No, the bond
Got the bond already.
Oh,
hasn't been paid today. so it's not-
727.
Yeah.
okay.
Now we get to 1652.
Nobody's here, and obviously we would like to talk to them.
This was when he had surgery. He has to have it held over until today.
And we never heard from him?
Haven't heard from him.
All right, there's 6 stores within 1.8 miles. The closest store is 1.1 miles away. 2 of the 5 show limited sales info because they were just purchased.
Don't we have a 200-foot issue?
And I think there's a 200-foot issue.
Yeah, so I don't think the rest of it really matters.
Which I'm not even going to delve into because it appears that from our investigator that it's clearly within 200 feet of a school or church, so I'm
Wanna
going to
just-
deny.
Just on that, just on that?
On that
And,
alone.
and public convenience and advantage, because I think that there's not a demand at this time.
Yep, same here.
1653,
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
1655,
$1,000.
$1,655, $1,000.
1656,
Accept.
5,000 accept.
1657,
Dismiss 1 and dismiss 2.
Charges not sustained, dismiss.
1658,
6,000. Accept.
6,000 accept.
1659,
Cancel and bond. Why did I do this?
Seal to minor, 3,000.
Why did I do that?
Because we're
because another
transferring.
license is being issued?
Oh, right, we're doing another license, so cancel and bond, yeah.
1659, cancel and bond.
1660,
Accept.
6,000 accept.
1661,
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Want to deny the renewal then?
Yes.
1662,
Letter of warning, accept.
Warning.
1663 is over until the 30th. 1665,
I'm gonna, we should just cancel this, right?
Yeah, it's been.
Or I guess
Well,
if
you
they're,
can
no,
pay
I
it.
mean, they're gonna pay, all right, it's
Pay them.
35, I'll accept, yeah, accept.
3,500.
1666,
Accept, cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond, accept.
1667,
$1,000.
1,000.
1668,
Letter of warning, accept.
Letter of warning, accept.
1669,
Accept letter of warning.
Warning.
1671,
Letter of warning.
Letter of warning.
1672,
Letter of warning.
Warning.
1674,
3,500.
3,500.
1675,
Cancel for the record.
Cancel, no bond.
1676,
Cancel and bond.
Prostitution for $250. Cancel and bond.
1677.
6,500.
I'm sorry, how much, Chairman?
6,500.
Sorry.
200, I mean, I'm thinking about his price.
6,500.
1678.
Did we get the check?
No?
Oh, no, I'm on 79.
1678.
Did we do 78 already?
70, we're on 78 now.
What is it?
Same thing as 79, just a different licensee. 60,
Oh.
we pulled that one out because it was on the list, but it was a typo, so you may have had pulled it out and put it someplace.
All right, but we didn't get the funds on it.
No.
Okay, cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
1679.
Same thing, right?
Yep.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
1680.
1,500.
1,500.
1682.
Jesus.
7,000 and send out enforcement.
Yep.
Drinking at 4:45. The attorney says they were employees. 7,000 accept.
1683 is over to the 30th. Same with 1684. 1685.
I'll accept.
Accept.
1686.
Accept.
Accept. 2,000 accept.
1687.
Accept.
Accept.
1688.
Accept.
7,500 accept.
1689.
9,000.
9,000.
1691.
Accept.
1691. 10,000 accept.
1692.
Accept.
2,000 accept.
1693,
Accept.
Accept, 6,500.
1697,
Accept.
Can I just ask a question? It's
Yep.
just a couple back. 1691, they are asking for reactivation of the corporate change.
Reactivation for what?
We disapproved the corporate change application, I believe it's in connection with the surveilling charge. We disapproved it for 589. They're asking for it to be reactivated.
Did they ask for a recon?
No, they don't have to ask recon. It's just it's
Yeah, you can-
disapproved.
yeah, you can
But do you want it here, or do you want licensed and active?
How bad was the valley? Yeah, you better bring it here.
Okay.
Yeah.
1697.
I'm on 99.
We didn't get through 97, so.
Oh, what was
Cut you off.
97?
97 was 4,000, right?
Accept.
4,000, yeah.
Accept.
1699.
Dismiss charge 1.
All right, 1702 is over to 927. 1709.
Accept.
927.
They asked for mitigation, no mitigation.
1710.
Oh, 1709, 3,000 accept? you
I'm
said?
sorry, I thought you had 1710.
Sustain 1, 2, and 3, cancel for the record.
Cancel for the record.
1711 and 1712.
Accept.
Accept.
1714 and 1715.
I'll accept.
Accept.
1717.
Letter of warning, accept.
Letter of warning.
1718.
Cancel and bond.
Yep.
What's scary is apparently Mr. Palillo is watching us.
Why?
I don't know, but he just sent me an email asking a question about something.
Tell him to keep his leg up.
1719.
Accept.
1719.
Yes.
4,500 accept.
1720.
6,000.
6,000, yeah.
1721.
2,500.
2,500.
1722.
So I didn't understand this. Did you read this memo, Chris? There was beer and cigarettes present in the store, and neither could produce a valid license to sell either? But she was licensed, I take it?
I can look it up.
It looks like it's almost an unveiling.
Oh, I see what
We have
Mr.
another
Palillo is
case
asking
pending,
about.
too.
This is his?
No, there's a, I'll get back to it when you're finished with this
We have
one.
another case pending too, so
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond, 1722.
I'm just going to recall 1667.
Seriously?
Yeah, apparently this was on the list of items.
I mean, where do you think that is right now?
I got it,
Well,
Chairman.
it was $1,000 you imposed.
I
And Mr. Palillo said this was on his list of things to hold over, so I
Okay.
missed it.
As long
And
as you
he
give
does
me,
want you to know.
as long as you give me another copy of it, he can hold it over.
I want you to know it says that he does have his damn leg up. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right. That's to what, 8:30?
Yes.
Okay.
You can, no, he'll give me another one. You're gonna make sure that we get a new one of
You'll
those.
get- Yes. 1727 was that request for declaratory ruling that was withdrawn.
It was withdrawn.
Yes. I double checked with him to make sure he just didn't want it held over. He wanted it withdrawn. 1728.
Accept.
Accept.
1729.
Dismiss 1 and dismiss 2.
Dismiss.
1732.
Dismiss 1.
2 minutes does not constitute a reasonable.
It might be worth a phone call out there by Joe,
Yeah.
because the cops didn't show for Amaretto.
1733.
So this, I have cancel and bond. Only, well, first, sustain 1, dismiss 2, sustain 3, sustain 4, dismiss 5. And one of the charges was that they had no food prep area, yet when they came in here and got their license, they indicated that they did have one. And it's apparent from this investigation that there's really nothing there. And I don't have any indication it was fixed, so cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond, yeah.
All set with that?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, I had some question about it.
1734, we just held it over to get a copy of the conditional no contest plea, which we got. It's for $6,000.
Accept.
Accept.
1740.
Accept.
Accept.
1741.
I would ask that, obviously, given the history here and the fact that it's under summary, that this is revoked immediately and served immediately.
So no bond.
I'll revoke no bond
For immediate service.
for immediate service, but it's shut right now, right?
I believe so, but.
On the summary suspension.
Yeah.
Summary.
So yeah, serve it as soon as you can, but it's not,
Right.
it's obviously closed, so.
And you're okay with that, Commissioner?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
1742.
1500.
Accept.
1747.
Accept.
Accept.
1748.
Levy, this is you. Oh, no, it's your partner.
Oh, yeah.
Want to get up here and bill somebody?
Accept. Accept. It's
Accept.
Excelsior on 9th Avenue. The CNC.
1749.
Accept.
Accept.
1750.
Accept.
Accept.
1756.
Letter warning.
Yeah.
Or
No, I'll give him a letter warning. I think this was probably a compliance check, right? Yeah, letter warning.
All right. 1757.
Accept.
accept.
1758.
3,500.
3,500.
1759.
2,000. Accept. Oh, hold on. Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah, that's fine. 2,000.
2,000.
1766 is over to 830. 1767.
10,000.
1767, 10,000, what do you think?
Get
Oh, yeah,
9,000
yeah,
due
yeah, yeah.
now.
They do?
Yeah.
Hasn't been paid yet.
Oh, it's over.
So 10,000 and waiting on 9?
Mm-hmm. Good to go with that?
Yep.
1768.
I don't have that for some reason.
68?
I'll accept.
1,500 accept.
1769.
3,500.
3,500.
1771.
5,000.
5,000.
1772.
1,500 accept.
Accept.
1774.
4,000.
What was a 17-year-old doing there in the first place? Is this a $24,000 question? Or in this case,
How quickly you forgot what being 17 was like.
true. In this case, it's, what did you say?
4,000.
4,000.
The $4,000 question now.
1777.
1,500.
1,500.
1779.
1,000.
1,000.
1780.
500.
500.
1781.
500.
500.
1782.
I'll accept reluctantly.
The attorney was,
Who is it?
no, I had advised him that it was on, because he had asked. So I sent him an email, and he actually, his associate or somebody emailed me this morning, wanted to know when it was on. I said, it's on today, but
Well, they're probably watching it.
Yeah.
I'll accept.
it could be with Frank watching. 1782A.
Somehow I doubt that.
15,000 accept.
This is a reconsideration, and we offered cancel and bond, but she has requested mitigation because her husband was murdered in the store. It's her sole income, and she has 5 children. She did plead from felony charges to misdemeanors. I will reconsider.
Reconsideration granted.
And fine, well, we have to fine her now.
Well, it's a counteroffer.
I didn't see the counteroffer.
No. That's
Oh,
what you're
5,000, right. I'll accept the 5,000.
It was they're offering,
Except
that it?
what?
yeah, what 5,000?
Yeah, what, she offered 2,500, we came back with cancellation and bond claim as a counteroffer.
Yeah, and then she asked for reconsideration, and isn't in the reconsideration they asked for 5,000?
No. Not that I know
I
of.
don't see it.
Oh, no.
I don't either. Why'd I get 5,000?
Counter
That was
with
gonna be your
5.
counteroffer.
Oh, yeah, well, counter with 5.
So we go, reconsider the counteroffer and a new counteroffer of 5.
Yeah, we're gonna go back and forth here. Then she's gonna do a recon on the counter.
Unless you say no.
No, well, yeah, we're done with that. 5,000,
5,000 it is.
counter.
Okay. I don't have anything else.
Did we do 1678?
Who's that?
I'm sorry.
Harlem Dine Inc. off the?
Yes, that was the one, that you hold it, because that's, no, wait, that's the one we went back to, because it was signed in, so I had called it earlier, but nobody showed up, so we put it back in the stack. So we did do that.
So I accepted.
Hold on for a second.
Or I canceled and
I
bonded.
have it right here.
Oh, yeah, that's the cancel and bond on the bad check. Yes, I did.
Yes.
Okay.